Good morning, everyone, and welcome into continuing coverage of the 2022 Hammer Holiday Doubles. My name is Mike Flanagan, and welcome to InsideBowling.com and our Inside Bowling YouTube channel. We are down to the top 12. We had 232 teams enter the event. We cut down to 46 last night for a cashier's round. And now we have our top 12. Pretty big cuts here in this event, being such a huge field. And we'll have all the games for you of round robin match play. 12 games, 30 bonus pins awarded to the winners. Joining me today on the broadcast, they've been here all weekend, Lee Boudouris and Dennis Hacker.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Before we get started and get into the event, I do want to thank our title sponsor, Hammer. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you head out and look out for a Hammer bowling ball, bag, shoes, or any products from the Brunswick family of brands. Thank you so much to the folks up in Muskegon for their continued support of this event. Wouldn't be possible without them. I also want to thank Matt Schellebarger, his entire staff here at St. Clair Bowl here in Fairview Heights, Illinois is where we are, a suburb just outside of St. Louis on the other side of the river. I also would like to thank Jerry Anderson and his entire tournament staff for the work that they've done here to put this event on. It's a big one. It's a tough one to try to pull this tournament off in a weekend, and they do a great job. And then also, if you want to support what we do here, is we do provide free coverage for you across 2 channels. We have Channel 1 and Channel 2. I'll explain that format in just a moment. You can support us at InsideBowling.com. I'm popping up on the screen real quick here. We do have a coupon code this weekend. It's a holiday sale on our website. We do sell merch. Certainly would appreciate a consideration over there. If you'd like to pick up some holiday gifts for the bowler in your life, you can save 20% with coupon code HOLIDAY. Coupon code HOLIDAY. We get some of the weirdest questions up here.
Were they asking you how you're doing, Mike?
No. Is it 30 bonus pins for each player? And these are people that have made the match play finals before. But tournament's a tournament. I can understand how they could get that a little confused. But, hey, we're glad you're with us here this morning. We've got a great interactive chat. Been interactive throughout the entire event. And we'll talk a little bit about what lanes we have for you here on the main channel. So on the main channel, we have lanes 29 through 32, along with 35 through 38. And I will do my best to switch around. I will tell you that I started to build a picture-in-picture. I'll show it to you now, where we were going to get everybody up on the screen. I still got to build in the scoreboards. We'll take a look at this and see how this ends up working out. I know some people aren't a big fan of it. I know some love it, but I will continue to work on that build here shortly. You definitely want to be able to see the scores with that look. So just give me a little bit on that. I'll work on it. Full screen here, lanes 29 through 32. These are your leaders. But before I get too carried away, we also have our second channel, which is lanes 41 through 44, and they will be on the entire day. So whenever your favorite team goes down to 41 through 44, we have the second channel for you, and it will be uninterrupted, no switching of cameras, but also no commentary. So we highly suggest, if you want to watch the event, have yourself a large screen or hook up your HDMI cable to your computer, and you can have side-by-side. You can watch all the coverage here for the first time ever in the 39th annual Holiday Doubles event. One other programming note that I think everyone should know is it is a house shot. It is very high scoring, very easy lane pattern. We had a lot of 300s throughout the event. But we did use 2 different lane machines, and we had a lane machine that oiled 1 through 24 and one that oiled lanes 25 through 50. So the decision was made last night that we would take the lane machine that oiled the low end and oil these lanes down here, which gives a little bit of complexity today, but it is still a house shot. And we anticipate that the oil will hold up a little bit better with the machine used from the low end up here on the high end. So we did do that as well.
The early feedback from right in front of us, Mike, is that it's playing a lot closer to what this end did, just slightly tighter.
Which is exactly what we wanted, so that's perfect. I mean, the lane and topography and all that still is going to win outright. But we thought since a lot of the players got their score on the low end, and they had to actually bowl across two different ends of the center with two different lane machines, that why not give a little bit of best of both worlds? So that's what we did here.
And I think the best indication, at least on the left side, is on 37 and 38, we saw Derek Roseberry on this end of the house throw nothing but a plastic ball. He tried 3 or 4 different options in the practice session and has landed back with the plastic ball.
Okay.
I want to interact with someone in the chat here. Daniel Happel says, hey, last night when you were talking about past champions in the field, you left out 2 people. You left out Partle. He won with Mike Miniman twice. Well, who was the other that you're pointing out?
No, I think he left out 2 past champions. He meant Partle won twice, I think.
Okay.
So he's a champion and then he's a champion.
Okay, so 2 past champions, the same guy.
Same guy.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I believe that's what he means.
And so when you go over the list of the players, which I'll pop that up on the screen one more time, our past champions in the field are Derek Roseberry, Tom Partle Jr.,
And Steve Taylor.
And Tom Partle Jr.
and all of them are not bowling with the folks that they've won with.
That is correct.
They've been divorced.
And one's bowling with a plastic ball.
Yes, Roseberry is throwing a plastic ball.
With the 2 lane machines, they are from the same manufacturer. The same program was put into both.
Yep.
But because they are just different machines, we don't know what the result of. I mean, we didn't run tapes, and
Correct.
very few people do that anymore.
It'd be interesting.
I guess I could go over the standings as well. Martel and Garcia lead the field at plus 1110. Second is Horns and Gohagen at 1103. Johnson and Barta at 1089. Biondo and Pollock at 1066 at fourth. Thompson and Buttriff 1034 in fifth. Barrett and Bittenbender are sixth at 1009. Seventh, Partle and Bogaki at plus 1005. Shepard and Roseberry are eighth at plus 973. Anderson and Gonzalez are in ninth at 943. In 10th, Taylor and Morris at 939. 11th, Farish and Flora at 937. And EJ and Natalie Tackett in 12th at 893. As far as PBA champions go, Liz Johnson is the GOAT from the female side of the lane, in my opinion. Can be argued, but she's the greatest of all time. She has a plethora of PWBA titles, and she is in the field bowling that on Barta, and they're in third. Jacob Buttriff, multiple titles on the PBA Tour. He is in fifth with his partner, Greg Thompson. In addition to that, Andrew Anderson, the 2018 PBA Player of the Year, multiple titles on tour. And of course, EJ Tackett, also Player of the Year. Multiple titles on tour, multiple majors on the PBA Tour, bowling with his wife, Natalie, who was an accomplished bowler in her own right. She's from the area, so this will be a special one for her to win today.
Jacob has 7 national title wins, including a major, and 27 regionals in multiple regions. This game is a position round of sorts. Top teams on 29 and 30. Middle 4 teams on the bay we're watching. 9 through 12 on the bonus stream.
George Gohagen and Jordan Horns.
EJ Tackett, as of 2020, 15 titles already.
Yep.
I'm not sure I realized that. I don't know. I don't remember if he's won in the last 2 years. It's as recent as the PBA site goes, but good for him.
And recently he's got a lot of seconds. He's been a little snake bitten on television the last couple of years. So Gohagen, horns on the left side of your screen, along with Martel and Nate Garcia. Nate Garcia and Michael Martel, you may have seen them on this channel when we were down in Springfield. They bowled together, bowled quite well. So this is a doubles pairing that are now starting to enter multiple events together. They know their games very well. They were also really soft and easy at that event. Now here they are here today leading this year's holiday doubles. Eric Pollock and Brandon Biondo have also become a household team here as they've matched up a few years ago, and they have now made the finals multiple times. Adam Barta and Liz Johnson have actually finished second in this event twice, back-to-back years. They actually took a hiatus from this event because Liz had the opportunity to go represent Team USA and go bowl overseas, which happened to be a conflict with this event. And of course, COVID they missed. They came back last year. They made the they made the semifinals, I should say. Did not make the top 12 last year. They are happy to be back. Also want to give a shout out to all the Barta and Liz Johnson fans that are in the chat. I know we got a bunch of them. And Pete Barta, who's always supportive of his brother. And Pete is here in the building, and it was great to see Pete this weekend.
How long were there 4 squads before there became 5? How many years? Not many, right?
1.
No,
year?
4?
Yeah.
Was it 1? Well, we used to run 3 squads on Saturday and 1 on Friday back in the day. And then semifinals would be right now, and then the finals were immediately after. And it ran until about 6:30 or 7 o'clock at night. So I think we've had 4 squads for a while. Because I think when we added the earlier squad on Friday is when we moved the semifinals to the night.
I just wondered. I mean, I'm thinking. I heard Jerry in the meeting this morning talking about how many teams he's got waiting to get into this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I understand Adam and Liz not being able to bowl together because she had other commitments and skipped a couple of years. But that's taking a big chance for this tournament if you want to bowl, because you get out of this thing and how do you get back in? And I mean, I would have figured he might have tried to bowl with somebody else and keep his spot, but that's why I thought if it was that. If we added the 4th squad, then that opens up a whole lot. So, did you get a bump?
For the first time, I had a machine hiccup here for a second.
Gotcha.
I hadn't seen that one time.
Looked like a glitch in the matrix.
Timmy Barrett goes 7-10 smash and then a 9-pin in 2 frames in a row here.
Brought out matching jerseys for this morning.
And Gus, I got your emails. Gus. So we're good there. Keep them coming.
And we had 2 big games in the last game of the Cashers round last night. Martel and Garcia, 563 to move up from 4th or 5th to the lead. And Daniel Farish and Brandon Flora shot 520 or 530 something.
Yeah.
To move from 15th into the field of 12. They're the only team that started the last game out of the top 12 that made it. By my count, we have at the moment 8 left-handers. Martel, Gohagen, Pollock, Buttriff, Bogacki, Roseberry, Morris, and one of the Tackets. I think Jordan Horns is bowling traditional right-handed at the moment.
Refresh me, but I believe John Bogacki was on the world record team, correct? The 5-man 3-game series, the 3,900 and...
No.
No, he was not? It's been a while since I looked at the list of those guys. I thought he was.
There was a picture that Linda Bradshaw posted.
Oh, that one. The 3-man, 2-woman team. Yes, he was.
But it's also it's 3 men, 2 women, but it's also the big record too, because Nobody else has had higher than that in 5 guys.
3 guys. Was it a trio thing?
No, it was it was at Show Me, wasn't it? And it was 5.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about the show me thing. Yeah.
The 5-person team. 3. It was
Yeah, that's
billed
right.
as a mixed team, but it's also the record for a 5-person team, no matter what composition. But it was 3980 something. It was like 16 pins short of 4,000.
There have been like 4 records in the St. Louis area in the last like 10 years, so they all kind of go together.
I'm almost sure he's part of that team. I'm gonna
You've
look.
you've got the St. Charles group, you've got the Concord group, and
well, that's a single game.
And you had buckets on deck.
that's the St. Charles.
That set it
That was
first.
also a single game, correct?
I figured you had the USB-C record book on your phone, but
Hey, I told you I have mad cow disease.
well, that's why you keep such things around, right?
Yeah.
So if we're looking at the scores here, looks like Garcia and Martel have just a slight lead over Horns and Gohagen right now.
Yeah. The high end is going to finish first. Looks like a decent lead for Farish and Flora over the Tackets. Andre and Andre, Dennis. Both had strikes in the 1st through 5th and 7th through 9th. And then I look over and Andre 379s.
Which one?
Yeah, which one?
Andre Gonzalez.
Which and he didn't text me either.
That is correct.
Linda and Jay Bradshaw, Jana Luden, Jim Luden, and John Bogacki Jr.
Yep. There you go.
All right. I thought.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. We've had a lot of records around here, and they kind of easy to mix them up.
And Bogacki is the only player that is perfect and has a chance at a 300 game coming up. Looks like these pairs are going to get done a little bit sooner.
Yeah, really, really big match for both teams on 41 and 4. Gonzalez 265. Anderson, strike for the win, gets it, puts him in the 260s. Jarrell Morris is trying to finish off with St. Louis 267. Steve Taylor, the laggard of the group, at 245.
Lee, you need to, for the benefit of some of the people in the
What is the St. Louis 267?
talk about that a little bit.
That
No,
is
no.
all strikes and a 9 whiff somewhere in the middle. Because people think our scores are so high around here that we don't shoot spares. St. Louis 279 would be 9 out, Page.
Just to clarify, you actually try it with spare. You just, I mean, it's not like you press it off or anything.
That's
like
correct.
That.
You just do not convert.
You just do not convert.
Greg Thompson strikes there for 238. Jacob Buttriff can bowl 246. Shea and Tim. 245 for Shea. The best Tim can do is 212. So Thompson and Buttriff are going to get the win there.
High score posted so far, Anderson and Gonzalez 533. That's just for this morning.
Right.
High game of the event 579.
That's fixing to be beat.
I wouldn't bet against it.
Roseberry can bowl 239. 241 for Brett Shepard. So they could bowl 480, but not going to be enough as Bartle Jr. and John Bogacki have already pretty much eclipsed that score. Bartle can start with 226 here after boning that 9-pin.
I was wrong, Lee. It's not going to get beat.
I'm going to
I thought you were foreshadowing what's coming later in the day.
Foreshadowing. Oh, no.
I would say the high game of the day will be higher than 533. Somebody's going to beat it.
He just tried a different ball. Did you see that?
Yep. Again, we don't know how these lanes will transition today as the other lane machine put down the oil. Lane 37 was hooking a lot all through qualifying. We do know that. Jacob Buttrick with a nice shot there. John Bogacki Jr. looking to start things off here with a perfect game. Starts here in the 10th frame. He has the front 9 looking for 10. We still have Christmas presents under the tree. Sure does look really good. I'm going to glance at our other pairs as we will come back over for the duration of Bogacki's game to see if he does get 300. GG3 with a strike up in the 9th now. Applying some pressure here. A pretty close match here with our leaders. Again, remember 30 bonus pins at stake, so whoever wins this one will be the leaders. Or we'll take the lead over the other team, I should say, but it doesn't look like the chasers right behind are going to have enough.
Right.
Pollock, 10th frame. Back to Bogacki.
11th.
Ooh, a little high there, a little clean living.
You like that?
Ooh, 7-10 for Buttrick.
You like that?
Nate Garcia with a strike.
Tom was, I'm not sure he was going to try for 300 if they didn't get another Christmas gift today. Is it even worth it?
Liz Johnson finishes with 2-0. Jordan Horns just absolutely pitches one out here on that shot. But we'll go to Bogacki for 300. Comes in light, 298. 298, so that'll be a nice 524 start.
Yep, plus 30
for Bogacki and Partle. We will bounce out of here and finish here. What do you guys see score-wise here? Monitors over there closer to you guys.
Yeah, Garcia's got this second ball in the 10th here, leaves another 9-pin. They're going around. He's got 226. Martell's got 279. Out for 505. Horns goes back up ball at the 2-8-10. Darnier picks it on the live stream. That'll put him at 211. GG3 can also shoot 279, putting them at 490 off. So it's pretty easy to figure out here. The top line, Garcia ahead by 15. The bottom lines are the same. First hit and count for Martell. Or a non-strike by Gohagen. But that's like asking for a winning lottery ticket. It don't happen very often. He strikes a lot, puts the pressure on Martell.
He is very deliberate on the approach.
Martell? Yeah, he is. He's gotten better, though, actually, over the years.
Oh, trips a 6-pin to stay ahead in the match.
Yeah, I've been often very critical of Michael Martell's deliberateness. He's made a lot of finals on a lot of my broadcasts, and he and I have actually had some discussions about it. He hasn't really appreciated me talking about it over the years.
On the air, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, you know, it's something that he needed to work on. His pre-shot routine is just a long one, and he's a hell of a player. I actually was on the Beef and Barnsey show one time, and they asked me to come in and be a mock PBA league drafter, and I actually picked Martel to be on the team because I really do love his ability. But he has come such a long way with his deliberateness. I'm really proud of him, and I'm glad he and I were able to work through that.
Oh, much better shot. That'll put them in the 505 plus 30. That's the last ball to be thrown of the first game. The first ball to be thrown in the second game is over on the second feed. Matchups for game 2, Biondo versus Buttriff, Bittenbender versus Gohagen, Tackett versus Barta, Anderson versus Farish, Martel versus Partle, and Taylor versus Shepard. That's just how I wrote the names down.
That's an easy way to do it, and it's a good way to do it, honestly, because anybody who's following specific teams are going to know who their partner is anyways.
And the Tackett's doesn't matter.
I just wrote Tackett squared on mine, so Tackett squared.
All right, there you go.
Pace should be pretty quick today, folks. Liz with a solid 8.
Ouch.
It sounded good, didn't it?
Looked good going down the lane.
Yep.
Dan Farish was in the way. I didn't see it.
We've got some action on this 35 through 38, Mike, if you want to switch over to it. I don't know if you can right now, but probably you can. Of course you can.
I hope so. There's the aforementioned Dan Farish. Not sure if he didn't shoot 300, so he couldn't have won the can opener, but there was a can opener under the tree. For a 300 game, we've had 2 Friday morning, 5 Friday afternoon, 1 Friday night, 1 Saturday morning, which is mind-blowing considering how high the scores were, 5 Saturday afternoon, and 4 last night. EJ Tackett and Michael Martel, who are at 300 for EJ. I mean, they only made the cut by less than 20 pins. Everybody else made the number by at least 60.
I look at that, and I agree with you. He did make a big split in the 9th frame last night.
Also correct.
I believe it was a 2-4-10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So,
but every shot that could have cost them 20 pins could have knocked them out.
Yep.
They needed all of them. And then they both punched after the split conversion.
almost 900 viewers on the main channel already, Mike.
We've had great viewership all weekend. Thank you, guys. And I do want to try to enhance and make our broadcast even better. Like, I would like to run 3 channels out of here next year. They have fiber optic internet now. So when it wasn't possible before, it is possible now. So I would like to add another one. It all just takes resources, time.
So that other setup is wireless?
And dollars. No, I'm hardwired down
Oh, you're
there.
hardwired?
Yeah,
Okay.
I brought in a network switch this year.
I was going to say, that's really good.
And I really don't want to jinx it, but the internet has not failed one time this entire weekend. So you're welcome on that. I just clouded our booth.
Yep.
So you're welcome.
So on the blank monitors, they're advertising their guest Wi-Fi with a password. It's dangerous to do that when you've got internet in a bowling center sometimes, just for the amount of usage, especially if you're doing a live stream. So sometimes they hide it or change it.
Yeah, and it really was not necessary this year. So, yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about Matt and what they've done here to accommodate us and other tournaments. They host a lot of events here.
Number of college tournaments. They have the Illinois High School Boys State Finals and have had it every year that it's ever happened, which started in 2003. And the unofficial one before that. I don't know how far that went.
Folks, I know not everybody loves this, and I will come back to the full screen monitors, but I've been kind of working on this for a little bit here, and I will continue to tweak it. But I do want to be able to give you more competition. So this does give you a look at all of our lanes.
On the main channel, at least.
Right.
Right. Let us know what you think about this.
It's not easy to build, I can tell you that.
And I would tell you, from watching and being around him, that Mike is not satisfied until it looks exactly the way he wants it to look. He will not take something substandard. So, we're getting lots of feedback.
When I build this out on the regular tours, I get a lot of negative feedback.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people are watching on really small devices.
Yeah.
You know, it turns it into ants marching.
I mean, this is not the biggest monitor in the world. If this was on a big TV, this would be probably pretty good.
Yeah.
You know? But I mean, you can see here, you can see the scores very well here. I kind of like it.
Well done, Mike. That looks good. I'm just tuning in. How many teams this year? We had 232. Yes, this is much better. Yes, it is. Looks good to me since I'm casting on the big screen. Good layout. Love it. This is perfect. I like the quad screen. Maybe a third channel that is the view, like the fan zone. I like the split screen. This is Coffee throwing a Teen Masters ball. Awesome. That's great, Mike. That makes me dizzy, but I get why not everybody loves it.
That's Brendan. Brendan, just fall off the couch. It's okay. Just lay on the floor and watch it, and you'll be fine.
It's not bad on the phone. You just have to hide the chat. Looks awesome. Okay, well, we'll hang.
Remember, two out of the three viewers are watching on a couch or recliner, so.
Right.
But I don't know if they're watching on a big screen or just their tablet or phone.
Yeah, and you're right, Dennis. You know, I continue to tweak this thing.
Yep, I know. I've seen it. Adam Knoll, I'm screencasting to a 58-inch TV. You need one more inch to make it look perfect, Adam. One more. 59 would be perfect.
Makes you wonder how they pick these random TV sizes.
Yep, 70 inches overkill. Life with Albert there and Ollie there. That's just a little overkill. You got room for something else on there.
The one other, if I'm really going to critique this, is EJ Tackett does strike. I thought that 7 was going to stand for a minute.
Yeah.
Is I could make the on-screen graphics for this a little bit skinnier.
Yeah.
Because I need every little extra room that I could possibly get.
What about a sidebar on-screen graphics instead of a top to bottom since it is stacked?
Yeah, it's just tough to get insidebowling.com.
Understand?
You know, across there.
You could stick out as like a peninsula.
Yeah, it could be a peninsula, yeah.
So. That's actually good.
And I will go to full screen when it makes sense.
When somebody's got a 300 or something like that?
Just when, just from time to time, we'll full screen, get a shot of the entire approach. And But for now, this is what we have.
Daniel can't find our second feed, so basically just get on YouTube and search Inside Bowling, and it should be one of the 2 active channels that are on there right now. It'll say live next to the thumbnails.
Certainly the hottest team out of the blocks after the first game and a half is Anderson and Gonzalez. 5:33 the first game.
Andre and Andre.
Andre and Andre. Andrew Anderson struck again in the first frame. That's 2 in a row and 2 of 15.
He has not texted me once. That was a hollow thing that he did for me yesterday. I'm sitting here saying I'm going to get texted by a former PBA Player of the Year.
Does he have your number?
Yeah, he's got my number.
Okay.
He's got my number.
He actually told me, Billy, would you lose my number? But I know anyway. I will find you. How cool is it to have Natalie Tackett in the field here today? She is our only female. I'm sorry, she is not our only female. We have 2 females, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Liz Johnson. But Liz doesn't count because she's got a PBA title.
Yeah.
So everybody knows what I mean when I say this, but she's like a man out here bowling because of her credentials. Andrew Anderson is now calling. He's now calling Dennis Hacker in the booth.
I just commented that I had a promise from a former PBA Player of the Year yesterday that he would text me if he ever got a strike in the first, and then you didn't do it. That was good. Thank you. Just had a call from Andrew Anderson. Andre Anderson, sorry.
Who is
sitting right next to
Yeah,
us.
I can reach out and
Yeah.
tap him on the shoulder. So you didn't get a text from a former Player of the Year. You got a phone call.
I did.
And if they keep striking like this, you might get a phone call every game.
I mean,
which is fine with me, but
it's fine with me too.
or we can just hook up the wireless microphone and let them talk to you.
Could do that too. I wonder if Mike's ever considered that. Wiring somebody up for the day.
It has to be the right person.
I understand that.
We got to make sure we wouldn't need a sensor button. But I'm sure it's been discussed. It can only go so far, though.
You said it's been disgusting?
No, discussed.
Oh, I thought you said it was been disgusting.
No, I mean it could be if you pick the right person. But the range of the wireless mics only goes so far, so it's not like you could. Although right now you could.
Yeah.
We'll have standings for you here in just a little bit, everybody. One common thing that you'll see across all of the pairs is ginormous strings of strikes.
Liz Johnson, Stone 8, next 7. Jordan Horns has 5 in a row. Andre Gonzalez has a lot in a row. Andrew Anderson has a lot in a row.
I'll tell you one of my favorite.
Jarrell Morris has a lot in a row.
One of my favorite things about these events. Okay, I remember probably about 6 or 7 years ago now. E.J. Tackett shows up to the event with a guy by the name of Matt Sanders.
Yep.
And I barely knew who Matt Sanders was. Okay, I barely knew him. And, you know, he's gone on to win a PBA title. And I kind of feel the same thing this year with Andrew Anderson and Andre Gonzalez. I don't really know Andre that well. I haven't covered him. And here comes Andrew. I mean, he obviously can play if Andrew's bowling with him.
Yeah.
Right? Because Andrew, when Andrew Anderson calls, he's probably going to, you're probably going to say yes. So he got to pick really pretty much whoever he wanted to bowl that doesn't have a national title, and he picked Andre. That's saying a lot about the kid's game.
We know about Liz Johnson's game. Her 2 misses are an 8 and a 9
Yeah.
on 36.
It is really good to have them back out here in the top 12. I'm sure some of the teams in the field are like, no, that's not good. we don't want that, but
True, but look around. It's like, is there anybody, even if they're lost in this group of 12, can't find something and shoot 530 at you in a blink?
sure. By the way, that 7 pin that Barta just left, that's been his off hit. I've seen 3 or 4 shots like that for Adam. He leaves a few sticky 7s on this pattern with his ball roll. That is something to look for as you continue to watch the coverage all day. That's kind of what Barta can leave. Some people blower 8, blower 9, 4-9, 4 pin. He leaves that sticky 7. Elizabeth. Oh, trip that 7 out. Nope, cannot.
In her unfortunate quest to leave the back row.
Pollock Biondo taking on Thompson and Buttriff, top left. Top right, Bittenbender and Barrett taking on GG3 and Jordan Horns. Bottom left, you got Tackett and Tackett, Natalie and EJ. Taking on Liz and Adam. Bottom right, Andre Gonzalez, Andrew Anderson.
How cool is
Taking
this
on
got to?
Farish and Flora.
How cool is this got to be for Natalie? Bowling against Liz.
Yeah. Very much so. Dennis,
And
things
going
good?
and going toe to toe with her.
Yeah. Everything.
Things are good, Mike. We should have updated standings here. I know like I said, the pace is really quick here, folks, today, but we should have an updated standings for game number 1 very quickly, and then it will take no time at all to get game number 2 taken care of. So,
Excellent.
Down on the bonus feed, we have on 43 and 4, Jarrell Morris and Steve Taylor. They are behind in their match to Shepard and Roseberry has all of them, I believe.
Okay. Adam Barta is experiencing a little bit of hang on lanes 35 and 36. We saw him come in light pocket for a 7 pin on the right lane, and now has come in light for a 2-pin. I'm actually seeing even Andre Gonzalez right there. That bowling ball also kind of labored off the end of the pattern. Now, I think, you know, just from the last few sample shots that I've seen, and now Pollock leaves that 10-pin, it looks to me that the oil is, that the pattern is playing a little slicker or a little longer down here with oiling with the machine from the low end of the building down here for our finals.
Ashley, I hope they use the red oil machine on the high end and not the black one today. Ashley, we did.
We did.
Great idea.
And
That was a big shot by Tackett there. Puts him ahead.
That is a different Andre Anderson out there today than we've seen the last 2 days.
yes, sir. We do have standings here. They will be getting emailed over as well. I'll let you guys take a look at those and go over those with the folks.
All right. As we talked about in the first match, whoever won that game was going to go into first place, and that was Martel and Garcia. There are currently about 58 pins in the lead over Horns and Gohagen, who remain in second place at 1182. Biondo and Pollack are in third place, 1167. Pardo and Bogacki, 1159, are in fourth. Thompson and Buttriff, 1137 in fifth. 1106, Anderson and Gonzalez, 1104, Johnson and Barda. So take a look at that, folks. 78 pins between 7th and 2nd. Barrett and Bittenbender, tough loss last game, 1066 in 8th place. Taylor and Morris, 1035 in 9th. Shepard and Roseberry, 1032 in 10th, but Roseberry has, it looks like, the front 11 down there right now. Farish and Flora, 999 in 11th. And Tackett squared in 12th, remaining in 12th at 888.
But they're trying to move up here. Tackett is on 36. We have a blackout on both lanes. Adam has iced EJ by knocking out the pair for the time being. Mechanic already on it. He needs Barda and Johnson in the book at 502. EJ needs 8 pins to earn 30.
So that's an interesting situation there, Lee. Typically, if you got to turn both machines off, I mean, I understand the OSHA requirements and whatnot, but if you got to turn both machines off, there's something going on in between the two machines and not specifically one machine itself. So it's got to be a motor or a belt back there. That's common to both, and here they both come back on again, we think. At least 35 is on, 36 is
There it
on.
goes. We just had 2 balls come back at once, so
All right.
I'm guessing the pin got stuck up in there or something.
And EJ is inspecting the ball, probably, you know, there's going to be marks on it, belt marks, possibly heat, probably from getting stuck in there at this point, so.
Oh. All seems well. Steps up quickly, needs 8 for 30. 9 will work.
And did we have 300 by Roseberry down there?
We did. Off on the second feed, Roseberry 300. And it's his first 300
Ever?
of the weekend.
Oh, okay.
That'd be really cool if it was, but it's not.
No.
Their opponents were Taylor and Morris, who shot 450. Brett Shepard can shoot 223. He's already got the first hit in the 10th.
Hey, Trevor, So Trevor in
Oh.
the chat says, why not drench the lanes in oil and make it very hard for them to strike? Trevor, we had 464 people come from entire corners, little bitty places in this country to come to this place and bowl this tournament this weekend. We paid a $10,000 first prize. I don't know what the prize list total was. Mike can probably give me a ballpark on that when he sits back down here, but
78-8, I believe.
78-8 in prize money. The bowling center was packed full on Friday. The bowling center was packed full on Saturday. Why in the world would we change that formula? I'm a purist too. I like tough shots. I like watching bowlers try to figure stuff like that out. I like quality bowling, but this tournament is its own entity. It's always had this identity, and again, there's just no reason to switch it.
Just a couple matches finishing up. The only one has more than a frame left. Really, is only part of a frame. Partle and Bogacki on 41 and 2. They trail by 28. They are bowling. Garcia and Martel are leaders.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I agree. I like tough conditions. He says we could show who can adapt in a hardcore mode. There's other places that do that just fine. That's their identity, and it's fantastic for them. That's not us.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Anderson and Gonzalez just shot 533 again. Nothing wrong with starting off 533 plus 30, 533 plus 30.
Absolutely. Folks were saying that Natalie Tackett has a lot of history in this house, and that she wouldn't be surprising to watch her put on a clinic today for folks. That she knows this place.
Yep, everything you're seeing on our quad screen here is game 3. One match left in game 2. Partle in the book at 35. Garcia in the book at 37. Bogacki can only shoot 190. Martel's in the 210s now, can make it to the 230s.
So this is the end of game 2, right, for him?
Yes.
All right, so he just left a 298 down here, and he's going to shoot 190 on the next pair that he goes to.
That's correct.
Looks like there's some built-in difficulty just in a regular old tournament here. There was a question here a little bit ago about side action, starting with, in the qualifying squads, and even last night, they ran $5 brackets. I think Lee said they did doubles brackets as well.
Yep.
They did high game pot. Each game they did total high game pot.
Yep.
I would imagine individually.
Yep.
And team or not?
Yeah, $5 individual, $10 individual, which are the 4-game variety. Doubles brackets, jackpots for singles, jackpots for doubles, and an individual side pot by squad. The max out in qualifying per team was $3,020, which does not include the $400 entry fee that was prepaid. There were some bracket action last night, but it was
not as much.
not as much, nor is it ever.
Well, see, last night was more about getting here today.
Yep.
Because bottom pay spot, if I remember right, and this may be a little bit different. I don't think it's down. If it's anything, it's probably up. But bottom pay spot for the top 12 is $1,000.
Yep.
Okay.
$1,000, moving up to $1,500 for 7th, $2,500 for 6th, $3,500 for 5th, $4,500 for 4th, $5,000 for 3rd, $6,500 for 2nd, and $10,000 for first place. Everybody who cashed, all 58 teams, got at least double their $400 entry fee.
So all the way down to 58th place, even if they didn't bowl last night on what we called the cashier's round or the semifinals, they still got $800 at least, and up to 46. There were some increments. 47th place got $820. This is just a very successful event right now, and until the event itself starts telling us that this is not the way to do it, I'm pretty sure nothing's going to change.
All right, matchups for Game 3, many of which have already started. Anderson, team of the day so far, versus Barta. Martell versus Taylor. Farish against Biondo. Buttriff and Tackett squared. And on the high end, Shepard against Gohagen. And Bittenbender versus Partle. We have 3 teams that are 2-0, Martell, Buttriff, and Anderson. The teams that came into today, 2nd and 3rd, that would be Gohagen and Barta, are combined 0-4.
Wow.
Although Barta and Liz shot 500. Lost by 2 pins.
Is E.J. Tackett the most notable in this tournament for big names? I'd say probably has the most titles.
I would say of the names that are left, I would agree with that. Of those who entered, I would say no. There was this guy named Weber who bowled.
Yeah.
Buttriff's not far behind him, though. EJ's been around on the tour a little bit longer. More people probably know who he is.
EJ's not old enough to be in PBA Hall of Fame yet, I don't think. He's got the credentials already, but I don't think he's old enough. But definite Hall of Famer right there. Typically 10 titles is... Jordan, give us a little bit. We're dealing with something here, so we'll get that back to you as soon as we can. I've always envied people who can do that. That go straight to a pin like that with any ball that they have in their hand.
Especially for those who travel, that's one less bowling ball.
Yeah.
For traveling purposes. But a plastic ball hard and straight at is just fine too. Or if you're Derek Roseberry, a plastic ball that strikes at will. You shoot 300 with it.
Watching some of the reactions, not the ball reactions, but the people reactions out there right now when they're expecting the ball to do something and it doesn't do what they've seen it do. Almost have to relearn the characteristics today.
I mean, the scores are just fine.
Oh yeah, they are.
Two to one split of right-handers to left-handers of this group of 24. Although some of those left-handers are going to hook the lane by definition. Martell and, well, Roseberry's doing a little plastic, but then you got Eric Pollock here and Natalie Tackett throwing pretty straight for now.
Pretty straight. Jacob with that little voodoo release he's got, a wrist that goes any direction that he wants it to go.
I forgot about that. Exceptional flexibility. How about that?
Absolutely.
Got the quad box back up. Match between Biondo and Ferris moving right along, already in the fifth frame.
Mike, how do you like it whenever they have screen graphics on and you've got this all set up? I mean, in the middle of what we're able to see for a score, all of a sudden you got the little cartoons going on.
I know, yeah. I'm not thrilled with that, but
I didn't think you might be.
All right, scores after two. Martell and Garcia still in the lead, 13-43. Anderson and Gonzalez have advanced from ninth at the beginning of the day to second at 12-69. That's what back-to-back 530s does for you. Buttriff and Thompson in third, 12-16. Johnson and Barta fourth, 12-06. And then we've got five teams, Dennis, within 22 pins, fifth to ninth. Biondo and Pollock, 1195. Partle and Bogacki, 1184. Horns and Gohagen, 1178. Barrett and Bittenbender, 1176. Roseberry and Shepard, 1173. The last three teams are close together as well. Taylor and Morris, Farish and Flora, and Tackett Squared.
Now, folks, I need to let you know a little behind the scenes of something that just went on here a little bit. So, I saw Roseberry had the front 10 down there or whatever, and I went to go select that source over here in our machine because I have an NDI output happening down there. Well, because I renamed it over here to make it easier on myself, I didn't realize that it stopped it. And it wasn't communicating. So I needed to rename it exactly what that computer was, and and it's a long thing, right? So I went to go delete it down here, and it didn't like it. So it froze this machine down here for a second. So I went down there to go stop the NDI output, and it locked up the machine down there and gave me the Apple little spinning pinwheel thing. So I had to wait for that game to get over. So then I come down here, and I'm like, I need to be able to delete this NDI output down here, and I deleted the quad box. And you can't undo it. So all the time I spent building that quad box, I couldn't undo it. So if you notice, we had game 2 graphic up for a while, and then I switched over to the one pair. I just rebuilt the quad box. And now I got to go down to the NDI output down there, but I had to stop the stream down there because Wirecast crashed, so I had to wait till the end of the game. So it was like some frozen frames for about 30 seconds. I restarted that down there. It's up and running, no problem. And now I just rebuilt this quad box. So
And it's all my fault. So for the last like 10 minutes, I've been working on all this, and it was completely unnecessary and just didn't even need to happen. But as I told Mike Miniman down there and a few other folks when they were watching me do this, they said, "Why are you smiling about this?" I said, "Because I know how to fix it. The only time I don't smile is when there's a problem and I don't know how to fix it." So there's a little behind-the-scenes technical stuff for you guys that you don't get to see, and that's what was going on.
Big match over there. Dennis on 29 and 30. Barta and Johnson find themselves in another close one with the red-hot team of Anderson and Gonzalez.
Hold that thought for a second, Lee. Folks, I got you on the scores. I see what you're talking about. Mike's coming back to us right now, and I will tell him. So the scores are the same on the top and the bottom, even though the bottom ones aren't the right people.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
You're right. Oh, man. Yep.
Did you guys hear that? Oh, no, oh, no, oh, man. He's smiling, though.
But he knows how to fix that one.
Because he knows how to fix it. It's just not fun.
Oh, boy.
We've got it.
Swing and a miss.
And Daniel, there's no reason to frown. Mike is smiling here. He knows what he knows because he knows how to fix it.
Let me see if this...
Daniel's got a frown in there.
I don't know if this thing's going to actually do this. Boy, this would be great if it crops it perfectly. There's no way it's going to happen. No.
Well, we can talk through the scores that are actually happening on the bottom.
Guys, everybody, this is so my fault. See, so here's what happens when I replace it with the other ones, just for you guys to see. So, but I can get there quickly.
Okay.
I can get there quickly.
All right.
He's going to fix it.
Yep. Farish and Flora have a 3-pin lead over Pollock and Biondo. Thompson and Buttriff have a 26-pin lead, assuming Natalie converts the spare.
Guys, Lee just updated you on the scores that you can't see currently, just to let you know that. So we're kind of going to keep you verbally updated on that. And
we're going to visually be there in about 20 seconds.
yeah, 20 seconds. Andre Anderson did not strike on that one. They're still doing okay down there.
Oh.
And to those of you that don't get our humor, we like to call people by the wrong names on purpose consistently for a long period of time.
Yes.
So we do know that it's Andrew Anderson, but his name will be Andre the rest of the day.
And he said it was fine. I checked with him, and he's bowling better by us calling him Andre right now.
Are those scores now correct?
They absolutely are.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I don't know if anybody was timing that, but I think it was about 20 seconds.
All right. Can I release my? I was holding that thought for like 5 minutes.
Release the thought. Lee,
all right, we're going to release the thought.
What would happen if he keeps something in his head for a while? So go ahead.
It usually goes away, and I forget what it is. Liz Johnson, lane 30. Good strike there. They're bowling against the aforementioned Andre Anderson and Gonzalez. Bart and Johnson have 59 and 70 left. Anderson. So they are now going to have 79. And 35.
So right now
really close match.
Yeah, it's a hit
either way.
Either way, and I think Andre wanted that one to set himself up for the 10th frame. He really wanted that one, it seemed like. His extension today is better. And who am I to critique a PBA Player of the Year? But that's what I saw in that last shot.
There, Adam got that 7-pin to go. Mike, you were talking. How about that half pocket 7 standing
oh my
up?
God.
Oh, ouch.
Brandon did not like that hit on 36. Holy cow.
They're in a close match as well. A little bit behind.
I do want to remind everyone that if you're looking for the other 2 matches, you can go check it out on channel 2, and I have that pinned at the top of the chat if you'd like to go check out our second channel.
All right, so this is critical right here on the top left of your screen right now. For Anderson and Gonzalez to have any chance at all, Andre has to strike on this first ball in the 10th frame, and he's taking a re-rack right now. Liz is setting herself up the ball on the other side, and she's actually going to go first, it looks like. It's about a 20-pin difference, 20 plus sticks, right?
Well, here's Liz.
Oh,
Good shot. So
Yeah.
they've got 529
so it's more than that
off,
because
whereas Anderson and Gonzalez have 79 and 35, which is 514. It's a 15-pin match if they all strike out.
right now. If they all strike out, but Johnson and Barta could actually miss. They'd have to miss twice, right?
Or Liz could, or Adam missing first ball in the 10th would be
Right.
enough to flip it as well.
Okay.
But it's the second match that they found themselves in a row where they're going to shoot 500 or more and be in a really tight match.
Right.
They shot 502 and lost by 2.
Here's Liz again. Half 10.
Yeah, so they're still okay. It cost their 11.
Right. So they're still got a 4-pin lead if everything what we figured out was right, right? 4-pin lead right now. Assuming that she makes this. This is a huge shot for Gonzalez right now.
I believe he won the Detroit Masters, I read in the chat recently.
Oh,
He
back,
goes 4-pin.
back
Yep.
to 15.
Back to 15.
They can still shoot their third consecutive 500 game in a row. The 2 teams that are currently in the lead, Martel and Garcia, Anderson and Gonzalez, they're going to meet in game 7.
Gotcha. So 268 for Andre, 248 for Liz. So that's a 20-pin lead there.
Jarrell Morris. Jarrell's made a couple of finals now. He in a doubles event down at Kevin Williams' event. He made it with Cam Crow. He's in the red hoodie.
You see that?
I just did. I looked over
Sorry, Mike.
on the bonus channel.
Solid 8.
Yep, solid 8
For
in the
Adam
first ball,
Barta.
the 10th.
I was looking over at Derek Roseberry throwing his plastic ball as the front 9 after shooting 300
So, and on a different pair.
on the next pair over.
Yep.
On the second channel.
Andrew had a chance.
Yeah.
Andre, sorry, had a chance, and he did not convert. So it's going to be a win for Barta and Johnson. It'll be Anderson and Gonzalez's first loss.
Yeah. We'll shoot 480 with a spare and a strike.
Yep. He knew he needed that
Yeah.
too. He's a little disappointed.
I mean, that's a team that's pulling Barta and Johnson. In the last 2 games, they've left a stone 9 and 2 stone 8s between them.
Right. So if you're looking to see the end of Roseberry's second big game in a row, switch down to the second channel. They're on the left pair of that second channel.
Yeah. Yeah, 496 it looks like for Barta and Johnson. Their first win. Roseberry didn't look like he liked it. 7-pin. Yeah, I mean, he evaded the cloud for a while. At 21 in a row is pretty good. Buttriff won their match over Tack at 451-444. On 35 and 6, Farish and Flora over Biondo and Pollock, 515 to 469.
John Addig is asking if there's a list of previous winners. We've had that question a few times this weekend. We believe that there is. I've seen it on Facebook recently, and it's not something that's attached to the Holiday Doubles Facebook page right now. But let's see if we can work on that for this year and get something like that for you, so that you could possibly have that tied to us, at least on the Facebook page going forward. It's a great idea. Be something we'd like to look back at as well each time. So Mickey, I'm not sure what is going on that you couldn't watch him throw this game. It's on the second channel. All you had to do was switch over to it.
Oh. You have 3 matches remaining. Taylor, sounded like a buzzer just went off somewhere, didn't it?
I don't hear it.
Jerome Morris fouled on 32.
Oh.
I haven't completely lost it yet, Dennis. I'm working on it. But
no, I'm not saying that you did. I just, like I said, I didn't hear it. James, we don't have the individual games right now. I don't specifically know what Roseberry had game 1. We could find that out. One of the score runners comes through here. I'll stop him and look at the clipboard real quick and see what's going on there for you. There's still 2 frames or so to go in game 3 on the top right of your split screen right now. That is the end of that game 3. And then on the second channel, both lanes are finishing up here.
Horns and Gohagen finished with 473. Brett Shepard, Phil shot remains. He strikes on it. They're going to shoot 482 and take the win. 2 in a row for them. Gohagen and Horns 0-3 this morning. Looks like they've been bowling well. They're just running into buzzsaws, but they're all over the place. It's not that hard to do right now.
I was going to say buzzsaws are in the top 12.
They're bowling against buzzsaws, throwing big games.
Buzzsaws.
And then the last pair going is the the St. Louis match on the other pair, Partle and Bogacki against Barrett and Bittenbender. Shea shot 211. Tim can shoot 27.
So it's like Shea took a game off there.
Partle can shoot, I'm sorry. Tom is done at 221. John can shoot 205.
So it looks like a win for
It's very close,
Tim and
Dennis.
Shea.
No, not yet, because that would mean 38 versus 26. Tim needs 9. Gets 10.
There's always extra.
Always something, Dennis.
Always extra.
Yeah, so that'll put them in the high 430s.
Nice game for Steve Taylor here as you're watching that game complete itself on the top right of your screen. You can see that as some of these folks get to their new pairs and everybody's there, they're going to go ahead and start game number 4. We'll switch the graphic as soon as we have game 3 totally complete here. Thanks for joining us this morning, folks. It looks to me like we have a little over 1,100 people watching this first channel, and the folks that switch over to the second channel are counted separately down there, but it's typically been between 200 and 300 on that channel alone.
Steve Taylor, 269.
Yeah, very nice.
So they win the top line by 70. Jarrell Morris can still shoot 226. Yeah, it's going to be a win for Taylor and Morris. That other line can't flip by 70.
Right.
Michael Martell and Eric Garcia will be handed their first defeat of the morning. Still morning, isn't it?
It is. There were 3 undefeated teams, Anderson, Gonzalez, Martell, and Garcia, and who was the third?
Buttriff.
And did they win?
They are the last.
So they are undefeated.
They are
right
the
now.
last unbeaten
Okay.
at 3-0. Only one team is 0-3, and that's Gohagen and Horns.
And they were the leaders going into the
And they were in second place.
They're second place. You're
7 pins behind first.
right.
Matchups, Dennis, for game 4.
I was waiting for that, Lee.
Partle versus Tackett Squared. Buttriff versus Shepherd. And they're red hot, with Roseberry throwing 21 in a row. Anderson against Gohagen. Taylor against Biondo. And on the second feed, Shepherd against Gohagen. I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong numbers. I had them right, and then I flipped them. Partle and Tackett, Buttriff and Shepherd, Anderson, Gohagen, Taylor, Biondo, Farish, Bittenbender, Martell, Barta. That's everybody.
So Liz and Adam flipped from one end all the way down to the other
they went
end.
from 30 to 44.
Yep. It was really interesting talking to Andrew Anderson yesterday about how the center played. I mean, he pretty much simplified it and said that for him the biggest difference was the first 14 lanes to the rest of the whole center, if you think about it. That's what we got from him. And after he was in the booth with us, it was cool because I had folks come up to me just talking in the concourse as I was walking around saying, listening to guys like that talk to us about how they played the tournament after watching them bowl for a squad was some of the things they liked the most about this, being able to sit and listen to them talk about it. So,
and when he was, their qualifying block, Gonzalez outscored him by about, 300?
Yeah,
Andrew only averaged about 210 in qualifying.
right.
They were
Yeah, he was barely 90 something over. I think it was all
80,
it was.
90, something like that.
Yeah,
Whereas Andre Gonzalez was 380-ish.
and then last night in the 5 games, I believe he said that he contributed like 2 of them. Really, the rest of them he just kind of hung in there. So. But today he's been there.
Yep. Yeah, they started last night's qualifying block. This isn't completely final, but they were in the 30s.
Yeah.
In terms of position.
Right.
Made it all the way up to 9th. And then after 2 games this morning, they're in 2nd. Do what you, I believe, follow the lane assignment, but I would. They look like, I saw that look. Eric and Brandon start looking at us like they're going to ask a question and that we know the answer.
Right.
Like, if you guys haven't figured out how you're following the lanes by game 4.
No. I mean, to be fair, when you're in a bowling center and you turn around and you're looking for somebody that you think might have authority, and we are sitting here the entire time.
It's
they
true.
think that we know what's going on. The folks in the chat obviously realize that we don't have any idea what's going on.
That's right.
I'm just kidding.
We got the scores down.
We do.
We know something about bowling.
You do. Me, I'm just kind of sitting here, hanging out.
And that's what I think makes this work. You know a lot about bowling. Mike knows a lot about bowling. I know a lot about bowling, but it's not the same stuff.
Right.
There's always something to learn. We don't know the same people. We haven't lived in the same places. And our 1,100 plus a couple other 100 people are split around the world watching us here. Hammer Holiday Doubles. St. Clair Bowl, Fairview Heights, Illinois, not far from Greater St. Louis. Bowl TV's Mike Flanagan, USBC's Dennis Hacker, and
Mike Flanagan,
and St. Clair, and no one's Lee Boudouris.
That's funny.
Bringing you the action here, game 4 of 12.
Yeah, and hey everybody, I'm going to do something really quick since we're kind of towards the beginning of a game. We're going to actually experience a little buffering here for probably up to 60 seconds. I have to do something to try to improve our overall stream. So we will be stepping away for just a moment, and you will see some buffering, but then we'll be back. The second channel, I just did the same thing. I did a little reset, and everything's working great down there. So I'll be back in just a minute with you. Okay, we should be back.
While everyone enjoyed that commercial, we did get scores after game 3. Top 2 unchanged, but the lead has shrunk. Martel and Garcia, 1375. Anderson and Gonzalez, 1359. 16 pins between first and second. It was about 75. Johnson and Barta up to third, 1332. Thompson and Butcher fourth, 1297. Shepard and Roseberry fifth, 1285. These numbers are all real close to each other here in the middle. Biondo and Pollock sixth, 1264. Horns and Gohagen seventh, 1251. Barrett and Bender eighth, 1244. Ninth, Pardo and Bogacki 1211. 10th, Taylor and Morris 1210. Farish and Flora 1169. Tackett and Tackett 1066. So what that means is that there is only 165 pins, Dennis, between 1st and 10th.
I will say, the scoring pace. I mean, right now that's the one hit in the middle of a game can move you 3 or 4 spots in the standings right now.
If you're George Gohagan, who just carried a light mixer.
And if you think about it, I was looking earlier and I was thinking, okay, so we've got 2 full games against 2 full games, and we're giving just 30 bonus pins, which is normally given on a single game match play, and that makes a huge difference in the standings sometimes. How much could 30 pins do if you're actually talking about a doubles team versus that? But if we're with the scores what they are right now, and I'm saying one hit makes a difference, 30 pins is one hit in the middle of a string of strikes. It's 20, 21 versus 30, but it's that. So that can make things change 40 or 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah, we saw EJ Tackett a couple games ago need 9, or he needed 8. 8 meant 38 on one shot.
Mark Sullivan wants to know, for a bowler to have a shot in this tournament, what would they need to average? Mark, tell me what you mean by a shot. You talking about winning the tournament? You talking about making it to
I
here?
think he means, hey, to have a shot to win.
To have a shot to win, okay.
What would they need to average?
So Lee's going to do a little math for you right now.
So to make the top 12 over 13 games, 8 games, and then 5 games, the last team in, averaged 234.35 for 13 games.
And then we talked about to get,
and they came in 200 pins behind first.
Right, and then 200 pins behind first, like you great
right.
point. And that was for 8 games, and that's another 25 per game, 12 and a half per person. So we're talking 240 something, right?
The leaders after yesterday, Martel and Garcia, averaged 242.69.
Okay.
So 8 more pins per bowler per game.
And we saw the
to cash.
We saw the disparity between. We talked about Andre and Andrew yesterday. The disparity between the two of them during qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, 300 pins ish.
Andrew Anderson averaged just over 210, and Andre took care of the rest of that. So some of the averages were huge.
Yeah. To cash through the 8 qualifying games took an average of 224.25.
Okay. The oil pattern is St. Clair's typical house shot. Andrew Anderson's got himself a horse. Look at this guy. Bottom left-hand side. Look at this guy.
And they're in a close match with Gohagan, who's got the same score on the same side of the lane. They keep matching punches. It's going to come up to the right-handers to decide it.
So, and Mike, you were talking about the fact that Andre won, you said the Detroit Masters?
Yeah.
Well, Detroit has been arguably the bowling capital of the United States for a while as far as number of members and competitions and whatnot. But don't you think it's cool that, a guy like Andrew, who could go out and get anybody in the whole world to bowl with him, he picks somebody from home, basically, to bring him to one of these tournaments here and compete with them.
There's something kind of cool about discovering talent and bringing them with you, and people saying, "Who's this guy?"
Yeah.
That's my partner. That's who I picked. That's who I wanted to bowl with, and again, I said it earlier. If you weren't here, for the folks that weren't here, Matt Sanders was brought in by EJ Tackett at Concord about 5-6 years ago. I didn't know who Matt Sanders really was, and he went on to be on tour. And now obviously they can't bowl together because they both have tour titles. Tom Partle Jr. with a nice shot there. I also was able we got the standings coming in now, so I'll be able to put those up on the screen. I had them up there for a little bit for everybody a little while ago. If you missed it, you can rewind back, take a screenshot if you'd like to look at the standings.
Oh,
Did he get it?
he did not.
He did not get it. Okay. You couldn't really tell from the reaction.
Messenger made it about halfway
Yeah.
across before.
He thought he was going to maybe or something like that.
Another Messenger that doesn't get the job done.
Right.
That one had twice the velocity and still didn't hit it. And an unforced
goodness.
error in a exceptionally close match.
And it looked like he stuck a little bit, though, and that wasn't an act. I mean, afterwards, you always slide your foot whenever that happens, but it did look like he stopped abruptly on that shot just then as he made the shot. So,
And Gohagen and Hordes lead the match
Good
by
grief.
14, now 15. GG3 had a 300 game qualifying.
I'm checking up on some messages finally that have been coming in. Personal messages. Gene Vincent wants to tell you hello, Dennis.
hi, Gene.
Also wants to give a shout out to all of us for doing a great job.
Even Lee.
Even Lee.
Thank you, Gene.
You know, it's good to have Lee back. Always enjoy his commentary.
Absolutely. You know, Lee, earlier you were talking about where we all come from, that we're all different from different places and that we all have different levels of knowledge and stuff. I was thinking about on the way over here, Mike thanks us at the end of every block for doing this, for hanging around with him and sitting here. But I feel like it's a privilege to be here. My youngest daughter's 30 years old now, and she talked to me. She's probably not listening, so she doesn't care that I said that. But she talked to me a little while ago, and she said that anybody who actually took a look at what I was doing right now in my life would envy me, because there's not many people that get to retire and live out the rest of their life doing exactly what they love to do. And that's pretty perceptive for a young person.
Well, congratulations, Dennis.
Don't you think that's
a congratulatory celebration there.
Yeah, it is. It truly is. And Mike's alluded to my involvement with the USBC the last couple of days a little bit. I would tell you that that is also a privilege right there. It's a total volunteer position. You do it for the love of the game. You do it because you think it's important work that we do down there. And I'm very grateful for all of that. So it's pretty cool just to be here.
Well, thank you for that, Dennis.
Yep.
I got to tell you, I'm loving this red lane machine down here. I was talking to Mike Miniman, who has operated the shop here for a couple of decades, actually, who is semi-retired now, and congratulations to him on being able to semi-retire. But we were talking, and he goes, you know, in this bowling center, we've always kind of wondered, you know, the red machine, the black machine, you know, when we oil, you know, and we think we kind of know, but we don't know. And he goes, I'm telling you right now, this red machine down here, we know now. They are tighter. You know, it is putting down a condition that does seem to play a little bit longer, a little bit tighter, even though it's the exact same pattern. And I had two competitors walk up to me and go, hey, by the way, that call with doing that down here with the 12 games we have to bowl, great call.
Really?
Yeah, two competitors.
Walked up to you and said that?
Walked up to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
It just made a lot of sense. So, you know, what they may want to do here, depending on how the leagues bowl on the black machine versus the red machine, you know, there may be some league bowlers saying, oh, I can't bowl very good because it's too much oil, you know, or whatever. They either need to take one down or one up. You know what I mean? They probably need to enhance the loads of the milliliters on one as opposed to the other, or decrease. Gohagen needed that one.
Yeah, he did.
And he let out a little, what do they call that?
Expletive?
Expletive.
Expletive.
In his disgust that he didn't carry that shot.
Emote.
Yes, an emote.
He also needs a spare.
They're gonna win So even a 9 out would be 67 and 17, 84.
Oh, you're right. They'll win by.
Anderson and Gonzalez can only get to 82.
Yep, they're going to win by 2 pins no matter what happens here. He's got to calm himself down, but George is a professional. Not a professional, but a professional.
So that's their first win.
Yep, 30 bonus pins, very important. Darrell Morris. Yeah, they're definitely playing longer. I mean, I think we're getting a little carry down. I really do.
Well,
Which is so unusual because we've been calling 5 squads in a cashier's round on lane 37. We were talking about how it's the most sparky lane almost in the entire building.
yeah.
And we're seeing guys go light on it. And I shouldn't say guys. I should say athletes.
Athletes.
Because we do have 2 phenomenal female players in the field.
Andrew changing balls for the fill here. Andre, sorry. And Andre.
Now, guys, I've been working on technical stuff and communicating with some people and doing some things. I'm back in the booth, I think, full-time for a while here. This 37 and 38, Eric Pollock went 7 spare, not a 9 spare, a 7 spare. I don't know what he left there. Then triple, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare. He has struck every time on this left lane, but has only struck 1 time on the right lane. And from Jarrell's last shot, it looked like, he went light. And I wonder if Eric, how he's attacking them, because I haven't been watching every shot here. I want to really hone in on Eric Pollock. That was not his best shot, and it looked like inside a target, and it held. He's a little deeper than I thought he would be. So a bad sample size, but still perfect on the left lane.
Well, he was playing straighter than that earlier, too. You're right. He was deeper on that shot right there.
So we got 1 match in the books. Steve Taylor, doubles now.
Tom Pardo strike there on the top left, looking for 250 here against the Tackett squared team.
Yeah.
Natalie can finish with 217, is it?
Yes. So a win for Partle and Bogacki. I'll take them to 2 and 2.
I asked this on the first day, I believe, but I'm going to reiterate. I think that putting doubles teams on the same side of the lane is a brilliant move, and it's typically not done that way.
Dennis, before you leave, you have to check and see if Jeremy Hunt's phone is here. Supposedly it could potentially have been found.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly, potentially.
Potentially, but supposedly.
Yeah, Johnny Brown just sent me a private message on Facebook and said, hey, I hear his phone was found. Can you have Dennis bring it to us?
Oh.
Uber Dennis.
They're asking. They're acting like they know me or something.
Tom Partle.
I kind of know those guys.
I'll tell you, Partle likes to hook it. He's playing a little further right now, and Steve Taylor just tripped out the 5-7 late. I just keep talking about this this oil traveling down lane because I like it. I really do.
Yeah.
That'll be a win for Buttriff and Thompson. 4 in a row. Jacob, one more fill shot to match his partner. 35-35. They are 4-0.
They're on the move. Light again on the left lane.
Wow.
And he left the same thing the last time on that lane, minus the 7-pin. That one looked even more amped up, even a little harder, a little faster. Picking up speed as it goes down the lane. I mean, that's impossible, but you know what I mean.
I do.
All right. So Jarrell Morris open in the 9th.
Yep, currently a 14-pin lead for Taylor and Morris. Taylor with the double, Morris with the open.
Rich Shepard's been shaking his head a little bit today. I think he wants to help his partner a little bit more.
Oh, now Eric leaves the 10 pin on that lane.
Wow.
So Steve Taylor stepping up here. Can get 30 on this ball for his team. With the 2 hammers up there, the 2 strikes. Steve Taylor. Oh, he comes in light now. This 37 and 8. This pair is playing tight. I mean, if you're leaving 3 7s for a left-hander and you're leaving full buckets for a right-hander, unless these guys are just, you know, throwing a little bit harder and amping up. Pollock left a sticky 10 here.
Well, as you said, we had the bird's eye view on this pair all weekend, and it is truly different looking today than it did.
Full screen.
Oh, missed it.
That's very uncharacteristic for Steve Taylor to miss that.
Over on 41 and 42, Tim Barrett needed the strike to lock up 30 bonus pins. Gets it.
Those two are so businesslike, aren't they?
They really are.
Just 2 matches left. Here's Jarrell Taylor, needs to pick up his partner. And missed in.
So Morris leaves the 6 pin.
Biondo up here on the left. Just to lock the match up. Fantastic shot right
And they
there.
can get to 445 and 30 bonus, give them 75 over.
Fantastic shot right there.
And you're right, the high end is where all the bowling is left, and I'm still troubleshooting trying to get that camera to come into our feed here. So I'm actually, as soon as this match is over, I'm actually going to unplug our internet here, which is like, you would think, what are you doing? But I'm going to unplug our internet and try to reset our internet connection down here in between the next 2 matches. In an effort to bring you as much possible coverage. The matches that are still going on are on channel number 2, feed number 2. You can go check them out. Farish and Flora taking on Bittenbender. And then right next door you have Barta and Johnson. Down there taking on Martel and Garcia.
Still 2 frames left in that match, but we can, while we have a second, take a look at the matchups for Game 5. Farish and Shepard in an all-Kentucky match. They will stop before the match for a playing of my old Kentucky home. Anderson and Partle on 31 and 2. In front of us here in the booth, Martel and Buttriff. Be a good match. Against Bittenbender and Barta. And on the high end, Taylor and Taylor.
While we're waiting, we could bring it into the booth for the first time today, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was
Good
working.
morning.
We are 33% of the way through today's competition. And through 3 games, I know we just had another game. We'll pop the standings up on the screen. Martel and Garcia lead after 3. Anderson, Gonzalez, Andre and Andre, as we like to call them. Johnson, Barta. There's really only one team that has kind of really fallen out of things, and that's Tackett and Tackett.
Oh.
They've gotten off to a rough start. Doesn't mean that they couldn't get things turned around here with 9 games to play.
And there's incentive. We talked about 12th place being $1,000, but there's pretty good money in the top 6. So just getting into the top 6 is worthwhile.
Yeah, that's
at
true.
this point. So.
Yep.
And we're almost through 4 games. We have Buttriff and Thompson 4-0. Bittenbender and Barrett are 3-1. With they've won 3 in a row. Everybody's got a win now. Trying to see what's going on in that other match. Looks like Garcia and Martel with a 20-something pin lead over Liz and Adam. Liz left another 9 pin in the 9th frame. She's starting to collect those.
And that is still finishing up game 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And she pockets 7 10.
Pocket 7-10. Yep.
So that's pretty much going to give that match to Garcia and Martel, who opened the day in the lead, and after 3 games we're still there. It's not going to be the biggest game they've thrown today, Dennis, but it's still going to be fine. Garcia is in the 2 teens, and Martel can still shoot 240. But they're going to get that 30 bonus. The teams that won that game came into today first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. It's not where they are now, but
Right.
it looks pretty on my sheet like that.
Yeah. It does. Laura, I don't believe we've got a published prize list online right now. She's asking how many 710s have been picked up this week. I know of one. I didn't know of the second one. So I know about Jason Queen, but I don't know.
Well, that's more than I knew.
I don't know the other one. Who's the other one?
We're up to 19 300 games on the weekend.
Harley Bollinger. Did not know that.
Okay.
Did not know that.
With 46 lanes of competition and us being on one side, there's a lot that we just can't get to.
No, that's I don't accept that, Lee. You should know more than me. You should know this stuff. I depend on you for this.
I try.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
All right, starting game 5. Dan Ferris with his Louisville black and red on today.
We don't have the split up right now, folks, because there's only action on one of the four lane sets. So we'll bring that to you whenever there is action on all of them.
Yeah, the match on 43 and 4 just finished 443 for Martel and Garcia versus 4-16 for Adam and Liz.
Daddy just fixed his toy. Just want to let you guys know.
I saw it.
Just so everybody can see it. We can now access the second channel from the booth. That is a huge win for me. I've been trying for 2 games to fix this technical glitch, and I just figured out how to do it.
It was a technical glitch.
It really was. But guess what we have now? Let's go back to our quad box. Let's get back to the quad box, everybody.
Yeah. I told them there wasn't action on 4 of the lanes.
Yeah, we call it the double stack, double wide out on the PBA 50 tour. That's
Gotcha.
what Craig Elliott likes to call it.
Okay.
So we'll just whatever you want to call it. Here they like to call it the quad box. It is kind of weird how channel to channel the chat has different names for things, different networks. Oh, hello, Brett Shepard. Nice little 5 into the 10.
So here's a question for you, Mike. Do you think that there will be fans of the PBA that join us on Bull TV this year that either haven't previously seen PWBA or any of the USBC stuff and be introduced to it now?
Oh, sure. And I think there's going to be several people that have already subscribed that are now going to check out the PBA tour. I mean, different strokes for different folks, man. You know what I mean? You might like one cooking show, but then another cooking show is like nails on a chalkboard, right?
Well,
so, and the same thing can go for bowling. And Lee, I remember I was going through some of the footage from last year. We were talking about Netflix and stuff, and I named like every popular Netflix show, and you're like, yeah, I haven't seen any of them. But what I have seen is this cooking show over in England.
Baking show?
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
You brought that up last year.
We just finished the most recent collection this week.
Great. So, you know, there's an example there of a guy who's doing his homework, getting ready for, you know, next year's event here, and I review all the footage from last year. I watched the entire tournament before I came here. I had to. Because, you know, those are the type of hours I put in.
And I still haven't seen any other of the popular Netflix shows.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, Lee. By the way, it's nice to have Lee back, isn't it, Dennis?
It is nice to have Lee back.
His
commentary is always enjoyable, right?
Yeah, I always enjoy his commentary. Yeah, sure do.
Yeah.
Except when you don't.
Except when we don't.
Oh, by the way, there were a couple guys who wanted to check in real quick.
Oh.
A lot of positivity in the chat as well. We really do appreciate that. Also, this is a good opportunity as we are a third of the way through the competition today to really give a shout out to our friends up north in Muskegon, Michigan at Brunswick headquarters. The Hammer brand, an iconic brand over the years, was actually founded here in the St. Louis area by the Wonders family. It was sold off later, but it has a lot of roots to St. Louis, and Hammer, the official sponsor. There's Bardo, almost 2 10s on this lane 37, by the way. 37 and 8. Newsflash, bowlers. Newsflash. Very tight. 37 and 38. Very tight. Move right or left, depending if you're left or right-handed.
All right. After 4, Martel and Garcia still lead. Their lead shrunk to 9 over Anderson and Gonzalez. In third, Thompson and Buttriff, 1397. Fourth, Horns and Gohagen up 3 spots to 1377. Fifth, Partle and Bogacki up 4 spots to 1356. Sixth, Johnson and Barda, 1348. Biondo and Pollock. Shepard and Roseberry, Barrett, Bittenbender round out the top 9. There are 140 pins between first and 9th.
I really don't have a good way to do this. So after Shea and Andrew bowl, I'm going to pop this up for about 7 seconds.
So basically, take the screenshot.
Pause, take a screenshot, everybody, if you want to see this. We do have all DVR services here. And end scene. I want to thank Jerry for getting me the scores electronically now. We've got that built in. We'll have that for the rest of the day for you. So, Lee, paint me a picture. Tell me what we're looking like. How many teams can still win this event?
9.
9 teams can still win the event.
If you're 140 pins out of first, you shoot 530 and win. You make up
Half of
it or
in a
so,
game?
and then you've got 7 games left,
Yeah.
which is nothing. 80 pins in 7 games.
I mean, I was just sitting here and you know, kind of hanging on a win or a loss, and then realized that we're only in game 4 and there's a whole lot of time left. So, yeah, you want to get all the pins you can.
But even if you're Taylor and Morris, who are 220 behind and 9 teams behind,
Oh,
there's no reason you can't make it to up 3 or 4 spots.
Sure.
And as we've talked about, moving from 10th to 6th would be more than doubling your prize fund return.
yep.
Liz strikes on 37. Hey, I do want to give a shout out. You know, we had 232 teams lace them up, and everybody that came and bowled the event, we can't thank you enough. And a lot of great stories out there, a lot of great players. The strength of the field was unbelievable. Over 42 states represented. I know there were at least 42. But I do want to give a shout out to one team in particular, and that is, and I want to get the names right here because there's a lot of names that go with these 2 players. And I'm going to try to go with the full name for the first player. Ashley, Dominique, Cole, Bluford. That's one person, by the way. But Ashley, you bowled phenomenal. It was awesome watching you compete. And Ashley is a female, and she bowled with another female, the only 2 female team, and they were 580 something over after their qualifying games and found themselves in a really nice position. Things didn't turn out quite the way they wanted last night. She bowled with a young lady that I've known for a long time, since youth leagues, since I've been about 12 years old, here from the St. Louis area. I'm very good friends with her brother, Jesse, and also her nephew, Jesse III. And her name is Carrie Mapp Cunningham. And they were just, it was a really cool, bright spot. And I want to touch on that because I think more lady duo teams should come and participate in this event. You can compete out here, ladies. You can make it happen. And we root for you here in the booth because it's a cool story. And what they did was just phenomenal. Their performance was so cool and so phenomenal. And Ashley's doing great things in the St. Louis area for bowling. She puts on events. She helps others with events. She's right on the pulse of bowling in St. Louis. And I haven't seen Carrie bowl in a while. She's a lefty. She's always been solid. I know she's got a career and a family and doesn't get out to bowl as much as she normally does, but could if she wanted to. You know, neither one of them are bowling on tour, but just what a great finish. So shout out to those 2 participating in this year's event, and I look forward to covering the 2 of you in the future, along with Dennis and Lee.
Totally agree. It was fun.
Should have them in the booth one year.
You know, I actually did sideline reporting during the IB Open years ago.
Yeah.
She did a great job.
She's
too.
qualified. More than qualified.
She also worked in your office some, didn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. You know what? I'm going to actually, you know how I like to make it all about me? I'm going to take credit for what Ashley's done now. And I'm going to say that I inspired her.
There you go.
And the experience and the opportunity I gave her is what's gave her the springboard to fly. But now she's probably a better pilot than I am, so.
Better pilot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's definitely a better pilot. I'm not even going to read the chat after that, by the way. I have not looked at the chat since I said all those things.
Right.
I'm not going to watch. I'm not going to.
Okay.
I might get emotional.
I think that it's. People talk about how well a tournament runs. I mean, and we had a discussion yesterday about how, why would you care so much about how a tournament runs? And there are people that really do. They want it to run as good as possible. They want people to leave having a good feeling about the tournament, no matter if they bowl well or not, necessarily. But you have to be tough. You have to have conviction. You have to have confidence in your ability. You have to delegate, especially when your tournament outgrows you. There are things, and you can run a small tournament on your own, but you sure can't run something like this on your own.
No.
You better have a team, and you better trust the ones when you send them out to do something that they'll do it the way you would want them to do it, or you just know however they do it is going to be right too. I mean, you got to be okay with that. So you probably, like you said, you probably developed her ability and showed her that she's totally capable of doing all of this, and she can take from what she learned from you and say, I like this part, and I don't necessarily like this part. I'll change it and make it her own. And that's what you do. So.
And I was half joking about what I was really saying about that, but at the same time, maybe there is a little merit to it. Just like, Lee, I gave him the opportunity to sit here in this booth, and there's Barda with a run over the rack 7, not a sticky 7.
We've seen that hit on that lane a couple of times this weekend, though. Those pins come down there like that. So,
but Lee was actually offered the gig that I have this year coming up with Bowl TV, but he turned it down because he's swimming in money. He runs in money circles, and he has actually become a better pilot than I am. So, Lee, thanks for not taking that job and letting me have it. I really do appreciate that, Lee. Hey, Alexa.
Turn off the lights.
Play Lee by Tenacious D.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
You did, and you just messed the whole thing up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I know God only knows what they're playing now.
Well, no, I no, you hadn't said play. I just said, hey, Alexa, turn off the lights, and so people's houses are dark right now, probably.
In case anyone thought Mike was being serious about that last comment, he's not. I mean, Alexa probably took you seriously and started playing music, but that's a different.
I like it that Lee has the confidence to set the record straight. That I think most people sense my sarcasm, but Lee's like, you know what? I am actually pretty good. People might actually believe that.
People appreciate my commentary, and they're glad I'm back.
Well, at least one.
At least one.
Yeah, typical male. But you know what? What I appreciate? Brett Shepard on the front 7. Boom. Andrew Anderson on just a ho-hum 260.
When his partner is
gonna bowl 290. Daniel Ferris trying to get on some of the fun. Hey guys, I broadcast too.
I'm going to.
I'm
going to have to congratulate Andre Anderson after we get finished on his choice of partners today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's phenomenal.
And I'm going to tell you something right now. Elizabeth Johnson right here, she is showing why she is so good and a cut above the rest, because this pair right here, okay, we've seen Shea almost just 7-10. Folks that are coming to this pair aren't quite making the proper adjustment. They're just a hair off. You're seeing some off hits. You're not seeing 4, 5, 6 in a row. And her partner, Adam Barda, also. If you look at the players on this pair.
Yeah. That's a mess.
Tim and Liz have figured it out.
Adam started this game, Mike, with a split and a 9 whiff.
Yep.
He did not open yesterday. 8 games of qualifying, 5 games caster count. He was clean. And this pair got him for 2 opens back-to-back.
Yep, absolutely.
Andre Gonzalez, another messenger that fails to connect. These messengers need new pilots, Mike. Alexa, stop.
Come on, Timmy. Oh, my goodness.
Got a little close match there.
Yep. Jamar says he thinks Andre and Andre will pull out the win. They certainly are bowling well enough to do that.
Daniel Farish tripping that 4-pin.
You know, watching him this week, I mean, there's nobody more excited to be here than that guy.
Oh, I
You
know.
what I mean? He was just, it was holiday doubles all week on Facebook this week, and it was awesome to see that.
I've been doing this a little over 10 years now, Dennis. And I'll start with myself looking in the mirror. It's been a growth process for the players over the years, especially the ones that were in their 20s and now are into their mid-30s or into their 40s.
Yeah.
You take a guy like Daniel, and I've seen such a maturation process from Daniel compared to who he was when I first started covering him or seeing him at events. You know, he has matured a lot and has really grown up and has made better choices. I'm not saying that he was a bad guy, but, you know, he likes to get on social media. He likes to say certain things.
Right.
And he was feeling that out for a few years, and not everybody loved his content. But, you know, he's really settled into his own, and he's a great player. He won the Nightmare Doubles a couple years ago with Steve Novak, so he certainly can play. But I love Liz Johnson. I'm just going to throw that out there. And she's wearing the Dale Earnhardt black today.
Yeah.
She made a little move on that last shot just to get the ball to shape a little bit differently, to get the corner out. We saw Shay and Tim flat 10.
You know, I can sit here and pretty much say something about every player in the field and totally talk them up because I've seen them bowl so many times.
Right.
You know, like Martell. I mean, Martell's playing this Mike Albee line today.
What in the world was that? Was he actually trying to?
I don't think he was trying to throw it that far.
I was wondering if he was. I thought he might have been trying to slow wheel it a little bit on that one because he couldn't get the reaction on that lane that he was looking for. But
This is kind of weird, but I'm going to replay it. I know on the double wide it's kind of weird, but let's watch it again. Just total pitch out.
You see that?
Yeah.
And I know that it didn't react the way he wanted it to, but I think he thought it might recover, and it still just labored down the lane.
Yep, new high game of the day for Andre and Andre. They already had it to themselves twice. They one up themselves with 79 and 89.
Holy cow.
Or no, 79 and 69, I'm sorry, for 548.
Very nice. They've got to be close to the lead then.
They came into this game 9 pins
Okay.
behind Martell and Garcia. Now, Eric Garcia is on
Nate Garcia.
Nate Garcia, I'm sorry. He's on the bottom left. He's got 37 left. Martell's got 290. So they can only shoot.
I was going to say it's not going to be as big of a swing as you'd expect it to be at this point then, because it could be only 25 to 30 pins.
But when you're only behind by 9,
that's what
it's enough to take the lead.
Yeah, it is. You know, Mike, back on what you were talking about a few minutes ago, seeing the difference in the players and watching some of them grow up. I want you to think about something. There are folks that are bowling out here right now that bowled when there was no live streaming of any kind.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And they bowl tournaments all the time, and so they have bowled through the advent and the sophistication, I guess you would say, of live streaming and how better it has become. Then on the other side of that spectrum, there are people that are bowling out here right now that have never bowled except for when there was live streaming. It's just part of their bowling life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And so they wouldn't know, they don't know how to act if there wasn't this going on.
Shea gave that one a little time to hook, maybe a little too much time to hook.
Yeah, he hasn't got that.
Farish can bowl the 290, finish it out right here. Yeah, no, you're right, Dennis. I would agree.
And I think that's looking at the equipment that has been in their hands during that period of time. I've thought about that a number of times. The old urethane balls that we used to use, and everybody's using the modern ones now, and they're dynamic. They've got cores in them. We were all using the ones with the pancake weight blocks in them.
Sure. Yep.
And still thinking that static weight meant something at that time.
Yeah, look at that big scores on 29 and 30. 517 loses to 525.
Lee, you got everything you need there. Can I go to just single wide?
1 second. So 31. Also a winner. You're all good.
Greg left that 2-4-8-10. That ball never came off the spot.
And it's going to be their first loss. And another buzzer.
Now this is interesting. Jarrell Morris just fouled, and he was on a stream back in Springfield where he fouled twice in the same frame, having a foul issue there. Fouled on his fill ball.
EJ needs 9 pins to win. And he got it. That match was way tilted in the other direction halfway through. Natalie punched in the 10th. EJ struck 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 9 on the fill.
Great shot by Shea. And, you know, we haven't talked about Buttriff a ton today, but still out there doing his thing. Through the face here, though, in the 10th frame. Now Liz can bowl 279. But this is a tight match here. Adam struggling this game. Can only bowl 185. 2 strikes the whole game on the tighter pair.
Oh. Close match down on the last pair. Gohagen horns are in the 470s. Biondo and Pollock, it looks like, are in the 460s. That is correct. Another win for Gohagen. That's 2 in a row.
Buttriff can't bounce it out of the back, so they finish with 425. Martel and Nate Garcia are going to get a win again. Elizabeth, wraps that 10 pin on the left lane. Got a possible 5-16 left for Martel and Nate Garcia. And I mentioned it a minute ago, it kind of just went right over your guys' head. Can't you see a little bit of Albee in Martel with the slow ball speed and throwing it out to the left and letting it walk back to the pocket?
I totally missed that if you said that, because
I did.
Certainly didn't hear that. So
Mike Albee, little Albee right here. I mean, that's a pretty high pedigree there to compare him to Mike Albee. But he does remind me of Albee a little bit today. .268 for LJ.
They can get to 53 over.
Yes, they can. Tim and Shea.
Shea already in at 196. Tim can get to 268.
Yeah, so 464.
Needs that hit.
Oh, wow, look at that.
good grief.
Messenger takes out the 10. The 7 falls late as well. Massive shot, but I don't think that seals it yet.
It's not, no.
He needs another one.
Depending on what Adam does.
9 spare for Tim, and a punch for Adam is a tie.
He's waiting on Mike Albee. There we go.
290.
Very nicely done, little Albee.
516.
Now that I'm telling you what, that is so huge for Adam Barta, because he has only struck twice this entire game, and he has run over the rack for a 7 pin on that left lane when he needed to hear for his team. He gets his 3rd strike of the match. And even though he's going to bowl in the 180s if he can double, you know, that applies pressure.
So comparing that to the one that got away from him on that lane, it looked to me like he got that ball started on the lane a little sooner
Yeah,
than he did the last time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Never had a chance to hydroplane.
Right.
Tim
Big
comes
shot.
in
There
light,
There we go.
and that's going to do it for that.
Yep, that does it for Game 5. Shay and Tim have won 4 in a row, moving them to 4-1. Martel and Garcia also 4-1. Gohagen and Horns have won 2 in a row. Barta and Johnson 1 and 4.
That's tough. And they've been bowled. They bowled really
well.
good. Well, and they're hanging in the top 4, right? They're still hanging in the top 4.
They're in 6.
They're in 6 now.
But they're only 50 out of third.
Okay.
So what that game's going to do, Dennis, it's going to take our top 2.
And flop them.
No,
right?
it's going to flop them, but they're both going to gain ground on everyone else.
On everybody else. And I think it's about a 21-pin match now on the top, if I'm done my.
So it was a 32-pin flip. So we went from 9 to 23, the other direction.
23, the other direction.
Anderson and Gonzalez will have the lead, but they shot 548 and 516, 18 was it? It's already gone. They both won their match. Add 30 to both of those. Thompson and Buttriff struggled. Horns and Gohagen shot 470. Partle and Bogacki lost their match.
And you know what's funny?
Liz and Adam lost their match.
They were separated, right? No, they were bowling each other. They were bowling each other, and that's what happened. Because I was.
Yeah, and they're going to see each other in another game.
Okay.
This is Game 6. They bowl each other in Game 7, and to add to the intrigue, they're bowling each other on 37 and 8.
Ooh. Okay.
All right, we got to get through one more game first, and then we get there.
You said intrigue.
For Game 6, Taylor and Bittenbender, Farish and Martel. Our leaders just move over to 31 and 2. In front of us here in the booth, Barta and Shepard, Tackett and Gohagen, Partle and Biondo, which leaves Anderson and Buttriff. So, Mike, while you stepped away, so this is Game 6. Our leaders are going to face each other in Game 7, and they're going to do it on 37 and 8.
Oh, very nice. I'm looking forward to that. Our current leaders.
Yes.
The top 2 teams we're talking about.
And we're getting some separation now, too, right?
Yeah,
Well, they swap places. It's a 23-pin difference now in the other direction, but it's Andre and Andre in the lead right now.
Okay. Yeah, both of those teams made up anywhere between 70 and 120 pins
On the field?
on the teams that were in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Wow.
Gohagen was the closest team.
Yeah. Tim Anders, 18 to 24 inches of snow tonight. Where are you at, Tim?
Not here, I hope.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm looking at the same thing. I heard there was like I said, there was a winter storm in the northern part of the United States. I'm assuming that you're up in that area. If you're in Atlanta, that's a big deal. Well, good grief. He's in Anchorage, Alaska. I mean, why wouldn't you get 18 to 24 inches of snow tonight? Anchorage, Alaska.
Do they even? I mean, I've never been. Do they even put that on the news?
I was going to say.
Hey, we're getting 2 feet tonight, but don't worry about it. It's going to clear up by Tuesday. Another 2 feet next weekend.
I was a little surprised to see EJ leave a 4-pin on this pair.
In other news, there's a new restaurant opening next week.
Starbucks was busy this morning, in case you wanted to know.
Folks, I talked about this yesterday, but I want to talk about it again. Nate Garcia has elevated his game. I've watched him bowl twice in the last couple of months, bowling with Martell. For being such a tall, lanky guy, it's very difficult to post your shots. And he is posting shots. He looks really good. And if he decides to bowl some PBA Tour stops this year, look for Nate Garcia to make a couple match plays.
All right, scores after 5, and some of the matches have only bowled one frame of Game 6. That's awesome. Anderson Gonzalez, new leaders, 16-17. Martell and Garcia, 15-94. Gap of 102 pins to Horns and Gohagen in third. Only 10 behind them, Shepard and Roseberry in fourth at 1482.
Let me interrupt you for a second. EJ threw the nose on 38 now, so where everybody else has had trouble getting the ball to square up here, he's gone high twice. So go ahead. Sorry.
Gap of almost 60. Thompson and Buttriff in fifth. There's only 36 pins separating fifth and ninth, as we've talked about at the end of the tournament. There's a big dollar value associated to those. Thompson and Buttriff in fifth, Biondo and Pollock in sixth, Barrett and Bittenbender seventh, Johnson and Barta eighth, Partle and Mogacki ninth. Gap of 77. Farish and Flora, Taylor and Morris, Tackett squared.
Good job.
Gentlemen, I'm going to leave the booth for a moment.
When Mike said he thought that Nate had elevated his game, I thought he was talking about how tall he is right now, because that would elevate your game.
That would.
But he was talking about ability-wise, and that's
I
true
mean,
as
he
well.
could have done both.
He could have.
He's a younger guy.
We hope that you guys are enjoying this today. We are over 1,300 viewers on this channel.
Plus more.
Plus more on the second channel down there. We know that you can see that separately. And thank you all for spending your Sunday with us. We very much appreciate it. We're almost at the end of this game. We will be halfway through on this Sunday, and we are at probably about 10 minutes till 12, maybe 5 minutes till 12 at the end of that. So very good.
Yep, 11 round robin games. Game 12 is position, and then we're done.
And then we're done.
And then you've got practice tonight.
Well, I'm going to see what time.
If you can make it.
I haven't even called it yet. I haven't gotten into our group me and with the team and said whether we're going to do anything today or not. I haven't talked to my assistant coach that's working with me all the time. Whether I don't know where all the kids are. We may not have it this week. A couple of my guys will probably be here in a little while.
Good.
One is up here bowling at Crestwood today, and they were asking what time it would get done because they were going to come by during the day. So you get a chance to meet a couple of my players. Both left-handers, by the way, I would imagine. So they'll be here today. So they use both hands, though, Lee. Both of them do. So it's a four-handed lefty.
The peanut gallery has grown significantly, and we can hear them sometimes.
Yeah. So the concourse on this end of the building, especially right behind us here, is a little narrower than the rest of the entire building, and this is where they will all congregate today because these 12 lanes are right here in front of all of us.
And they want to look at the scores over our shoulders.
Oh,
that's the other reason.
Part of it, yep. Looks like EJ made a move on that right lane there, or made a better shot, one of the two, but it was successful nonetheless.
Horns and Gohagen had no problems early with 37 and 8. Jordan with the front 4. Gohagen 9-spare triple.
They have some fans behind us, and rightfully so.
They always bring an entourage with them.
Yeah.
We didn't get George in the booth this year.
No.
I mean, if they win the tournament, then they'll be in the booth.
Right. Liz with another strike. But she's having trouble on the left lane there on 35 and 6. She's having trouble. And she carried the team on 37 and 8 a few minutes ago. Plastic ball is still going down the lane. It still looks good shape-wise.
I haven't seen, except for a fill shot. I think he's thrown that all day.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure what he threw on a fill shot in front of us was urethane, correct?
I think so.
That's what I saw him. I mean, that was
Yeah,
the same black ball I saw.
Yeah, so he's. We'll take a look at Derek Roseberry here on 35. Two-handed left-hander shooting a 7-pin, and this is how he shoots every 7-pin. And he picks the vast majority of them.
Right.
I don't know if you teach that, but it works.
Ashley's identifying what you in the peanut gallery back here. She's identifying them and saying who's the loudmouth behind us.
This is like sitting courtside.
It is.
At a basketball game.
It is.
You're right there. The fans are.
Oh my
You
goodness.
can reach
Did
out.
he get one? Yeah,
He
got
got
one.
the 7 out.
Okay, good.
You can reach out and touch them on,
Yeah.
to our left, to our right, behind us.
Yeah.
Adds to the experience here. Our new leaders are down on 43 and 4, bowling against Thompson and Buttriff. Looks like a pretty close match from all the way over here. Natalie is shooting something. I don't.
That was a nice shot.
Oh, that's
right
a
there.
rack issue. I'm like, for a quick second, it looked like a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10.
Yeah.
She didn't actually throw the shot. I'm like,
Adam Barta throwing a mess. No, I was sorry. That was
Roseberry.
not Adam. That was Roseberry. I couldn't. Throwing messengers around down there that missed their target. Andre coming back, hitting hands, so it looked like a successful shot down there for him. His way, Roseberry's way of shooting a 7-pin is interesting too, Lee, because he gets the ball to roll out. At once it breaks, it rolls out, so it doesn't continue down there like a lot of folks do whenever they're hooking across the lane and missing, hooking in front of stuff. So that's pretty effective. It just gets into the part of the lane where it changes direction and rolls straight at the 7, and pretty weakly at the other end. Everything's quiet right now.
Well, 37 and 8, we have.
A 180.
Yeah, 36. So that has calmed down the Gohagen crowd because they're not bowling at the moment.
Right. There's no action. Pinwheel's not moving back there either, so. Ball wheel maybe.
Ooh. Derek got slow on that one.
Yeah, I know I was going to say that. I mean, we talked about him just a moment ago, and all of a sudden there's a little chink in the armor over there.
We've been known to do that.
Yeah.
We don't mean to.
No.
All right.
Liz has 3 splits on the left lane on that pair.
The match with our leaders is already reached the 10th frame, so we're a half game off. Greg Thompson can shoot 250 something. Buttriff 220. Andre Gonzalez looks like he only has 220. And Andre Anderson, yes, we know his name's Andrew, is in the 2 teens. So that it's not going to be a big game for our leaders.
The other inside joke with that also is that on the original squad pairing sheet, it said Andrew Gonzalez and Andrew Anderson. So now we're just going back the other way.
I'm not quite sure that April ever caught the difference because in today's score retrieval sheet, it still says Andrew Gonzalez.
Okay.
So there was a fix on the spreadsheet, but I don't think that ever got fixed inside the scoring system. Natalie, once again, very nice shot. And EJ seems to have figured out after his trouble in the first 3 frames, he seems to have figured out what he wants to do here. The ball trajectory is very Lee, on that pair right now, Derek Roseberry's searching. I mean, I haven't seen a confident shot in the last 3 frames.
Liz, unfortunately, a 4th split on
Split
35.
in the left lane for Liz.
Have they all been light?
I did not see the other ones. I didn't see what they were, but I don't think so. I'm sure she's moving around.
And it's going to be a game in the 480s.
She's dialed in.
Yeah, for Thompson and Buttriff on 43 and 4. Anderson and Gonzalez only going to shoot 427 or 8. I don't know if that's 7. So our leaders only, we'll call it 20-something over with a loss, which gives Martel and Garcia the opportunity to
grab that lead
right back. They've had it all day except for this game. But they're in a good match. Slight lead over Bittenbender. Let's see if Tim can cover this mess.
That is a mess.
I got most of it. All right, let's take a look at Roseberry here, Dennis. 2 strikes out of 7, 0 of his last 4. Last shot on this lane, through the face. Same ball, gets 6 to go. Do that, a little bit more confident, a little more speed on it.
Yep.
In relative terms.
Joe Nolan, thanks in the chat. They were all.
Hey guys, I got Liz Johnson here really quick. Liz, 35 and 36 has been a little difficult here. What's going on in this pair?
Well, you know what? I thought maybe I had a bad read. Maybe my left lane was hooking more, but I keep making the same mistake on the left lane. Just getting left off my hand, and I try to make a ball change on it, and I actually probably put it where I wanted to put it, but with the wrong ball, it just didn't come up. So I just got to I have one more shot on that left lane and just try to make a better shot and somehow maybe salvage a win if possible, but just try to make the best of it and hopefully come out with 180 and salvage a game.
That's Liz Johnson.
Thank you, Mike.
It's a house pattern, but they still get tricky pair to pair. And I appreciate her giving me that opportunity to talk to all of us about it, because sometimes people don't want to talk when that happens.
Especially with that kind of, I was looking for the 3 dots. I didn't see them. Sorry about that. And then Joe Nolan said, he was in the chat, heard us talking about it. Joe said that the other 3 had been heavy and that one there was light. So,
And personally, I'm going to take credit for the strike she's about to throw, because I just put attention on her and fired her up.
Perfect.
See? You're welcome, Liz. I always got to find ways to take some credit. I'm like, my girl's down there. She's struggling. I got to get her a little air time. First interview of the day.
you're pretty unassuming though, Mike. I mean, you don't necessarily just grab it where it's not due. Let's put it that way.
Yep, that's right. So now she's back on it. And did you hear what she said, too? She said, we're trying to salvage a win.
It's a close game.
She's trying to get a win here.
Yeah.
It's not like the other team's running away and hiding. This is developing to be a bad pair, a tough pair. I wouldn't want to call it a bad pair, just a developed weird pair.
And 37-8's no picking there.
Higher scores this game, though.
Yeah.
But Team Tackett is having a strong game. They're
Well, Natalie's playing them as straight as I've seen a lefty play on this pair, and that's probably effective right now.
Who would have thunk on this end of the bowling center with using this other lane machine that in Game 6 we would be seeing a bunch of players leaving 2 pin combinations on the right side, 3 pin combinations on the left side.
Sometimes 5 pin combinations through the middle.
Yes, that was a massive Brooklyn strike in the 9th for Jarrell Morris, by the way. Letter D, upper left box against Tim and Shea. Massive. Oh, I thought that was maybe going to bounce and get that 10 for Shea.
Tim and Shea's had a rough time today. They've been hanging out in the bottom half of the standings for most of the day.
Yeah, they're in 7th after 5. 14:02 over. So 80 behind 4th. And that's the team of Roseberry and Shepard.
Brett's doing his job this game for them. So,
But they're in a fight for the 30 bonus.
yeah.
And right in front of Shea and Tim is Brandon Biondo and Eric Pollock. They're finishing up their match on 41-2 on that second stream. They are behind. It's going to get close here. They're bowling against Parlo and Bogacki. John's shooting at 7 pin on 42, so they can get to 27 and 21 for 48. Biondo and Pollock can only get to 39, so that'll be a win for Partle and Boganki.
I'm glad Lee's back. I'm really enjoying his commentary.
Me too.
He's been spot on with calling all those scores and everything, Lee. I can't thank you enough for that.
We've got a 23-pin lead here in front of us. Gohagen and against Tackett squared. That makes it 13. Natalie smashed 10 that she left the last frame, made a big difference there.
Nate Garcia bones a 9. Stayed down till the ball hits the pins again. And you know, I guess it's time to talk about Jordan Horns. I mean, this guy, I don't see him very often, but I see him here every year. And it's like he's always bowling on Sunday.
Yeah.
And when you watch him go up there, I just kind of got taken aback for a second. George
just got middle named.
He just got middle name. that was funny. Anyway, Jordan, man, he's just a gamer, man. This guy, it's ridiculous. He's got a chance for 11 strikes in one game here. On the tight pair, that the scoring pace has been a little bit lower the last couple games.
There's Barta, first one in the 10th.
Yeah, and I think he's throwing Obsession Tour.
Yep, he's been throwing it
Yeah,
all day
that's the ball.
that we've seen him, and he threw it most of yesterday.
That's the ball I was telling Nick Payne he needed to have in his bag all day.
So Shepard needs this hit. 35.
Whee! Got it.
Wow.
6 into the 10, walks back to the back. George Gohagen, the third, looking at 237. They can get to 501.
Yep, locks up that win.
Natalie with a nice game, 247, as you were alluding to there, Dennis.
Yeah. We don't even need to re-say that because you guys can all hear it.
Yeah.
And if you could read EJ's lips just now, I think you got the reaction to it as well.
He said, read my lips,
Yeah.
no new taxes. George Roosevelt Gohagen III is being shouted out. Shouted out loud. Oh, I just did. I just did. Well, you're being picked up on the mics right
Yeah,
now.
it's
You
coming.
let that cat
Yeah,
out of the bag.
It's coming through.
Skywalker said, "What's up, everybody?" She's right here with us.
Ashley already knew. Ashley already knew that it was you. Oh yeah, she's already talking about you in the chat.
There's 500 on the button. Team Tackett, one more for 480. Shepard and Roseberry, that double in the 10th locked it up for Brett, 430 to 423. Adam Barta wins a good mystery pot score there, 263. 6 on the fill.
And we can now full screen. Terrell Morris
They're having a nice game.
doubles in the 10th.
That's a win for Taylor and Morris. They're going to be in the 500s. Martel and Garcia also will win their match and retake the lead. With Anderson and Gonzalez only in the 420s. They just shot 477 plus 30. And with George Gohagen and Jordan Horn shooting 100 over plus 30, that'll take them to 1622. Martel and Garcia went 107 over, 1694, 1701. Anderson and Gonzalez, I can't see exactly, but it looks like 28. So we'll give that a little squiggly line for 1645. So Gohagen and Horns are now within 25 of second.
When it was 108 before, you said, or something like that.
It was 102,
102.
and now it's less than a match bonus pins.
Right.
After 6 games, Martel and Garcia are 5-1. Buttriff and Thompson are 5-1. Matchups for Game 7. We've already hinted at one of these, but we can go through the rest of them. Buttriff and Partle. Biondo and Tackett on the first 4. In front of us, Gohagen and Taylor. 2 teams that just shot 500. Martel and Anderson are leaders on 37 and 8, which was a rough scoring pair until the last game, and they went 180 over between the four of them. On the high end, Bittenbender and Shepard, Barta and Farish.
Here's my man Nate Garcia here for our key matchup, getting things started in our little gifted position round, as you guys talked about. Nate is great.
Nate is great.
So is game 8, but unfortunately it's game 7. I wish they were bowling each other in game 8. I was wondering if they would. Oh, Andrew gets that 9 out.
Scotty wants to know why 12 games today, why not 8 or 4? Just curious what makes 12 the magic number. Well, when you bowl match play in a round robin situation and you bring back 12 teams, you want to bowl one match against each of the other teams and then a position round at the end to give the folks that are the closest to each other in the standings the ability to change positions. The top 4, depending on how close they are, when we're talking about a difference of 4,500 in 4th to 10,000 on the top, is going to be an intense situation, and that all will happen on 29 through 32 later on today.
Correct, and I will want to go camping.
Last year we saw, going into that position round, even the team in third had a chance to win, but you want to be in that top 2 because of the bonus pins.
Exactly.
Terrell Morris also, just to let everybody know, he comes in light there for 6'8". That was kind of weird. 6'9", excuse me. Goes to St. Ambrose. He and Cam Crow bowl together. They bowled together in Springfield. We got Lil Albee here throwing it a 7-pin. Martel has a lot of stuff going on in his approach. Loves to shake that elbow. Or as younger folks say, the bobo. I'm listening to these comments. All you can eat, boys. Come on, let's go. All you can eat. All you can eat. Mike, don't be saying that right now. It's getting to be lunchtime here.
Yeah.
Andre. Who do you guys personally like in this match? Andre and Andrew, or do you like Nate and Martel?
I'm an Andre and Andre guy.
Okay, what about you, Lee?
I think I'm going to go with them as well.
Okay.
That's going to be close.
And I'm actually going to go Martel and Garcia. And it's nothing personal, as you guys know.
No.
It's just my personal pick. That's what I think I'm going to do. Nothing personal, but it is my personal pick. You guys see what I did there?
Yeah.
Let's double wide it up.
Which will make the folks in the chat happy again.
Oh, Steve Taylor almost picked a 4-9.
And the only reason I say that, I think Andre is closer to Gohagen in terms of the way they play the lanes because of ball speed.
Okay.
And Gohagen just had a fantastic game on this pair.
I'm thinking,
Although Andre Anderson's going to have to get the 9 out.
yeah.
He tripped it on the first ball, didn't trip it on that one.
Andrew is very much slow hooking it. Like that was maybe the slowest I've seen him throw the ball in a long time.
Question earlier, where are, let's see here. Where's Morris and Taylor sitting in the standings? Morris and Taylor were 11th before the last game. We'll have game 6 standings out here pretty quick for you. But probably not going a whole lot further away from there. There's a separation between them and 12th, and there's a pretty good separation between them and 10th. So they're probably locked in there.
They can certainly get to 10.
Yeah.
They're only 53 behind it.
Yeah. nice shot, although I was thinking maybe that 37 and 8 had transitioned again because of seeing these folks coming over here, and I don't know if they actually sat behind here and watched exactly how to play the pair or learned anything, but the balls were acting differently again down the lane. But I just saw out of Garcia, I just saw the ball float a little bit through the break point again. So it's
the bowlers kind of reset themselves after that game. Kind of halfway through, we were as far off as almost a half game in terms of pace, and now we're all about a frame apart. Enough of that cycled through naturally to even it out.
Folks, here are your standings after 6. Martel and Garcia lead at 17:01. Anderson and Gonzalez at 16:45 sit second. Horns and Gohagen right there at 16:22. We got an 80-pin gap back to fourth. It's Shepard and Roseberry. At 15:33, just 9 pins back of fourth is Thompson and Buttriff. Sixth is Barrett Bentbender. Seventh, Partle and Bogacki. Eighth, Biondo and Pollock. Ninth, Johnson and Barta. 10th, Taylor and Morris. 11th, Farish and Flora. 12th, Tackett Squared.
Only 54 pins between 6th and 10th.
Look at little Albee out there.
Yep.
There's a music group called Andre Powerman 5000.
I'll trust you.
Yeah, that's what I want to call Andre Gonzalez. The
Okay.
Andre Powerman 5000.
What about Andre Anderson? Got some power. Not as much as his teammate,
not
but
as much. He's already dated. His ship has already sailed.
Isn't that weird? I mean,
It is
you would
weird.
say that.
I know.
I mean, he's not dated. I mean, his game has changed,
Yeah.
and he'll tell you that.
He's Bill O'Neill now. When Bill O'Neill came out, wow, power player Bill O'Neill. Well,
now he's
switching to 14 pounds and
he's
trying to hook it more.
He's a tweener in relative terms.
Yeah. Power man with a strike. Oh, it was Power Man 3000. That was close.
You're 2,000 off, Mike.
Partle and Bogacki are off to a good start, but right now it's pales in comparison because they've missed twice, and Buttriff and Thompson haven't yet.
Albee leaves the 8-pin, the 9.
I'm telling you, this little Albee thing's going to stick. And look at Andrew just getting around it.
Great shot.
That really was.
Look at him. Look how intense.
Oh, he's getting fired up.
Yeah.
Andrew's thinking to himself, you know what? I'm kind of in a situation right now where I'm really doing good at Turbo, coaching at Turbo. They're loving me. I got keys to the building. Everything's great there. I'm on the USBC board, so I feel like I'm giving back to bowling. I'm healthy. You know, he had an eye for a girl several years ago. She wouldn't give him the time of day. Well, something happened. Now he's got the girl. Shout out to Haley Richard, by the way, out there. Very happy for you guys. I saw it a couple years ago. Talked to you both about it. Andrew was interested. You weren't. Now everything's good. All right, I saw that. And she knows I'm talking about it. I saw that years ago. And now he's like, I'm going to go bowl this holiday doubles tournament and be a professional. And I got to find a partner to take with me. I can't call up one of my PBA cronies because they can't bowl with me because they're not eligible to bowl with me. So, you know what? Andre Gonzalez, he just won the Detroit Masters. He's an up-and-coming guy. I'd like to bowl with him. I'm going to introduce the world to Andre Gonzalez at this tournament.
Plus, it doesn't have to hurt to have somebody on the other side of the lane.
Well, yes.
What a great shot on cue.
I just want to know why Andrew didn't bowl leadoff. I mean, he should have put the power man anchor. That might be a little selfish. That might have been the one mistake Andrew's made this year, is bowling the second.
They've Mike, they've won 3 of their 6 matches. In all 3 of their wins, they've shot .533 or better.
Sick. Little Albie's got something to say about it, though.
Yeah.
They're like, you know, all those 530s, we're actually in the lead again.
Right. Look at this. Look at this.
And that's why. Shots like that.
You know, lefties a lot of times don't get credit for being able to play deep. And Martel is good at grabbing urethane and just playing out and piping it.
Yeah.
He can do it all.
Yeah.
Gohagen sailed that one past the break and only gets 2 of the 4. And that's the pair that Barta and Liz, you know, that was a low-scoring pair in the last match.
It was
35 and 6.
Yes,
You got to keep an eye on that because it's low-scoring right now. Jordan Horns has 67 in the 4th. Gohagen 66 in the 4th.
Yeah, we better pay attention to that over there. Folks, just to give you a little perspective here, we're talking a lot about 35 through 38 because it's right in front of the table here. If we're going to talk about the top matches, we actually have to turn and look at the monitor like you guys do at home. So if you want to know something about those, let us know about it in the chat. But we'll typically talk about the 4 teams that are right here in front of us because we can see it with our own eyes right out in front.
And in particular, 37 and 8 right now because they are in 1st and 2nd position and they are bowling each other here in game number 7.
Good grief. Just good grief.
And Thompson and Buttrick down there still have 579 left. Bogak, he's got the front 10 at him. even Martel, Will Albee turns around and says that's nasty. Talking about Andre.
Yeah, that one, his arm swing got away from him a little bit on that one.
I saw that too. Something mechanically looked a little off there.
Joel Morris not having a problem with 35 and 36. He's walked off 3 flush strikes in a row.
Is that going to hook? God, he got that wide.
Oh, yeah, but
he
you
did
can
not.
see it.
He did not deserve to strike on
No,
that
you
ball,
saw
guys.
it. He knew it too.
He didn't get it right quick enough. He got it right too far down lane, which causes that bowling ball to come in what they call behind the head pin,
Yeah.
which almost every time gives you a wrap 10. The one difference in today's power game is sometimes you can get that messenger to come flying off the wall and make up for the behind the head pin hit. But
Right.
and Andrew knew it. Andrew knew it. Now he did. I mean, most of us lay people that go out and just bowl league, we would be complaining that shot didn't strike because we hit the pocket, which that's what we were told to do. Jordan Horns needs to be careful with putting his hand down on the lane. I don't think he was close to fouling, but that's just not a good habit to get into.
If you're new to bowling and you hit the foul line with your hand, that is a foul.
Yeah, if you go over it with any part of your body whatsoever. Jarrell, wow. Spare 5-bagger, they're off to an early big lead on 35 and 36. John Bogaki just going about his business, did not like it at all, but trips out the 3 forward, leaves the 10. His string comes to an end. Here's a little Albee now. Oh, now I'm going to tell you, that was almost the same shot Andrew made. That came in way behind the head pin, but he slapped the 7 out. And
I was going to say, yeah.
I think that's speed and tilt. I think little Albee's throwing it like 14, and I think Andrew's like throwing it 15. But there are players in the field throwing it 19 and a half. And I'm talking about Mimph.
His ball slides just a little bit early, and Andre's, however, is rolling immediately. I don't know if you noticed that off of his hand, it's rolling immediately instead of sliding at all. So it's reading the lane right off the bat.
And what's amazing to me is even in game 7 of this house shot, that Andrew's able to throw it into the lane and not have to throw it past it or in the air, and it's still being able to get down lane to wrap a 10 pin.
Yep.
There's Andre the Giant. Oh.
You see the difference in the trajectory of that ball on the other end? That ball just stopped.
He's looking around for a spare ball because he hasn't seen it in an hour.
Well,
good point.
That's all he's doing is striking. He found it. It's not far away.
Yeah. Shaking his head, too. And he's not shaking his head because he didn't get the strike. He's shaking his head because he thinks he made a bad shot.
Oh. And we've got our top 3 teams in front of us here in this bay of 4. And Taylor and Morris are bowling just as good as any of them. Trying to play spoiler, take some bonus pins away from Horns and Gohagen. Good shot there by George.
So, oh, that was a pretty nice try. Nice
Much
shot
better.
there. Andre, nice shot. He knows it. He's back. He's back. High-fiving his partner. I'm watching the screen like you guys see it at home, and that one smashed again, absolutely smashed again.
On the high end, we have 2 close matches with relatively muted scores.
Which you guys can see if you want to go
Yep.
to the other channel, by the way. Just
Yep.
if you click down the second channel, and the link's at the top of the chat, by the way. Sorry, Lee.
Yep, Shepard and Roseberry are in 4th and are, I believe, slightly trailing.
Let's see how Andre plays this one. He moved on that last shot just then. And that's going to be the lane he finishes on. So that was a good little fishing expedition there. I'm wondering if he took a chance because Martel gave him a little bit of an opening in the last frame, and he had a chance to, I mean, knowing he's going to still hit the pocket.
Folks, we do have a gentleman walking on the lane down there. There is no oil that far down the lane. There could be a little carry down, though. We got a nice little crowd
Cherry
here.
is nowhere to be
Yeah.
found.
We got a fun crowd. We're also on the YouTube radar because we are getting spammed to death.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, you know, this whole Elon Musk buying Twitter thing, like,
Yeah.
it really didn't bother me or affect me in any way. But now that he's fired everybody, and my Twitter account's having an issue for some reason, and I read online that other people are having the same issue, he doesn't have enough people working for him to fix the problem, so we can't tweet out scores or anything because our Twitter account, it thinks we're a 13-year-old. That's what they just sent me. They just sent me your account. You have to be at least 13 to have a Twitter account. So your account will be deleted soon. Contact us if you want to do something about it. So I click on the contact us and it just sits there and spins. It's right here,
Wow.
trying to get into it. It's unbelievable. So I'm not a fan of this.
And it's an algorithm that's doing that. It's
yeah.
not even
Oh,
a
absolutely.
real person.
Right,
So-
right. Yeah, and it's because he's fired everybody that knows how to work on the thing.
Right.
Brandon.
Martel needs his hit. Set up 2 doubles
Yeah,
going
he
into
does.
the 10th.
Let's see.
Oh, almost stuffs the 8. he was going to make sure that one had plenty of get back on it. And
Well,
it did.
he let it roll too. The one before he threw right through the break point down
Yep.
there, and
You can't do that.
And the two it left a 3-6-7 or something like that. Andre's mom is in the chat saying, "Come on, son, Andre Gonzalez and Andrew
Yep.
Anderson."
Oh yeah.
I'm sure she's listening to us call Andrew Andre all day, but
And that's for fun. That's
we're
why
doing
we do it.
we're doing that because he's striking.
Yeah.
He said a while ago, whenever we did that, he started striking. So we're doing
Yeah.
that so he can continue
Yeah.
to
Oh.
do the striking.
Well, we're calling her son Andre.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
just,
I'm
we're just
talking
also
about
calling his partner
His
Andre.
partner Andre, so they can both strike.
Yeah. So we've got a 37-pin lead.
Look behind me. That's them. Some of my high schoolers are here. The state champion from Missouri, Jackson Indians, hanging behind us. He missed.
You
First ball
distracted me.
return. I did.
Through the face. Just through the face.
Wow. You just don't expect him to make a bad shot after watching him all day. You know what I mean? It's crazy how consistent he's been and what he's doing. So
257 and 232 the max for Garcia and Martel. 256, 247 for Andre and Andrew.
Gonzalez and Anderson still have control of the match. Need to convert.
don't miss it. Oh, my God.
That's one of a few ways to pick that. Not the optimal one.
No.
So it cost them 23 pins of that 36-pin lead that they had.
Yeah. Yep. And this is big right here.
Garcia's got to keep the pressure on.
This is very big right here.
Oh,
And he runs away, trips that 10.
Nate.
Look at him run that out.
Oh,
though,
I
all
know,
the way over
but as he ran it out though, it was a very calm run out.
It was. Well, he has to stop because there's matches going on over there.
Well, in
too.
his wingspan, he could take somebody out down on
Yeah,
50.
he's got a dark pair next to him. So let's Andre fill this up here. Get all the pins because we need him somehow, right? Very nice.
Yeah. This is a battle of the Titans here.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to pop this up on the screen real quick, but there is our standings. That's why this is such a big deal.
It is 56 pins, so they're going to have to, it may not even be a lead change, but it's going to make it a lot closer depending on how it goes. Phil ball leaves a single pin, so
Yep.
256 here on the top. So the difference in the match is the two bottom bowlers themselves, and here's Andre. Let's see where he plays this lane if he actually made the change last.
And everybody at home, watch how left to right he is.
Yes.
He gets it going to the right so quick.
Yeah, he changed. Look at that.
Money.
Look at that.
Andrew's kind of feeling it now.
Yes, he
he's
is.
kind of getting right into his little zone.
Look at
And I think he's kind of thinking to himself right now too. Hey, Flanagan, I heard you talk about maybe my mistake was not to bowl last. Well, this is why I'm last, my friend.
Well, and part of it, if you think about it, he's got a guy that's carrying him all weekend, and he says, "I'm better than this. I need to pull my weight today.
Yeah,
I'm not going to waste this." So he's got it going.
Yeah, there was a game over here on 39 and 40. You guys remember it better than I do, but everybody had like 270 and Andrew had 2-0 or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, and Tom Hess was in the booth with us at that time and saying it was the PBA Player of the Year or former PBA Player of the Year that's shooting 2-0, and everybody else has got the front seven. So
yeah, and Martel didn't make his best shot there.
No.
Little Albi'd like to have that one back. Now Andrew, huge double.
that was great.
So they're gonna get the dub.
Yeah.
They are getting the dub. You got a tie up top between Garcia and Andre, but Andrew now going to be 247 if he fills it up, and Martel could have bowled 232, but that 10 pin.
So that's a lead change.
It is a lead change. It's a
less
slight,
than 10.
less than 10, but
it's a lead change.
Lead change, yep. And that's way inside a target, but watch what a house shot will do. Look what a house shot will do.
Yep.
Very nicely done. And Andrew knows how big of a game that was.
Yes.
And Nate Garcia, being a great sportsman, you know, he just tipped his cap and said, hey, good luck the rest of the way. Let's all go to our pairs. A lot of bowling left. 5 more games. We'll see you in the position round later, hopefully. And you know, I'm going to pop this back up on the screen real quick, but this is not a 2-horse race. Look at that 16-22 from Horns and Gohagen, and that's what we're going to move our attention to now.
They've got 46. They got 50 over, and they're barely going to win.
I believe
they're going to win by
still,
10.
I believe they're still behind.
Are they?
448 is posted against them.
And they've got 26 and 11.
26 and 11. So they're going to.
He needed that. He needed that hit.
No, he's still behind.
Yeah, they would have lost the game anyways.
40.
So that's going to be a bigger separation down between second and third.
Taylor and Jarrell Morris take that. Still bowling on the high end. Actually, while you guys were looking away on the low end, we had a bowler, Biondo, needed 9.
Look at that.
Oh, picks.
And
with a little shake in the butt.
9 to win the match. Threw it down the middle to get the count. Left a big 4. EJ Tackett struck and took the points from him.
Yep.
So 503 to 465 in front of us here in that quasi position round.
This is the only bowling we have left, and I'm taking you there now. It's our second channel feed. You can watch these guys bowl on the second channel. You can watch these 2 pairs, I should say, on the secondary channel that's pinned at the top of the chat.
Tim Barrett needs to strike on 42 to put the pressure on Brett Shepard. He does. Trying to make Brett mark. And the last pair is done. That's 410 to 4 more than 10. Team on 44 wins. That would have been Farish and Flora.
Yeah, we have that pair up right now, Lee, if the monitor helps you at all.
That's way more than 431 to 410. That's strike for
Seven games into the 12 games of today. So much different. I mean, I know we got to, we get out of whack a little bit where people aren't starting at the same time, but the rest of them seem to hang around. You have to wait for your opponents to get to the pair before you can start your game, and so some of them are going right now, but others are waiting for the folks from the real high end to get down there.
Yeah, so that finishes up Game 7 as Shepard clinches the match with that strike. Remember earlier when 6 of the 7 winners started the day at the top? That game, the teams that started today, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, won their match because Anderson and Gonzalez started the day in 9th.
In 9th, yep.
All right, Game 8. We're looking at 29, 30, 31, 32. We have Tackett and Anderson, new leaders, with Taylor and Buttriff. In front of us, Partle and Farish, Biondo and Bittenbender. And on the high end, we have Gohagen with Barta, Shepard, and Martell. Martell is 5-2. Buttriff 5-2. Shepard 5-2. Anderson 4-3, but every game they've won, they've shot 500.
Yep.
We'll just go through the rest of them now since we've actually bowled 7 games. Gohagen 3-4. Barta 1-6. Biondo 2-5. Bittenbender 4-3. Partle 4-3. Taylor 3-4. Farish 3 and 4. Tackett, 3 and 4.
Jake Jens is in the chat saying, man, I'm not sure that I've ever seen Shea struggle like this. So something must be going on. We're going to see him in front of us now.
Yeah, they'll be on 37 and 8, which 2 games ago was a rough pair.
Yeah,
And the lowest game since is 460.
right. So Mike is doing some work on the other channel, I believe, and might have taken a small break here. As soon as we get action on all the lanes here, I'll switch it over to the quad screen again.
I think you can go ahead, Dennis. We've got bowling, Eric Pollock on 37, Bittenbender on 38, Flora on 36. Yeah, you're bowling everywhere now.
All right.
We're not too far off sequence. So Gohagen so they're bowling Adam Barta and Liz now. The matches they have left are Farish, Partle, and Buttroff.
Okay.
Martel this game has Shepard. Their remaining matches are Bittenbender, Biondo, and Tackett. Anderson, this game they're bowling Tackett. Their matches left, Biondo, Shepard, and Bittenbender. There's a lot of common opponents there.
Very much so, and it's weird that they would all have that much because they were so much in different places in the standings to start out with. And in case you guys don't know, all we do on a Sunday like this is use a 12-team schedule and like a league schedule, and each game of the day is a week in your league, and rotate around to whatever lanes it says to go to based on what lane number in the schedule it is, and at the end there will be a position round.
And then that's it.
Yep.
Yeah, so the 3 teams that are in the lead, Martell's came into today in first. Gohagen came into today in second. But Anderson and Gonzalez, came into the game in ninth. They came into the cashers round in something below 30th.
But in 30s, yeah. So it's a, what would we call that, a meteoric rise?
That's fair.
That's fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Shay's figured something out here now. So, Jake, I think maybe you gave him a little bit of a boost on that, and he doesn't even know about the comment. Kind of behind-the-scenes comment there. Andre Anderson opening with the front 3, and he didn't text me again, Lee.
It's starting to become a trend.
It is starting to become a trend. Timmy's messing with his ball quite a bit right now. I don't know what's going on, whether he's going to take, he looks like he's taking tape out. But he was messing with it while Shea was up there on the lane.
I think he's just replacing tape.
And I think he did it once and he didn't like the way it felt. I think he actually took out a piece that he just put in there and must have gone just off enough so that he didn't like the way it felt coming off his hand, because 6 count and probably a little bit of a drag on the release in the first frame there. So. EJ and Natalie. Natalie she's got the front 4, huh? Down there against Andre and Andre. I think she's the C bowler,
That
right?
is correct.
You can tell. I mean, just watch his demeanor. Watch Andrew's demeanor whenever he's up. He knows when he throws a shot like that he's right exactly where he wants it to be. Timmy, let's see how it comes off his hand. That looked like it came off his hand pretty good.
Yeah.
A little drag maybe, but he's there.
If it's wrong, he'll fix it.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. Timmy makes his spare. Natalie, a 6-pin there, and so that breaks the string of 4. I don't know if I black clouded her, if it was just if that happened, but
I'm sure it was you, Dennis.
you think it was? I don't think so. I'm not the black cloud.
Dennis, I'm actually out roaming with the wireless mic. I'm maybe going to talk to a few people.
I see that. Because otherwise, I hear voices.
EJ just missed the head pin,
Yeah.
and they're laughing about it.
Andre too, or was it?
No, Andre's actually busy.
Yeah, he's busy.
Andre's over here. He's focused right now.
He's not sure about that one.
Andrew just struck. I'm going to try to get an interview with Andrew.
That's the Andre that I was talking about.
Andrew, that last game ended up being like a position round. That was a massive game to win. You guys pulled it off. Tell us how you're feeling after that game.
Well, we needed that win because if we let them get any farther away, I felt like they might get too big of a lead. So we needed that 30 pins, close that gap a little bit, and hopefully we'll see them again later on. But we had just lost a close one, against George and Jordan, which got them right back up in there too. So 30 pins isn't a lot with how high scores are, but every win matters.
Now, where'd you find this Andre Gonzalez at? Because you look like a genius right now.
No, I mean, like everybody should know his name. I mean, he literally is probably top 5 in the world on house shots, let alone he's just a good bowler in general. His ball hits harder than everybody's in the building, as everybody can see. It's been fun to watch. I just hope he keeps it going, and I'm going to try to go along for the ride.
EJ Tackett is rubbing your ripcord bowling ball up on the. You guys are teammates at Motive now. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so this last shot, I grabbed his ball, wiped it off on accident, and then I handed it to him and said, I did it for you, and then he washed out. So he's trying to repay the favor. I just hope I don't wash out on this one. Hey, wrong towel.
So EJ's got a really bad ball reaction here if he goes up and he washes out and it goes through the face. Is this pair weird, or you're not having any problems?
Earlier today, when we bowled Barda and Liz here, the right lane got very tricky. It got clipped very bad for me. I had 220, finishing the game with a bunch of spares. I'm actually playing them completely different. I'm not going to tell you how, or not going to give EJ the secret just yet, but maybe after the game.
That's Andrew Anderson. Andre, what's it like bowling with Andrew Anderson in this event? First time bowling it.
Oh, it's pretty good. I mean, obviously I got to hold him up sometimes, but we've been bowling together for a pretty long time back at home, and we've been going at it, bowling tournaments. It's fun to bowl together now. And he finally asked me for the first time, so yeah, it's a great tournament. It's first time being here, doing a lot of striking. I mean, yeah, it's great.
Well, we've been watching. You got a lot of fans in the chat, man. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Mike, I just got handed new standings here. As we talked about, that was a position round, and Anderson and Gonzalez did take the lead. Now it is 12 pins over Martel and Garcia. Those guys are all in the high 1700s. There is a 120-pin difference between second and third now. Horns and Gohagen stay in third place at 1645. Shepard and Roseberry 1626, so that's pretty close. And then another 30 pins for Thompson and Buttriff in fifth place. Tom Partle and John Bogacki in sixth at 1564. Barrett and Bittenbender drop a spot. They go to seventh place at 1505. Taylor and Morris, 1492. Biondo and Pollock, 1454. Johnson and Barta, 1434. I tell you what, they've had a really, really tough day. I don't know. They shot 500 in lost games. They're just dropping in the standings. They're not. I mean, they can make up some money here, but I would have picked them to have a chance to win this tournament earlier in the day, and they're in 10th place right now. And then the bottom two teams have pretty much been there all day. Farish and Flora in 11th place, and Tackett squared down there in the bottom spot at 1275, but still having a good time, it sounds like.
Yep, and I've been popping the standings up here. I don't want to cover up too much of the bowling here, but here's the standings one more time for everybody. As you can see, Anderson and Gonzalez, I just went down and talked to those guys. Give us a little insight on what's going on in the lanes. Andrew says he's playing that pair completely different on each lane, but he doesn't even want to tell the audience what he's doing because he doesn't want to give anybody or take his advantage away and give it to everybody else, and I admire that.
Yes. And I wish that, I mean, I could see, and probably I probably should keep that in my mind because not that we wouldn't do it, but I could see the change that he made on 37 in the middle of that game, and I even pointed it out right away when that happened. And now, and Andre's a little secretive there. That's cool, though.
Oh, did you go down there for like his first interview here on Inside Bowling? Not to say we're a major network, but we're a pretty big player here in the bowling industry.
Yeah.
And immediately he's talking about holding Andrew up, and I got to hold him up, and I don't like to see that through the nose. Is that 4?
Yeah. I think it's 4.
That might be 4. Before I came back down here, as I've been running around doing some things, I wanted to just let everybody at home know how much we appreciate the viewership. We've got almost 1,300 watching concurrently just on the main channel, plus a few hundred also down on the secondary channel, which is lanes 41 through 44, where you can watch Liz Johnson and Adam Barta take on Jordan Horns and George Gohagan III, or Brett Shepard and Derek Roseberry taking on Lil Albee and Nate Garcia, otherwise known as Elise Bolton's boyfriend. That's what I like to call him too. So they are down there. But thank you for watching. And two things we need to do. We need to thank Hammer, our title sponsor. Thank you so much to Hammer Bowling Products for being involved, the Brunswick family of brands, everybody up in Muskegon. Thank you so much for continuing to want to be part of this event. And also, over at Inside Bowling, providing the coverage here, if you want to pick up a last-minute gift for Christmas, we have a coupon going on. It's holiday when you put that in at checkout through the end of the weekend. Look at Andrew trip to 457 maybe, and a high five. You can save 20% at InsideBowling.com, where we make a whole bunch of cool gear. It's great Christmas gifts. If you get it in here in the next few days, you will get it before Christmas. And we've had a lot of people purchasing things, so thank you so much. And now Shay's going high over here.
We had the front 5.
I know.
I mean, it's not like he didn't have a clue, but, I mean, Jake Enns was in the chat a few minutes ago. And
I've never seen Shay struggle this much.
Yeah, he said I'd never seen Shay struggle this much before.
I know.
And that was with a 180 game down here on this end. And that pair, these pairs down here, the 41 through 44, aren't the kindest pairs this morning. I don't know. The scores, they're not bad scores down there, but they're not anything that matches what we've been seeing up here. So
I do want to throw something out there also. This is the time of the tournament where we start to see folks that have that Iron Man stat in them. What I mean by that is, like on a Madden game, they'll make up like all these different things: speed, accuracy, route running, and they rate you 1 to 100. Well, there's a such thing as stamina, right? Stamina and being able to continue to release the ball the same way, even with a callus breaking open or just aches and pains. And the stamina stat here is starting to come into play for some of the teams. I overheard Bogacki and Partle talking about their hands hurting, haven't bowled as many games, 25 games. They were throwing out these numbers, and you're going to start to see that 8, 9, 10, 11. And there are some people that are in pain to release the ball. Right. I mean, seriously, as it goes on. And it's just like a NHL series, when you get beat up and checked into the board so many times, by game 7, it's like, oh my gosh, who's going to be there to rise to the occasion?
Well, I did the math in the car, and I was stopping to think about, as Andre gets his 9.
Yeah.
I did the math in the car this morning, and so we're doubling the amount of games that they've bowled already this weekend by bowling today. I mean,
Correct.
the 12 games today is
Yep.
is twice as many. But somebody brought up in the chat yesterday, think about the folks who bowled E squad, Echo squad. They bowled 8 games in a row, came back an hour and a half later and bowled 5 more, and then if they made the finals, they're here today, and that's all in a range of almost 24 hours.
And what's crazy is that's the squad that has the most demand. That's what the most of the people want to
Yeah.
do. And I know a lot of that has to do with travel.
Sure.
You know, I didn't check this. I don't know if you guys covered this, and I don't want to put you guys on the spot, but how many of these teams came off of each squad?
I was going to do that this morning, and I didn't do it when we sat down, but I had it halfway through the tournament. I know that, you know, back at that time, in the top 30-some teams, A squad only had 5 representatives in that. So I would say A squad probably the least amount, if that's the case.
I think we can get there if you want to do it quickly, Dennis.
Okay.
I think we can get there.
All right, so we know that
Michael Martell was on Friday, 7 p.m.
Okay, so that's C squad.
Okay. Anderson was on B squad.
Okay.
Who do you got next?
Go Hagen.
E squad.
E.
E.
Okay, so they're one of the teams that we were just talking about.
Johnson and Barta were E.
Johnson and Barta were E.
Yes.
Barish and Flora were D.
Shepard was D. Oh, we got it.
Tackett was A.
This is a squad's top 46, so you can look at the different colors.
Oh, okay. We're almost done. Thank you, Jerry. No, we're good. Yeah, we'll take them.
Barrett and Bender were B.
More info.
Yep.
B.
Yeah.
Okay. Thompson.
Partle and Bogacki were E.
E. Okay. That's interesting so far. Thompson and Buttriff. Tackett and Tackett were
D for Tackett and Tackett were A.
Yep.
They bowl on Friday.
They led.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so they're probably the only ones. Biondo and Pollock. Anybody remember?
Yes, they're on D.
Okay.
Thompson and Buttriff are also on D.
And then Taylor and Morris.
Were E.
Yeah.
So we have 1 A, 2 Bs, 1 C, 4 Ds, and 4 Es.
So a lot of it half of it came from Saturday. That shouldn't surprise us because
two-
we saw what
two-
happened to the standings yesterday.
Yeah, 2/3 came from Saturday.
Yeah.
In one fewer squad.
Andre Anderson with the front 10 now. If you're at home, you're looking at top left. EJ's still laughing down there. I don't know if it's about the same thing or it's about something different, but he's a happy guy today. Anyways.
He really is. He's having a ball.
Here's number 11. He stomped, but that was pretty confident stomp.
It was.
And his partner gave him 203 that game.
Yep.
So isn't that interesting? A guy that's carried him almost the entire tournament turns into 203, and we're looking at having them all.
Andrew is on the approach, as we do have the 2 pairs here. So Andrew looking for 3 bills. 299 for Andrew.
Look at him.
Anderson.
He wanted it. He wanted the present.
He did.
He truly wanted the present.
And what a treat for the fans here, and even for the players that are left in the field. I mean, you're bowling against Andrew Anderson and EJ Tackett, 2 players of the year, PBA players of the year, bowling on the same pair.
Nate Garcia, Mike, down on 43 and 4, has the front 8.
He sure does.
Martell has a lot of spares, a lot more than normal. Not a lot of strikes, a lot fewer than normal. Looks like only 3 in 8 frames.
Christo asking the question: Has there been another husband and wife duo make the finals before? I personally don't know. I wouldn't discount it.
It's certainly possible. Like the Bradshaws could have done it. The Ludens could have done it.
Oh yeah. Channel number 2, which we were calling Fox yesterday because that's the affiliate in St. Louis, but channel number 2 for here, those 4 lanes down there, seems like those pairs are getting done later than everybody else, but it seems there's a decent game down there on one of them right now, but they're throwing more 2-ball shots down there, I think, than some of the other pairs.
Yeah, we haven't seen
the scores aren't bad, but they're not.
We haven't
great.
seen many 500s.
No. So we still have action here in front of us on 35 through 8, and that's what you're looking at on the screen right now. If you'd like to see what's going on 41 through 44, please check out our second channel down there. The link is at the top of the chat. And we'll hang here until this game gets finished, and this is game number 8. 2 more games until our teams pause for a little bit while we calculate scores and come up with the position round assignments.
There's front 9 for Garcia. He walks it down all the way to 49.
Yeah.
There's nobody down there.
Oh my goodness. Timmy sets himself up for the 10th frame, but he needed to because he's pacing at 190 right now, and any kind of a little mishap there, and we'd be.
Our weight.
The wait staff.
Yeah. Fantastic all weekend.
Thank you. All right, Shea. 260 going here. Waiting on the pins on lane number 37, but
close match.
Yeah.
Pollock down 9 pins.
yes, because there's one extra double there, and that was something he needed. So they basically got to match each other right now, right?
Yep. If Shea and Tim match, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
The other local team right to their left, a nice, what will be a convincing win for Partle and Bogacki after 7 games.
Oh, Shea just left a flat 10. I mean, you could see it squirt through the front.
Yeah, after 7 games, our local team's right in the middle, 6th and 7th.
He's a little frustrated right now. He's talking to himself, talking to Timmy. Hands up in the air, not knowing what's going on. That was a nice shot by Tom. I like the way that ball is going through the pins right now there. So now the question in my mind, Michael, is what if they flop the lane machines and use the black one on the high end or the low end and the red one on the high end next year? Would it make a difference topography-wise and oil-wise?
Just overall hook.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to bounce out of here for just a second. Go down to our second feed. We've got Nate Garcia on the front 9. Make that 10.
Van wants to know if anybody's using reactive resin at this stage, and I'd say most of the field.
I've seen Roseberry throw plastic and urethane, mostly plastic.
Biondo with the first one in the 10th there, and that's huge for them. Pretty much iced the win now, I believe.
Yeah, they can get this. Not yet. Not yet. Biondo can get to 69.
Nate goes front 11 now.
Barrett 58. Biondo needs this hit. 9 for a tie possibility.
And they were 50 pins apart, where Barrett and Bittenbender had the lead at that over them by 50 pins. So that'll widen that gap a little bit.
Nate Garcia, box. Thanks, Nate. Thank you. He's thinking about the 300 too much here. Back to Barrett.
For the win.
Nope, not yet. Dennis, we have the possibility of a tie.
How about Garcia? He can tie for the high game in the tournament.
He just did.
He's so tall he gets in the way of his ball reaction, but hey, awesome game, Nate Garcia, 300. These guys keep applying pressure.
So Brandon Biondo did pick his 10 pin there to put him at 458. Tim strikes 458. It would be we haven't had a tie yet.
No. So Mike, you think you put cameras up on top of tables on tripods that stick way up in the air, and you ought to be able to see the pin action over people's heads, and then you got a guy like Nate.
Mm-hmm.
I like shots like this, Lee. I don't know. I like the
That's
tension.
fun.
Tension in the air makes it
Yep.
fun. Yep.
He knows it. Threw
Yep.
a good shot. And a little.
10 gets you 25, right?
Yeah, 10 gets you an extra 15. First tie
All day.
of the day.
All day.
Game number 9 will be starting shortly. We will have Bittenbender off that tie against Martell, Gohagen and Farish. In front of us, Shepard and Tackett with Barta and Buttriff. And on the high end, Biondo and Anderson with Partle and Taylor.
So what's Little Albie doing down there? Can you tell? Sorry. So he's looking at 2-0. So basically what we've got here is the same situation as we had with Andre and Andre down there. We had a 2-0 and a 3, basically a 299, and now we've got a possibility of a 2-0 and a 300.
Yep.
So the separation is
pretty much unchanged.
It's pretty much unchanged, and that's kind of what I was kind of looking for.
Yeah,
to see
they both won their match.
And they both shot 100 over.
They both shot 100 over, and all by one guy.
Yeah, in both cases. That's pretty cool.
No 240, 260 here. No, we're just going to have one guy do all the work.
Yep.
And one guy just go even.
You know, when we did this breakdown by squads, the number off the B squad surprises me. The number of the teams that made it into the top 12 off the B squad, only being 2.
Yeah.
That was a big squad. 5 300 games off of that squad, if I remember correctly.
Yep. Tim Barrett had one of them.
Yep. So Partle and Bogacki saying that their hands hurt right now really doesn't surprise me, considering that they both basically 13 in a row yesterday and then 12 in a row today.
Well,
and if they don't bowl all that much all the time, then...
Yeah, I mean, Horns and Gohagen in the same boat. Johnson and Bard in the same boat.
Yeah.
Taylor and Morris in the same boat.
Yeah. But there's some of them who are probably more more than just weekend warriors. You know
True.
what I mean? That
And-
have more stamina, are used to this.
And there's some of those people that don't have to worry about their thumb swelling up or anything because they don't use it.
Action getting underway now in our double wide double stack here for you as we go into game number 9. We'll have standings after 8 here shortly. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. Appreciate everybody coming out to watch this stream, one of our most popular streams of this season. Hopefully you guys are taking advantage of our second stream so you can watch all the coverage, all the action right here. That is pinned at the top of the chat.
Guten Tag, Benjamin. Wie geht's?
Horns and Gohagen are taking on Farish. And Flora.
Yeah.
Over there on 31 and 32. Next door, Nate Garcia and Michael Martell move down to take on Shay and Tim. That'll be your upper left matchup. Down below, we've got EJ and Natalie taking on Adam and Liz. Excuse me, that's not correct. Liz was just standing over on that pair. Looks like Brett Shepard and Derek Roseberry. And then we've got Buttriff and Greg Thompson taking on Liz and Adam. Down on the high end, Andre and Andre. And Andrew's actually he's actually got a hoodie on now. He might be bowling in a hoodie on 41 and 42.
It's a little chillier in here just because we don't have the people from yesterday, I think.
It is chilly in here today. There's no
Yep.
doubt. Pro Shop is warm if you need to hibernate, though. And Pollock and Biondo is who is facing Andre and Andre, as we call them. And then Bogacki and Partle are down on the end, bowling Jarrell Morris and Steve Taylor.
I remember one holiday doubles, Mike, we did together back at Redbird that it was so cold outside and the lack of people that we had winter coats on.
We did. I also remember at the holiday doubles, we used to call Derek Roseberry Rosebud.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, we used to call him Rosebud. Tried to get you guys a little treats there to get you a little something in your system.
We appreciate it.
So we are now 66% of the way, or 2/3 of the way through the competition. And the lane patterns actually held up pretty well. This is when you might start to see it blow up.
Our qualifying blocks were 8 games. Same amount of teams per pair, just one team per lane, just like now, but now we're on game 9. Haven't really seen anybody in front of the ball return.
EJ now also in a coat.
If you need a hoodie to bowl in, Mike, I
Yeah.
know where you can get some. InsideBowling.com.
That's cool.
We got a sale going on.
Yeah, we do.
Use the promo code HOLIDAY, HOLIDAY holiday. 20% off everything in the store, and that is good until midnight tonight. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is true.
If you're watching the replay, no matter when you are, you can use the promo code YouTube for 15% off. How many different?
Over 500.
Over 500 different designs, styles, colors, ideas for you to choose from. Plus, who knows what other fun stuff you've got up there. Dennis is hanging out with a couple of his star bowlers here behind the booth. Good to see everybody coming out. We had great fan support.
We did.
In the building this weekend.
George Gohagen opens up with a 4-bagger. He looks pretty locked in, and this is kind of the time of the tournament where George kind of smells blood in the water, and he's like, you know what? This is where we need a couple games. Everybody else is kind of falling off a little bit. Fatigue is starting to set in. Lanes are transitioning. We're seeing some 4-0s, 420s, 430s out there, and you're going to see George push Jordan. You're going to see him with Jordan leaving an open frame here. You're going to see him kind of start to show some emotion, some let's go. EJ to solid 8s. Still laughing, still smiling.
All right, Mike, after game 8, Anderson Gonzalez 19-10. Their lead over Martel and Garcia is just 13 pins. Didn't really move. It moved by 1 pin. The gap between second and third as Dennis is now running pin corrections. The gap between second and third, Mike, is 200 even. Partle and Bogacki have moved up to that spot. Horns at Gohagen fourth at 1663. Shepard and Roseberry fifth at 1644. Taylor and Morris have moved up 4 spots in the last 2 games. They went from 10th to 6th in 2 games. 16-17. Thompson and Buttriff 7th. Bittenbender and Barrett 8th. Biondo and Pollock 9th. Johnson and Barta 10th. And then a gap back to Farish and Flora in 11th. Tackett and Tackett in 12th. There's still time for one of the teams in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th to make a run. You got 4 games left. Can't wait too much longer, though.
Like I said, I think George is going to bowl 250, 260. I mean, he said, come on, man. Like, he knows it's time. Sounds simple. Fast 8 for Barta. Probably going to see a little excitement here out of George if Jordan can get his first strike in a while.
And with the fan club that they've brought with them, when they get going, everybody knows it.
Well, it's hard not to root for them. You know? they perform every time they come out here. How many times? I mean, it's almost always in Sunday.
It's almost automatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we talked about how difficult that is.
They'll all be coming in high now. I'm starting to see a lot of 4 pins and 6 pins, depending on if you're left or right-handed. Starting to see balls come in high. There's a run over the rack 9.
So part of that has got to be a different transition than they saw in either one of the 2 blocks that they've bowled so far.
Yep. We got a little FF going on too, fatigue factor. But I'm telling you, I think George's going to bowl 300s this game. I've just seen him do it so many times. You know, he's not one of those guys that waits till game 11 to start thinking about what you got to do. He sees it and smells it now.
Cracked open a 6-pack for George.
And this is where Jordan can bowl a great back half of the game and just pile on top of George's strikes. There's another 4-pin, FYI, for Nate Garcia. Here's Shea. Shea goes spare double. Wouldn't shock me if he's high flush here or some sort of late falling 4. No, he's actually got a little room yet. That's actually the perfect spot. Daniel Farish. Now he goes high. Is that pin leaning? Or am I just... Oh, okay. There was a pin underneath it being swept off.
So it won't let you delete the score while there's a half-filled frame. So you got to fill it and then erase it. So add a dash. Go over right.
Farish going to give it a shot. Oh, almost. So again, we got a couple of teams trying to get into the 2-horse race right now. Partle Bogaki, Horns, Gohagen, Shepard, Roseberry still with a shot, Taylor Morris as well. Then it starts to get a little bit further back there.
And you talked about Partle and Bogaki saying that their hands hurt, but when you're in a race like this and getting closer, all of a sudden some of that pain goes away a little bit.
Yep, that was a monster double by Jordan. You know, and now we got to kind of keep an eye on Martel Garcia, right? And what are we seeing here from those guys, right? A little bit of struggle bus here. A little bit of letdown. You know, they are at 1897. Horns and Gohagen at 1663.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Here comes George. He's got his partner doubles.
Wow.
That one sails past the break. I want to.
Another block.
Yeah, I want to show you what's going on with our leaders currently right now too. Notice not one strike. They have one strike through 3 frames. One strike through 3 frames. Our leaders.
And just to the right of that screen, Mike, we noted that Partle and Bogaki have moved into 3rd. John Bogaki back. John Bogaki is front 6.
Yep. So 200 pins of separation between 1 and 2 in the field, but several teams 200 to 250 back with 9, 10, 11, and 12 to play. Chip away at it. Get 60. Get 60. Get 60. We might have multiple teams jump into this.
So let me ask this question. Okay, so we see those 2 guys talking to each other right now. Obviously not talking about
Andrew and Andrew.
Andrew and Andrew, or Andre and Andre, but yeah.
I tried to tell you.
Yeah, you did. So obviously they're not talking about what they see on their sides of the lanes, but they're discussing strategy on how they're going to attack this because they know that neither one of them has a good look right now. So
right now, both of our leader teams are not bowling well.
I think Andre just talked the other Andre into getting a different ball out.
I think so.
He went to the bag.
And all this is unfolding on our second channel.
Yes.
Bogacki goes Brooklyn on the front six.
Well, he threw a Brooklyn earlier in the day here. Was it first game in front of us?
Might have been. That was a while ago now.
Yeah, that was like for number 11, wasn't it? Or number 10, maybe? I don't know. He started out the game that way. Yeah, so they're discussing that ball reaction, I guess 7-pin, flat 7 maybe, the way it looked. But again, no strikes, and his guy's been striking all day. So,
and we have our first lane breakdown that I've seen in this event for any substantial amount of time.
Right.
And we've got like a little banana tree, couple hanging pins.
Some more spam in your chat there.
Oh, okay. Get rid of that. To have a good time, go find your love here. Okay. All right. That's really what you want me to do there, guys. Have yourself a good time. Block. Block.
I wouldn't call it a chink in the armor at all, but I've seen Andre have a little trouble going across lane. We saw him stick on lane 36 earlier going across lane at a 7-pin. Now Andrew 210. Those pairs are not nice down there right now.
By the way, scores are being posted on our Facebook page now at Inside Bowling. Our Twitter account is still locked out. Thinks we're under 13 years old for some reason. Thanks, Elon, and your change of staff. EJ throwing a spare ball? EJ's throwing a spare ball, I believe. That yellow ball. He just moved right. He's now in spare ball mode. And even though their day has not gone the way they would like it to, it's really cool that they bowled together and that they made it into the top 12 out of 232 teams.
There was a question earlier whether there's been a husband and wife team that made the finals in this before, and I don't know that I've got the history on that. But
husband and wife team.
We were talking about possibly. Lee was bringing up some possibilities like Luden's, possibly.
Bradshaw's.
Bradshaw's could have possibly done it. Don't know, but.
Look at Jordan getting into it here. See, now they're chest bumping, and George's like, "Get away from me."
Oh. EJ got that spare ball. He finally carries one. His first strike of the game is in the 7th frame.
And they're bowling with a deadwood that's a third of the way up the lane.
EJ did that.
I know. Throwing a 10-pin.
Well, it shouldn't have stood up in the first place.
Right. Here's Tim now. Shea working on 290. Adam Barta strikes there. It's double for him. Adam did not bowl well on this pair. He bowled sub 200 when they were over here the last time.
So since we're using just a normal league schedule, each team's going to hit 5 pairs twice and 1 pair once, excluding the position round.
Yep. Jordan. Strike.
Roseberry and Shepard in 5th place. Brett's having a double, but a split in there. But Roseberry, that plastic big wheel, is keeping on turning again now. 4 in a row, 6 out of 8.
Nate Garcia is confused. He thought that was going to strike. He really liked it off his hand and leaves the 2-4-8. Here's Shea getting through it really good.
He's been getting the light hits on the left lane. Buttriff.
So for Garcia, you said he thought that was going to strike.
Yes, he did.
How far down the lane do you think he thought that was going to strike? Because I'm watching it off his hand, do you think? Or when did it just float too far?
Oh.
Like that one there. I mean, I think he thought that was going to cover
Absolutely,
easily.
yeah. The oil's moving down lane.
Yeah.
It's playing much tighter. That open frame is massive. If Lil Albee here doesn't go up and throw a double, you know, these guys are staring at 4-0 and they're going to lose because of Shea's big number. Okay? Then you look at like Gohagen and Horns right now. All right, let's just say Lil Albee and Nate go 400. Okay? And Gohagen and Horns go, they got what, 224 and 260 left. So let's say they go 80 over plus another 30 bonus. That's a 110 pin swing. So that makes up half of the deficit and then a little, right?
Right.
In one game. But Lil Albee doubles, that's important. And then you look at who Lil Albee and Nate are chasing, and you got Andre and Andre over there, and they were struggling through 4 frames, but now they've just thrown a team double in the 5th and the 6th. But they're bowling a very formidable opponent over there, and they're not guaranteed to get 30 bonus pins bowling Pollock and Biondo. Looks like pretty high scoring down there on the end pair.
Finally.
Finally.
It's been a while. Partle with 68 in the 4th, but the next 7. John Boganke missed on the front 7. Went through the face for a spare strike in the 9th. They're bowling against Steve Taylor's in the book at 44. And Jarrell's first shot in the 10th was a 247. So I think he's got 30 something. Well, he missed it. It's going to be a win for Partle and Boganke, who are in 3rd place. The question is how many pins?
Right.
And it could be as many as 120. Oh, never mind. My bad, John. Big 4. Although something seems to be going on here. Liz's last shot on 38 was a 710.
Hey, guys, real quick, I'm here with George Gohagen III, and it never ceases to amaze me, George, when you need a game about 2/3 of the way through a block, get your teammate going there. You bowl 260. You guys were about 240 out of the top 2 teams. Both of those teams are struggling right now. You about cut that deficit in half. What is it about you in this stage of a tournament that makes you show up and bowl big games?
I just got to dig in deep, try the best I can. I love these pressure situations, and you just got to make it happen, you know. And I love this environment. I love this tournament. So, you know, my wife told me either strike or don't come home. So I got to strike.
Yeah, well, she's been fun to listen to. Do you guys, I know you guys think you can get there, but what's it going to take to get there to potentially bowl for the title in the position round?
Probably bowl 520 every game from here out. So it's going to take a lot of strikes. I mean, bowling a lot of good teams, a lot of good bowlers, going to have to throw a lot of strikes. I think 520, 530 every game for us to get us close.
Thanks, man. That's George Gohagen. I'm telling you, man. If they bowl 500 at the next game, they're going to be in this thing. I mean, they already cut their deficit in half.
So as we're watching here, on lane, on lane 36, Roseberry 6'8" with his plastic ball.
Yep.
The one thing about using plastic right off the bat all day is where do you go from there? I mean, you got nowhere.
You can go up.
You could go up, But do you know what that part of the lane is doing? And you don't. I mean, I know you're going to have to throw a couple of
Yeah.
shots, but that's going to have to be a whole philosophy change for him because
Yeah.
he's going to have to go out there and change his entire
Yeah.
game plan for the whole weekend right now because of what's happening on the lanes.
I mean, he did just shoot 247. He's got something.
Roseberry
He had 6 in a row before the 6-8. It's not all lost.
Roseberry is not a thrower. He is a slow dumper.
Okay.
So I get what you're saying there, Dennis, because he doesn't have many other tools in his bag to prevent the ball to hook, except for angle.
Mm-hmm.
So he can get steeper with his angle, and I don't think 10 more games that he would run out of room with angle if there were 10 more games to go on this throwing plastic. And he is giving it the business. You know, he's probably got a hand position number 2 that would work. So, but it's going to be something different if he continues to go high. And we might see fatigue with him. He just may be throwing some bad shots. And we're gonna pick up some ambient sounds in the next game as the Gohagen Horns team trying to build off of that momentum that they just got. You're going to start to hear some noise down here, especially with our leaders struggling in terms of the pace of this tournament, not necessarily struggling in terms of score compared to many of us that bowl. 221 for Nate Garcia if he can strike out. And that is a big double. What's a little Albee got left? 2-0 even?
Yeah.
Okay, so they can bowl 420.
Barrett Bittenbender came to this game in 8th at 1578.
They're going to need monster games. I mean, just
but they came into that like only 119 pins behind third. This is going to help.
So this is two games in a row. It's 2 games in a row right now that Andre Gonzalez has struggled a little bit, lost his look. I'd say
2-0 the last game on the other end pair, down at the other end.
Right.
And we'll take you to the conclusion of that match because they are the furthest behind all of the matches. We're going to stay here with Tim Barrett, see what kind of score they can finish with. There's nobody bowling on 35 through 38. They are done.
41 and 2 had a couple respots. That's why they're behind.
Yeah, and a little bit of confusion on what to set up in the back from what I saw. I'm fairly confident. This is game number 9 right now. That we got 2 more until we break for the position round. But I'm pretty confident that Andrew will get Andre lined up in time here. I mean, they'll make the right move here in a second. So
the 2 lefties just went 3-7 and 3-7-9 on 41 and 42. The only left-hander bowling their next game is Buttriff, and he's going to be 2 zones inside of Pollock and Gonzalez.
he's doing his best to hold them in.
How many times have we seen it match play? You start getting a couple teams clear of the field, one hiccup, and everybody's right back together.
Check out the conversation. That's like And you heard Andrew earlier say he's probably top 5 in the world on a house shot.
Yeah.
Right?
Speaking of Andre, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Andre. So I'm watching Andrew talk to Andre down there, and that looked like a little bit of a pump-up conversation, but also buy into what you're doing here almost, to me.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm just assuming.
Well, as all that was going on, and we finish here, we are going to go there now for a little extended coverage here as all games are completed in front of us.
Yeah,
and here is the ball change.
Oh. Yeah, Martel and Garcia finished that game only plus 10. Partle and Bogacki made up half of what they were behind.
And so did Gohagen and Horns.
Gohagen and Horns made up almost half. They were 30 more behind.
Okay.
That spare was important.
Andrew can finish with, what is that, 245?
245, yep.
5 or 6, yeah.
Yep.
But it's going to be in the 170s for Andre. Pollock through the face.
And I think he all he left was a 4-pin through the face, though.
Yep. Different ball.
171.
Yep.
Is that like 4 different colors he's used now in the last?
Yeah, 5 shots.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And none of them struck.
Well, but I think he's got to see the lane right again. I mean, right now that's where he's having trouble, and
he's going to have to shape it a little bit is what he's going to have to do.
yeah.
Andrew, monster shot. I mean, Andrew's just sitting
Is
here
it possible to
keeping
win
his
this
team in it.
game?
No.
I didn't think so.
Best they can get to 416.
Another dead one. Now that'll put Pollock and Biano in the 430s.
Okay.
We'll watch one more shot with Andrew and then bounce back down as the bowlers have got to their lanes.
I like how you bounce around, Mike.
Yep, I do.
You do.
And I figured out where I picked that up from. I've been watching the NFL Red Zone channel on DirecTV for a long time, ever since its inception.
Okay.
And Andrew Siciliano, when he wants to go around to the different games, says, let's bounce out of this one and head out to New England, where Tom Brady has the New England Patriots marching down the field inside the 20. Let's bring in our double wide.
Yeah, game number 10. Low end, Barta, Taylor, Shepard, Anderson. In front of us, Biondo, Martel, Partle, Gohagen. So 3 of our top 4 teams, Dennis, right in front of us. So this match on 37 and 38 is essentially a 3rd and 4th position
round right now.
And they likely know. They both just shot a similar game. They both won. The teams that were 200 in front of them shot nothing and lost. So they just made up half or so of what they were behind. So they're now about 100 to 120 behind the leaders. And the 2 biggest fan clubs in the building are also here.
Right behind us.
So it's going to be fun.
Yep.
On the high end, Buttriff and Farish with Tackett and Bittenbender.
So we basically got...
Yeah, the lead for Anderson and Gonzalez actually, believe it or not, after that game widened by 5 pins.
By 5 pins, yep.
And now I'll just take that 3.
Well, and it was a big... I mean, think about how big those 3 shots in the 9th, 10th, and 11th were for Andrew. I mean, that's a crazy finish when his partner is struggling as bad as he is down there. And
yeah, they started with 57 and 65 in the fourth with opens in the fourth.
Yep.
And then EJ never missed again until the fill shot. Or not EJ, Andrew. I'm sorry. I saw EJ. I was thinking of him.
Yeah. So it's to compound this, we've got a team that with a traveling fan club
Contingent.
and you've got half of the local representation on the other side. So anybody
Yep.
that's from around here is probably for
Yep.
Tom and John.
What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Put this little color shirt on. We back on Fox?
We don't even have to comment.
No,
Lee.
we just have
We
to.
just have to listen. No commenting, no nothing.
Yeah, this is a match here, isn't it?
Yep.
It is.
They're third and fourth. There's a good couple dozen. That's a game old. Couple dozen people within shouting distance of us. There's the Partle crowd. They're more of the traditional clapping
No.
variety.
You mean like the golf clap?
No, it's a clap, but
It's
it's
a
just
clap?
it's just a
Okay.
the Gohagen Horns crowd a little more vocal.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
If these
Look at 'em.
two teams,
Bumping. Look at them.
this is the first time I'm ever
That's
gonna.
awesome.
This is the first time I've ever said this on a stream, but I'm trying to get younger. If these two teams go ham, the bonus pins really don't matter. They could feed off of each other, and both put up 550, and both really accomplish the same thing, getting closer to the lead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Vern?
I do know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Here's Gohagen.
Come on. Hey, stop double bouncing on me. Ain't nobody pick your ass up. Yeah, they are.
Andre with a double to start this match out.
That's massive.
That's
That's
massive. Somebody got his head back on straight.
He's averaging 180 the last two games.
Yes.
Leading the tournament.
Yes.
Come on, Jordan.
Jordan's the key to this because he's been kind of off. 205 to 230s.
But did you see him bumping him a few
Oh
minutes
yeah,
ago?
I know.
That there.
The one thing we haven't seen him do is go up the opposite side of the lane, which we know he can do.
By the way, what this is called is hype train. You're trying to get your hype train going, which builds momentum.
Here's George's hype train in the fifth.
That's wide. Got back.
Your point. It was wide. You are correct, but
Bogacki.
perfect.
He kind of looks like Ameloto Monticelli, except he's left-handed. That ball's like hook stopping. Looks like the Purple Rhino Pro 1992.
And man, is he good at that. The other one that you just mentioned, holy cow, is he good at that. I got a close-up view of that at Bill Moore's house when he was there a couple of years ago, and holy cow.
Those of you playing Pro Bowler Bingo, you can now check off your Ameloto Monticelli off your card.
Andre front three.
Oh, Partle with a bad break. And that's that lane 37. It's been playing pretty tight
It was
today.
a pinch in at the break point, but not by a lot.
Could have been a little slow with the speed on that one too. I mean, just like a half a mile an hour will do it. If now George and Jordan, so if they miss speed wise, it's going to be on the firm side because of all this hype, okay? Because of all this, you know, trying to push each other, all the adrenaline.
So if Tom did think he threw it slow, he could just get his crowd around here to rile him up a little bit.
Yeah,
and that'll help out the ball speed.
Yep. Just needs his wife to come over, poke him in the chest a little bit, yell
You see
at
that
him.
Garcia hit on 36?
Yeah, I did.
A worse break than Tom's.
Garcia off to a slow start here. He finished strong in the last game for 220, but was off to a slow start as well. This starts to get old.
I want to hear another what you gonna do. I like that.
And yeah, and Andrew 3-6-10 down there, right?
Yep, he did.
Here's George. Ooh. That was as in as the last one was wide.
Yeah, that's the term cut short. That's what they mean when you cut it short.
Here we go. After 9, Anderson and Gonzalez with a very small lead. 9 pins. The gap between Martel and Garcia and Partle and Bogacki is less than 100. The gap between Partle and Bogacki and Horns and Gohagen is 41. If anybody else can make a run, it's Shepard and Roseberry, 1712. Barrett Bittenbender, 1702. Taylor and Morris, 1672. Thomas and Buttress, 1671. Biondo and Pollock, 9th at 1649. So we're going to see a lot of jockeying for this top 9 spots. It's possible Johnson Barta could move up from 10th if they were to find a good game.
Nice comeback shot there for Tom. Oh, Steve Taylor just knocked the 4 in front of the 9 and gave it a old thumbs up.
Yep. Was it a thumb?
It was the thumb.
Okay.
Yep.
You know how they say a home run is a rally killer?
Yep.
When you have 3 people doing what they were doing out here just a moment ago and all of a sudden somebody misses, it's almost like,
Yeah, when Tom missed.
it's just a crash. Just an absolute crash.
Yeah. So here's what I predict from George here. He knows the last one he missed in and cut it short. So this one here, trust is a must. He's going to try to get this off his hand about as clean as he can get it off his hand and float it out to the left. He doesn't have to split boards here, but he does have to get the ball going to the left to be able to hit the 1-2 pocket on his side of the lane. And that is way left, but it will recover and come in light because he's pitched another one out like that as well. He wants to be about a board inside of that or 2. He can still strike. But he wasn't going to cut that one short and miss right. That wasn't going to happen back-to-back shots.
I think Andre just left a bucket.
Yeah, he sure did. That one kind of hydroplaned, puked off the spot, whatever you want to call it. Elizabeth Johnson tripping out the 4-9.
Finally one
there
for
you
good
go,
guys.
Liz. There you go.
Brett Shepard now loft in the left gutter.
Oh, yeah, he's way in. I don't think this is necessary, but he is kind of throwing it into the lane. And when you're that steep, you're going to leave some 10 pins. I like Tom's moxie coming back with a double after the open frame. Very nice.
Man, he needs this spare here. Good shot. All right, good shot. He's got to be a little iffy on that, considering that he's missed a couple of single pins here. Like,
Yep.
where's his ball going?
Nate Garcia looking for his double, and he gets it, and he's pumping it up, and he's slapping it out because he knows how big that is right now. He goes open, double. Jordan is the X factor, and George just turned around and said, "What are you going to do, girl?"
And, Martel and
What's up with that?
Garcia, they're right next door. They see all this. They hear all this.
Wow.
Who are they?
I'm not sure.
They're chirping at another team from a few years ago or something. I mean, that's what I'm kind of gathering from this.
Ghosts or?
No, it might be Pollock Biondo. I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. But George has slowed everything down.
Yeah.
He's being a little more deliberate here. Again, George, he cannot get it going too much up the lane. He's got to go right to left. And he did, and 3-7-9s.
They're in danger now.
He just went high the last shot. And again, folks, this is the 3-4 matchup right now.
This just brought that match essentially even.
And how far were they? They were 41 pins between these two teams, but how far out of second place both teams are basically?
So Partle and Bogacki were 95 out of second.
Okay.
George and Gohagen at 41 behind that. So the match is Partle and Bogacki plus 11. George has to finish on the lane. He just went 2-4-7-10, 3-7-9.
Right. Here's Andrew on the left lane down there. Oh, man. Is he throwing that good?
I actually, you know who I think they might, you know who I think he might be yelling at? Is Jarrell Morris.
Okay.
Who's 8 lanes away.
That's why it's so loud.
Got it.
Jarrell just came down and gave him 5. Like, why would Jarrell come 8 lanes all the way down and give him 5? Because Jarrell likes to get loud too. So they may have bowled each other earlier and got in a bit of a
kerfuffle.
Because I called his name out. Next thing you know, he's here giving him 5. Now Tom Partle's trying to get involved in the shit talking class here. Which, if I'm Tom, I know he's done his fair share of talking it up in the day, but I would probably just sit down.
He did. He sat down.
Oh, George leaves the 10. Now that Jarrell has come down here and acknowledged the string of strikes, the front 9 by Jordan Horns, I think Jordan is done shouting in that direction.
We will see.
And George at the ball return, or at the telescore here, he's beating himself up because he knows these 3 out of the last 4 frames could be the difference between potentially knocking on the door of the lead and just getting there.
Could be thousands of dollars.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
Over to our left, we noted Garcia's start with split.
Yep.
Those are the only misses they got.
Yep.
They're
Lil Albee got the front 5.
we got some hand slapping over there, but they're not. They're letting strikes do the talking. Here's Jordan. Great shot.
Front 10 for Jordan. Tensions are rising here in the building.
Yes, they are.
Spectators as well now.
Yep.
Oh, and Andrew Anderson with a pocket 7-10 over on 32. He had a triple going.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Tom
left. That's
Partle's got a triple going, and he would have brought the house down if he would have got that to go.
Yeah, it was left off his hand.
No split, though, just 4-pin.
Andre open in that frame too, though. That's the problem with that match right there.
Jordan Horns. This game is sick.
I wonder if Martel, 2 lanes over, throws a strike and announces.
Wow.
No, just quietly walks back.
Martel is in, I think, the weakest ball he has in his bag outside of urethane. Front 11. It's all happening right in front of our booth. Liz picked the big 4, by the way, with 4 matches on our screen.
Yeah. And the one match is not a here's Jordan. We'll get to the other match. For 300.
300 for Jordan Horns. And every team in here knows it now.
Yep.
Every team in here knows it.
Yeah, as far in the whole hum category, Mike,
Yeah.
EJ Tackett's thrown his spare ball on 43 and 4 and has front 9. Ho hum.
So 43 and 4 is not the problem down there. It's the pair next to him. I mean, as far as scores are concerned, that
41 and 42 has been rough.
Yeah.
For the last few games. 43 and 4. Every so often you get. Pardo and Bogacki just had a nice game down there.
They did.
EJ gets 5.
Black Cloud Lee.
Yeah, his ball remembered it was a spare ball. It happens from time to time.
Does George need a mark here in the 10th?
So they've got, they can get to 502. Bogacki and Partle can get to 45 and 57, which is also 502.
502 would be a tie.
They both strike out, they both tie. Nice recovery shot after blowing away and in your ear on 38. John has to match him. He's got to have this one. Oh,
Didn't
no.
get it. That's it. That's the match. So that's two of those. That's 2 of those for that team right there in
one
this
apiece.
game. One apiece, right?
On that lane.
Yeah. Horrible times for those. And they had a 41-pin lead, so it's basically going to make them even.
That 10-pin actually, if John picks this, they might be tied.
So then
with the 30, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that'll give Gohagen and Horns 492. Thought he had it for a second.
Yeah, he had to go for it.
1826.
He truly had to go for it.
So I've got way more information regarding the yelling at the pairs further away. Jarrell Morris situation. See, Jarrell likes to talk loud as well and get piped up and pumped up, and Jarrell actually appreciates what Jordan and George can do at times with their voices. So he came down to tell them to keep it up, right? That's what he was doing down here. But it was Brett Shepard earlier today that chirped and said, y'all need to keep it down, or something to that effect. And now when they're looking for something to build momentum off of and get hyped up about, they are now using that comment to help motivate. Outside of the bowling, that's the extracurricular activities that are happening.
Martel left a 2-4-7-8 on his last ball. The hardest non-split spare in bowling. They're in a really good match with Biondo and Pollock, who are in ninth but could easily move up a few spots with the big game, and so far they've got one. Garcia has 3 splits and 5 strikes. Martel has 7 strikes and 1 spare.
The only issue I ever have when guys start yelling, because I love excitement in the game, and I actually sometimes can't stand to watch the PBA Tour when you've got a bunch of robots on there going through their pre-shot routines and don't ever get excited about a break or anything. I think that's terrible, and I think that's one of the reasons why Pete Weber's done so much for the game over the years, love him or hate him. And I do enjoy a nice slap out, yelling and things like that. The one thing that I do caution people in an event like this with this much money on the line is you can catch someone in their approach further off. So as long as you do it within 5 seconds of the ball hitting the pins, you're okay, because there's somebody on the pair that's just stepping up and getting set with lane courtesy, so to speak. But if your decibel level gets to a certain level, it can then start to affect and go further to other pairs. And I compare it to an air horn. If I was in the middle of my approach and somebody shot an air horn off, it would scare the living crap out of me because I'm not ready for it. And there aren't a ton of spectators in here. There's a few. If this was a college tournament, no problem. Yeah. I mean, be as loud as you want, because that's the environment. Yeah. But on some of the pairs, it's very quiet, and it can catch somebody. And so that's the whole difference between arena settings and golf settings, right? And in bowling, there's a lot of gray area. Sometimes it's loud, sometimes it's very soft. Makes a big difference.
And there is open play going on, but it's 20 lanes away, so it's not bothering anybody.
No, and I guarantee you, if all of a sudden a birthday party started screaming down there, all the bowlers down here would go to Jerry and say, you got to get them to keep that birthday party quiet. Okay? See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, got one of them to trip out there for Biondo. These are the last 2 matches going. Our leaders.
So this is a big fill here, I believe.
Yeah, we're on. Every pin counts when your lead is 9.
Right. So it's is that 216? No, 226.
So 226 for Roseberry. Shepard can get to 224, so that's 50. Anderson can strike out for 36 to put him at 46. So this is a must strike. Can't throw it much better. Brett Shepard can strike for the 30 bonus.
So the strike here is the win, basically.
Yes. Then they could get to 50 over. He needs a strike and 7.
They're both playing lanes.
Yep.
Similar.
Great
right?
shot by Brett. Yep.
Yeah, that's the win, probably, with a good count.
Yep.
Here. Andrew gave that one a little extra.
Yeah, 4-9.
Look at him, a little dejected. But he did. He knew he went up there and gave it a little extra.
So yeah, Shepard and Roseberry, 5th place. That matters. That was a big shot for Brett. That strike 30. So new leaders again for like the 4th time today, Martel and Garcia. The question is,
how much?
By how much? They have 1 spare. Come on, Dennis, teach your kids up. Spares are overrated. Throw lots of strikes.
They know spares are important. They know spares are important. They're sitting behind me, guys.
Yep. All right, Garcia has their first Their first 9 count of the game. It's not like they've missed single
Right.
pins. They just haven't left any.
Right.
So Garcia at 212. Martel's only blemish was a 2-4-7-8, but Biondo put some pressure on him. They can get to 61 on their own. Needs a mark.
Martel?
Didn't have an 8-pin. Good catch by Garcia. Martel was
Yep.
ready to start that pre-shot routine we talked about. He had already started it, and then Nate comes up and says, hey,
Yeah.
not so fast, my friend. Which gives Biondo a chance to throw one more strike so they can get to 461. Martel needs a mark. Best kind of mark right there.
That was huge. Absolutely huge.
So that can put Martel in the, already puts him in the 260s. It can get to 276, which would be 88 plus 30. 118. So they could get to, if he strikes out their lead, 42 and 34, their lead would be 76 pins in a blink. Watch Michael throw one more shot here. We all know who we're bowling. You're bowling the team that you haven't bowled yet. There's only one left. There you go. All right, last matchups. Shepard and Biondo. After the game, 460 for Biondo and Pollock that game. They just ran into a better one. So yeah, game 11, Shepard and Biondo, Partle and Barta. In front of us, Bittenbender and Anderson versus, and then we have Farish and Taylor. 35 and 6 looks like a decent pair right now, if you need a big one. And then on the high end, Tackett and Martel. So that would be the leaders against the team in 12th. And the last two would be Buttriff and Gohagen. They're already 3 frames in on our other feed if you're part of the RMG GG3 crowd. A whole Steve Taylor. Good clean living right there. Trips.
All right. 2 games to play, gentlemen. I am back. I know you guys have probably already done all the work introducing what's going on, but glad to be here. Looks like we've got most viewers we've had. We have 1,300 viewers watching right now.
Yep.
There's a strike attempt down the lane by Bessie. Daniel Farish's rather famous spare ball.
Andre, good shot first frame here on 35 and 6, left a solid 8
Oh,
pin.
and Skinny Jeans to pick it.
There's single pins have been a little bit of a adventure. And it seems like when he's going across the lane like that, he's having a little issue at the foul line. And it was on this pair earlier when he stuck on that lane too. So that part of the lane right there is not fun for him. Andre Anderson now
Good shot.
for a strike.
And this game matters to both teams. Shea and Tim right in the middle after 9 games in 6th place. We talked that 6 is where the money starts getting really serious. The difference between 6th and 7th is $1,000. After 10, Martel and Garcia, new leaders at 2034. Anderson and Gonzalez, 1958. Horns and Gohagen, 1902. They have moved past Tom Partle and John Bogacki, who are at 1889. In 5th, Barrett and Bittenbender, 1826. Shepard and Roseberry, 1792. Then we got a big gap to Biondo and Pollock, Taylor and Morris, who are right together, 7th and 8th. Another gap to Johnson and Barta, Thompson and Buttriff. And another gap to Farish and Flora, Tackett and Tackett.
So basically, right now, the way it sits here, every single position round match could switch around very easily. There's not separation between.
Absolutely.
There's not separation between any of the groups.
Oh, that was too good not to strike. 9 pin for Anderson.
So they both have done that now. An 8 pin for Andre and a 9 pin
Yep.
for Andre.
Different Andres.
Yes.
Hey, guys in the chat, let's move on from your disagreements. Agree to disagree and move on, please. You guys can go make your own Facebook group and debate those things. Send each other all friend requests. Do your research on one another. Call each other out on the things that you find. Well, let's try not to do it in this chat room.
Yep. On the other feed, our 3rd place team of Horns and Gohagen. Jordan Horns has spare 5-bagger. Gohagen has spare triple. They have the lead over Thompson and Buttriff. Again, after this game, we'll have a short break, assign position rounds, double check scores, and 1 position round game, and then that's it. And these
a little dejection over here
Yeah.
right now, but they're going to have to step it up if they want to keep it close enough to where they have striking distance at the top, because that's the biggest spread right up there at the top right now that matters.
Yep, and these pairs, Dennis, if everybody stays where they're at, they're just close enough where if you shoot a big game, you can jump up to the next pair.
Yeah.
There's kind of gaps of 70-ish pins. Third and fourth. Well, I guess fourth and fifth, sixth and seventh. Eighth and ninth. And on that high end, Martel and Garcia are right next to, again, Horns and Gohagen. So they're hearing the chirping's kind of toned itself down just a little bit.
It's over. It's over.
But they're still vocal. I mean, just in general, you hear them. Props to Garcia for picking a 10-pin and keeping it out of the gutter, behind the gate. Yep.
Yeah, it is nice. I saw Tim in the tournament office, and he just got a donut. So he might bowl better this game. He's got a little extra energy, a little fuel.
A little butter on that sweet roll.
Mm-hmm. So can we just recap our top four and how they're bowling right now halfway through this game? So our leaders, Lee.
Martel and Garcia on the second stream, 41-42. They're only in the third frame.
Okay, next team.
Anderson and Gonzalez.
Off to a decent start. This is a big shot here for Andre. Light for a 3-pin. Andrew's going to have to string some strikes in this game.
Yeah, but they're still early, only in the fifth frame. Horns and Gohagen.
Yeah, I think they've got a
so
monster
they got a
game.
monster brewing. Jordan's up in the ninth. Spare ham turkey dinner. Gohagen, 3 spares in a row, and then 5 strikes in a row.
That's on the second stream.
So they've got 90 and 68 left.
Yep.
In fourth, Partle and Bogacki. They're on 31-2. And Tom's got 2 doubles. John's got a triple. So they're off to a solid start.
Timmy Barrett trips 10-pin out for 4 in a row.
So Tim and Shea are in fifth, Mike. Their only chance is a monster here. And, well, through 5 frames, they've got one left. Anderson rolls that. Tim and Shea could shoot 79-90. Then we might get a little.
79-90's
that counts as a monster.
Oh, my.
Nice pickup from Jarrell.
Very nice.
George strikes again. That's the faint crowd. So if they shoot 569, they came into this game 132 pins behind.
Big shot by Andre there. I mean, he's not that blue ball gives him such a different shape that he doesn't know how to trust it on what he's bowled on all weekend right now, the way it looks to me. You know?
Yep. Position round will start on 29 and 30, by the way.
Brandon Biondo in the front 5. They're in 7th, so they're right behind that
pin.
Right behind that gap where you want to be in that top 6.
It's Andrew's second 9-pin this game.
Oof.
And his partner left one to lead the game off, an 8-pin, just like that. So that's getting a little tense over there right now too.
Jordan Horns trips a 4-9 out. 9 went first, 4 went last. One.
I watched him from over here, and I'm not trying to add to the drama or the complexity, but I saw him after he let go of the ball, he stepped forward onto the approach and came real close to that foul line. I'm not saying that he fouled. That's not what I'm trying to insinuate, but that's just a bad habit to get into because you could accidentally go too far, and that strike becomes a foul.
All right, one more for 290 for Jordan. Posted that one much better. Trail foot went down behind him.
So 300, 290 the last 2 games?
That's correct.
Correct. After being self-motivated.
Yeah.
That's the big takeaway here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no different than Weber. I mean, what Jordan Horns is doing is no different than what Pete Weber has done on television. And hence you get controversy both ways.
Right.
Garcia has their team's first double, the 4th and the 5th. They've been alternating spares and strikes, except Martel just ran into a pocket 7-10, it looks like.
142?
Yep. Gohagen's first one in the 10th is perfect. He looks over at somebody or something. Tim Barrett's look is just one of befuddlement. He's like, I have no clue what's going on. Oh, great shot there by Andre, though.
Great. Absolutely great.
Now Jerry Anderson's involved because George yelled all the way down to the field, and there were people on the approach.
Yep.
All right, here's George's.
That was big. And how big now,
Flush.
Andrew, how big are the two solid 9s
Yeah.
over here? Because they'd be looking at the same kind of a game.
Yep. That time George just looked. He didn't say anything. That's fine. But this is an absolutely huge number in the penultimate game. One more strike. 569.
Wow.
They won their match by a mile and a half. And even the mixer goes. So 569 plus 30 is 199. Horns and Gohagen have moved to plus 2101. The one for good measure, right?
Nice shot, Andrew.
Do have to give a shout out in front of us. I know they're down in the standings. So Brandon Flora had the front 8 with plastic.
Oh.
And then he wrapped the 10 pin.
I didn't realize he was using plastic.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
they're both using plastic. Bowling against Taylor and
Hey guys, I'm
and
down
Morris.
here with Jordan Horns, who just bowled 290, 300, and we heard you guys kind of getting loud. There was some controversy about that a little bit. What got you guys so fired up? And obviously, it's motivated you guys because you guys are right there with one game to go.
Well, I just find it kind of crazy where we've been rooting for each other all day. When it was quiet, nobody had nothing to say. So as soon as we started striking a little bit and trying to motivate each other, it was a problem with the yelling. But we've been doing that all day. We was doing it all day yesterday and all that. So and when people rooting for each other, we're not telling them to shut up.
we letting them bowl their game. So how can you tell us? It ain't like we overexceeding it. Like maybe George did it now. You know what I'm saying? But before then, we wasn't overexceeding. We was just rooting for each other. That's just how we bowl. That's how we keep our momentum going. We root for each other out loud. So you can't tell us to not say yes. And number one, we grown ass men. You know, excuse my language. I'm sorry, but you know what I'm saying. You can't tell us that we can't root for each other. So that really just turned me to a whole nother level because I don't like that. You know, and I'm not type of bowler. I'm gonna root for my teammate regardless. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. It seems like every single year, you and George, when you guys come in here to bowl, you guys bring it. You guys have bowled so well together. And, you know, I just want people to be able to realize that your talent every year, there's a reason why you guys are here in the finals, like every year.
And it's a respect thing for real. But, you know, we're gonna bowl this last game, we're gonna make a run, and then we're gonna get up out of here. Nothing extra to it.
All right, man. Well, good luck the rest of the way.
I'm gonna come open my Christmas present, too.
Okay, he's coming up to open up his Christmas present, guys. So there you go. There's some information right from Jordan. But he did actually say,
Yeah.
you know, that George at the end of the game was, you know, he was insinuating that was probably a little over the top.
Yep.
And that's when Jerry Anderson, I think, went down and warned him.
Yep, on 38, Brandon Flora, that is indeed a white dot. 279. His only miss was a wrap 10.
He just
Okay, has a break.
He didn't clear that shot at all.
No.
He knew what he needed. I mean, he needed that strike. Big time needed that strike. Nice job.
Yep. So at the very least, that's going to put Gohagen and Horns in the position round.
In the top position.
In the top 1 or 2.
Right.
Garcia and Martell are still only in the 8th frame. They just saw next door that 569, which is the highest game of the day and the second highest game of the weekend.
I want to say hello to Courtney Crape, who's in the chat. Courtney, it's been a while, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Hello to Floyd Bush. I see Joe Nolan in here. I wanted to get down there, and I think everybody deserved to hear from Jordan directly. That's why I went down there. And he bowled 300, 290. I mean, my God, the guy's on fire.
Yep.
Here's a note to anybody ever bowling against those two in any sort of competition. I would suggest just not doing anything to fire them up. I would say the same thing about if you're ever going to bowl Pete Weber. Don't give him a reason. Whether you agree or disagree with the situation, it typically results in them bowling better. And if you're in competition against somebody, you don't want to give them any sort of lighter fluid to light their fire. Just my opinion. Shea wraps that 10.
Yeah. And you could see him hopping a little bit. He knew he probably piped it a little bit too much.
You guys talked about prize fund recently?
Yeah.
Not recently, but we have talked about it throughout the day.
Yeah, the reason why you're seeing so many of these teams, you know, that don't have a chance at even, you know, getting to the lead, so to speak. There's a lot of money at stake. $10,000 for first, $6,500 for second, $5,000 for third, $4,500 for fourth, $3,500 for fifth, $2,500 for sixth, $1,500 for seventh, $1,400, $1,300, $1,200, $1,100, and $1,000. Your top 12.
Oh. So even bad breaks like that 6-7 for Pollock could mean a lot.
Oh, right here.
Because they could go up or down.
Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second.
I like how everybody still thinks I'm in charge.
Yeah, you aren't in charge, Lee.
I'm fully aware of this.
Mike is.
Andrew walks that one out a long way. They're done on 31 and 2. So we had 59 on 31. 1989, 1978, 32.
$480. For Andre and Andre.
Jordan, we're ready. All right, quickly, we got Jordan Horns here. I don't know how long my camera's going to stay on, but he bowled 300, so he's got to open up his gift. Let's see what we got here. Oh, looks like you're going to be shaving soon. Look at this. Yeah, show the camera. Oh, it looks like it just went out. Okay,
It's
well,
back.
he
It's
got
back.
oh, there it is. He got a razor. All right, there you go. Yeah, you give it to George. Thanks, man.
Yep. Ended up with a really close match there, Dennis, on 35
Yeah, I
and
saw it.
6.
I saw it.
We had Martell have to punch in the 10th to hold off Tim Barrett. They won that match 484 to 481. So they pick up 114.
Did you say Martel?
Martell? Or no, I'm sorry.
Andre?
Andre. So that puts them at 2,072. Martell and Garcia, I was looking right at those guys. So they're going to win their match against Team Tackett Square. That is not up for debate. Garcia can throw his fill shot for 49.
I'll debate you on anything, Lee.
And Martell can punch for 36. 49, 79, 85, 115. So they're going to stay ahead of Anderson and Gonzalez.
By how much?
Well, they were ahead of them coming in by 76. So if Martell strikes out, they're essentially going to shoot the same game.
Okay.
The question is, will they be in first? They need to get to 2102. They'll probably get there. But if Martell were to, for saying, he's going to have to get to 64. They need to get to 40 over. He needs to mark.
I'm going to take us there right now.
That's a great kind of mark.
He does that every time.
Little Albie.
He does that every time.
Brandon Biondo, 278. Nice game.
You know, did you see where he threw that ball?
Only at the very end.
I mean, I'm wondering if, I don't know if he played the lane, that pair that way the entire game. I wasn't watching him very closely. But he's so good playing the lane straight. And that was from the left corner.
Mm-hmm.
And he shot 270. So
Yep.
if he played that pair that way the entire game, that's a Walter Ray
Yep.
Williams, that's a Norm Duke.
Yep. Mike, can you go back to the other screen for just 2 seconds? So Biondo and Pollock went 61 over. Lost their match. Thank you.
But what I was saying there is people look at those guys as being so good one-dimensionally, and they don't see them like in the late stages of match play or qualifying or whatever, whenever they move way in and do things that they don't think they can do or they never see them do on TV.
is for 36. He's got it, so that gives them 85 and 30. So here's what we're looking at.
Yeah, we'll bring it into the booth.
I'm pretty sure my numbers are right. I might have had a team mixed up down below. At the top, we're good. Martel and Garcia, 21.49.
Okay.
Horns and Gohagen, 21.01.
48 pins difference.
48 pins, 30 for bonus.
Okay.
Anderson and Gonzalez, 20.72.
So how many pins back are they?
1 and 2 holes on 29.
Correct.
49 and 28.
Okay.
77. Close enough.
Yeah.
But the difference is that instead of bowling on 29 and 30, Andre and Andre have to go back to 31 and 2 that they just came from, and it wasn't a great pair for them.
Right.
So
Yeah.
they could have bowled off of that pair had they held
Yep.
their position, and now they're
Yep.
not going to.
Yep.
So
Yeah. Fourth, Partle and Bogacki.
They got a shot to get there?
They're almost 100 behind third.
Behind third, okay.
So
So
they're-
probably not.
And they're 70 in front of fifth.
Yeah.
So they're just, I mean, can they move up? Yes. Most important thing, hold
so
their
it
spot.
It was 3 games ago when we were talking about it was a 2-horse race, and would Bogacki and Partle or Horns and Gohagen
Yep.
get into the mix? And Horns and Gohagen have gotten there.
Yep.
gotten there.
So now we have a 3-horse race. They have all the momentum right now. They're the hot topic of the chat. And I just want to state, because it is all about me and I'm the greatest commentator ever, if you remember George Gohagen in game number 9, I called that he was going to bowl a big game and that this is when George starts to turn it on. And then Jordan fed off of that energy, that 260 game, and comes back with 300, 290, plus a little motivation from them pushing each other, making some noise, and now they're on the championship pair in position round and have a chance to win the tournament.
All right. The rest of the way down, Barrett and Bittenbender. So here's a position round match. My math is right. Barrett and Bittenbender are 5th. Shepard and Roseberry are 6th. The difference is 17.
Okay. So money on the line.
The winner of that match wins, what, $1,000?
Yeah, depending on who's chasing them and if they can get there to pass them and all that good stuff.
Now, the next team down's 110 behind.
Okay.
So it's, I mean, it could happen, but the next match, 7th and 8th, Biondo and Pollock, Taylor and Morris, they're 31 apart. And there's 100 on both sides of that match. So they're bowling a position round match.
Okay.
Johnson and Barta, Thompson and Buttriff, they're 13 apart. That's a position round match. That one's only for $100. Ferris and Flora will finish in 11th. Tackett and Tackett will finish in 12th.
Yeah, by the way, I did see the comment in the chat about how the camera hasn't gone off all day. Well, we haven't brought it into the booth today except for one time because that camera has to be charging all night. And the cleaning crew, when they went through and mopped last night, unhooked the cable. So it was dead this morning, and I had it kind of charging. And then when Jordan came over to open up his present, I'm like, I'm going to plug this thing back in and see if we have enough juice. But it's a little finicky, and that's why it went out. I can't believe it's been on this whole time with us.
Yeah.
So anyway, just to clear that up, because I know somebody in the booth, that thing hasn't gone out all day. It's like, well, we haven't used it all day. We didn't open the show in the booth like we do every day.
Right.
So but this is gonna be pretty exciting and a lot of money on the line. And you know, I kind of feel like the advantage may go to Andre and Andre because you know they're gonna be in that other match. And I know you were talking about that pair of lanes, Dennis, but Andrew Anderson's so smart. They now have a full read and understand what that pair is doing.
And Andre's got a little more confidence with that bowling ball because he just shot a 250 on this pair, right?
Yep. And now they're kind of an afterthought. They're not on that feature pair. And I know Andrew's going to feed off of that and say, hey, we got to just go do our thing because we can go get our 30 bonus, right? I mean, I know that they wanted to be in the championship, but I'm just saying I'm trying to look at the bright side for those guys and try to make a case for the third place team to try to jump in there.
Yep.
So, I will tell you, I thought the pattern has held up very well through 11 games. I mean, I know guys are deep, but I don't see anybody lofting it past the arrows or anything crazy like that we've seen sometimes. So I think it's good. And
There's only two people right now that I've watched that are actually loft in the left gutter.
Yeah.
That's Andre and Brett Shepard.
Yeah.
And they're not really
Brett,
they're not going to the arrows.
Yeah,
They're,
Brett,
it's a foot and a half just to get
Yeah.
it over the gutter
yeah,
itself.
Brett
right?
can loft it a lot more than he is.
Right.
Let's head out to our lanes. There's nothing going on yet. I got to swap out the other game of graphic, and we'll see what's going to take place here.
Yeah, so to sum up, first and second, Martel and Garcia, Horns and Gohagen will finish each first, second, or third. Anderson and Gonzalez, in theory, could finish first, second, third, or fourth.
I'm ignoring you, Lee.
Yeah,
I was talking with the kids back here.
that's all right. They've come out for a good show. They got one.
They did.
Yeah, so Martel and Garcia and Horns and Gohagen will finish first, second, or third each. Anderson and Gonzalez could finish first, second, third, or fourth. Partle and Bogacki could finish third, fourth, or fifth. Both the teams of Barrett, Bittenbender, Shepard, and Roseberry could finish fourth, fifth, or sixth. In theory, seventh, only if Biondo and Pollock throw a huge game. More than likely, Biondo and Pollock, Taylor and Morris are bowling for 7th and 8th. Johnson and Barta and Thompson and Buttriff are bowling for 9th and 10th. Ferris and Fuller are 11th, Tackett and Tackett are 12th. There's big gaps between those pairs of about 100 or more pins.
Right.
So you have to account for the 30 that one of the two teams in front of you is going to get guaranteed, or they split it. We've had one tie today.
I kind of wish we'd have had first start on 35, just because it is right here
It
in
is
front
right
of
here.
us, and we can see. I mean, I know we can watch on the monitor and whatnot, but to see it right in front of you, see reactions in the heads that you don't see whenever you're watching on camera and all that kind of stuff, that's a big deal, and especially for the finals. But I probably would have done that myself, but I understand it's all symmetrical this way. Everybody understands first is on that end, last is on that end, and we go from there. So
We'll put that in the feedback file. It's good
Yeah.
feedback, though.
Yep.
And for, there's a pillar right here as well, so we can't really.
I should lay my head on it. I'm tired.
It is carpeted.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be the first one, I wouldn't think.
I didn't like the pillars in my bed last night at the hotel.
How much I can help you with on that one.
Yeah.
Any fun questions in the chat? Now's a great time to ask them.
No, I'm kind of avoiding the chat right now.
Okay. I can't see it, so.
Can we go over the payouts again? Absolutely.
We can do
awesome.
that.
We
That's
would
a
love to do that.
Great question.
All right, so everybody below 12th has gotten paid already. They sent them home with their money. First place is $10,000. Second is $6,500. Third is $5,000. Fourth is $4,500. Fifth is $35,000. Sixth is $25,000. Seventh is $15,000. And then it goes $14,000, $13,000, $12,000, $11,000, and $1,000 in the top 12. 78.8 total prize fund in this tournament. Once again, thanking the title sponsor of the tournament, Hammer. They've been with us since before the Hammer, the brands of Ebonite, let's put it that way, before those brands got taken into Brunswick, before they were all purchased there. Hammer's been a sponsor of this tournament, stayed with us as it grew and grew and grew, and we very much appreciate them being here for that.
Thank you. Other thing to note today, the pace of play was fantastic.
It was.
We started at 9 o'clock. We usually average a half hour per game.
You'd think.
Which is 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's 2:40. We were done at 2:30 with game 11.
Right.
We just got to count the scores, make sure they're right.
Jerry this morning down there in the meeting said we would average 3 games an hour, and I'm
No,
thinking that's a little optimistic.
He misspoke. It's 2 games
well,
an
no,
hour.
honestly, if you think about it, except for the fact that they are intense, there are things that interrupt the games, but Jerry's a proprietor, and he knows that a 2-person match should take 20 minutes. A 5-person team is supposed to take 50 minutes or 2.5 hours, but it ends up taking 3 all the time. We know that.
Yes.
Right? But I always add an extra 10 minutes on top. If we had 3 people on a team and there were trios up there, I would probably put 45 minutes a game on it.
No.
Just because, instead of 30 minutes, because of moving around, too. They got to move. So.
Sometimes 1 pair, sometimes.
Bunch pairs.
5 pairs, 6 pairs.
So the delay in the action here is they like to check every score as they go along. They collect the score sheets every 3 or 4 games, and they double check every score. So they're just double checking the last 2 games' scores in there and just making sure everything is legit.
Cedric says there needs to be a stepladder. I would say that most of these bowlers out here would tell you no, there does not need to be a stepladder.
Yeah. There is probably in need of a couple balls on each lane now, though, with this much of a weight. I would think.
I don't know if Jerry will do that or not.
He usually does.
Well, so let's make our picks, guys. I saw Walt Blackston in the chat, by the way. He's one of my favorites on the PBA 50 tour. He loves to give me a hard time, so I just want to say hello to Walt. I'll bring it back in, I guess. Camera's still working.
Yeah.
So, who do we like? Who do we like in this one?
There's not anybody out there in that whole group that I don't like today, Mike. They're all likable people.
Okay.
So,
who would you select to win?
To win.
A different question.
It is a different question.
I would make 1 point. This break hurts Horns and Gohagen. They had all the momentum, and now they've been sitting for 15 minutes. They were on a pun intended roll.
I mean,
and now he's just been
Jordan
now
missed
they can
once.
now they can fire themselves back up again. But I'm going to say, especially going all the way down to 29-30, Gohagen and Horns did their damage over here, 38 and 44. I'm going to go with our leaders.
Yeah, Martel and Garcia. Yeah.
I think Martel will probably be a little more deliberate this game and slow it down a little bit, and that's also going to affect Gohagen and Horns because I think they can't go as fast as they want to.
Here's the thing for me. Martel is most comfortable bowling deliberate. Okay, he sped up everything the last couple years because he's been criticized over it. Okay, we're getting ready to see a gamesmanship showdown potentially. Okay.
Yep.
So, what do Horns and Gohagen want to do? They want to get up on the approach quickly, apply pressure, string strikes, keep the momentum going, not allow the temperature to come down. They want to keep the temperature hot.
Yep.
Martel, I believe, is going to go back to being deliberate, pre-shot routine. You might even see some re-racks. My opinion, it's what I would do if I was Martel. I'm just putting myself in his shoes, what I would do. I would try to slow everything down.
You have to be comfortable doing it, too. I mean, because if once Gohagen and Horns get up there and their frame is all over and the other guys are still in the leadoff guy on that side, it's almost like a Baker game when one team gets 3 or 4 games ahead, or frames ahead, sorry. You just got to take your time. You've got to be that deliberate and be comfortable in your
And here's the other thing. Horns and Gohagen are going to be hyping it up, I think, okay? Nate Garcia likes to do the same thing, okay? I believe Nate Garcia trying to do that could affect his performance on the lanes, and that's going to be something for us to watch here because he might start trying to run shots out before he even lets go of the ball, which could cause for him to not have that great form, stay down through the ball and whatnot. So that's my analysis.
2 practice balls on each lane.
Okay, let's go out and watch them do that. We'll go to the quad for a minute here just to show you the matchups. These practice shots, watching them, are very important. Three teams have a shot. I'll display the scores on the screen for you in just a moment. Now we shall full screen our top four. Well, I'm seeing some squirrely ball reaction here from Jordan Horns. Andrews packing 10 back.
I almost got them all right. They're in the right order. No, they just moved up. Yeah, they're pretty close anyway. They all the teams kind of finish at the same time over here. Try to keep up. Mike, did you receive the standings yet for 11?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Well, I told Jerry, he said I sent him. I didn't get him yet. Says he's resending. Return to sender. I know we had a request for the final countdown by Europe, but somebody down there is bumping cameras.
Did you check on Jeremy's phone, by the way?
It's all handled. John Brown's coming back over to get it. I guess he's in town still.
Oh, okay.
Here it comes. All right, official numbers. Martel and Garcia, 2140. Horns and Gohagen, 2090. There's a 50 pin gap, which means to win the event, Horns and Gohagen must do two things. They must win this match by 21, and they must hold off Anderson and Gonzalez right behind them. There you go.
There are your standings as things get underway here in the final position round. I want to thank our sponsor, Hammer, for being the title sponsor yet again. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, shoes, bags, accessories, check out the Brunswick family of brands. Thank you to Hammer. Also want to remind you that if you're looking to purchase some merch from our Inside Bowling store for the stream, you want to support the stream, head over to InsideBowling.com. You can save 20% with coupon code HOLIDAY. This weekend only. YouTube year-round saves you 15%. We got a 3-horse race right now. Michael Martell, Nate Garcia, Jordan Horns, George Gohagen, Andrew Anderson, Andre Gonzalez. Those are your teams we're going to watch right here.
Wow.
The best thing that Anderson and Gonzalez can do is get off to a hot start. Make the other two teams, especially Horns and Gohagen, think about them. Remind them that they're there. Because the difference between second and third right now is only 18 pins. The difference between second and third is $1,500. Difference between first and third is $5,000.
Let me ask a question, Lee.
All right.
Have you ever used getting off to a slow start as a tactic?
No.
Just asking.
It's just really important right now. Do you not agree?
Yeah, I agree. But
Okay.
Did you see Monty on
I'm like, we got Go
Major League?
You don't call him the best color man in the business for nothing. You know, Jordan Horns started with the split. George Gohagen starts with the split.
And Martell got up there quickly.
Martell and Garcia already have 3 strikes together.
3.
Lee's getting them off to a fast start.
Two
Yes.
and 1. 3 combined.
You're
Now
talking
it's
about
4.
You're talking about the other team, dude. You
Like,
said, you said Martell and Garcia.
I'm sorry.
You meant
My bad.
Andre and Andre.
Yeah.
That's a big shot for Jordan there, getting a strike.
You got me confused with your
With my question that made you think.
uh-huh. This is game number a lot for us.
Game number a lot.
It's game 57.
So we're 56, 57 of the way. Done.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct. Again, 50 pins back of Martell and Garcia are Horns and Gohagen. 68 pins back is Anderson and Gonzalez. The winner of each one of the matches will also receive 30 bonus pins. You have to factor that in. Anderson and Gonzalez are rooting for Gohagen and Horns to win a very low-scoring match. We've been calling Martell a little Albee as he's opening up the lane with the slow roll.
Now they have the first 4.
Bogacki and Tom Partle also here.
Yep.
They are not quite in the mix.
They're at least trying to stay in 4th.
They are.
If they bowl a big game, they stay in 4th. If they win, they probably stay in 4th.
If they were to have like the front 9 each or something, we can start to try to paint that picture, and
Yep.
they could potentially win the tournament, but it would take a miracle, and there'd have to be some non-strikes from 3 other teams in front of them, which isn't happening right now, although one team is off to a very slow start, and that is George Gohagen III and Jordan Horns. And Lee, you might have been right about this momentum, the break, affecting them a little bit.
And moving 14 lanes.
Right, that's true. You know, Tom's getting it off his hand real good right now. We haven't talked about Partle a ton. It's probably because we all know him from around the area, but Tom has had himself a hell of a tournament.
It's got to feel good bowling in front of your hometown crowd like that.
And making the top 12 and then
Yep.
bowling on the main featured stream at the end of the. This is the goal for everybody. I want to be on the main stream. The final game of position round. This is what it's all about.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
At least they're nice, Mike, and they put all those colored little pictures in there so that you can see what to get rid of, you know? Got to be a bot, right?
Yeah, I think so. Our stream's got a lot of viewers right now. I want to thank everybody for coming in and watching, almost 1,500 strong. This is just a blast, and this tournament, everybody loves to watch it. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so. We're at 67,000 subs.
Almost a 6-7 for Gohagen. Got the 7 to go.
Solid 9 for Andrew.
That's 3 in some pretty important situations here.
By the way, hey guys, I've been waiting to get this in all day. I've been waiting for the right spot to pick it, so here it comes. You ready? Hey Alexa, subscribe to Inside Bowling on YouTube. You know how long I've been holding on to that?
I don't know, but I think it's awesome.
Not as long as, I guess longer than I was holding on to Bowl TV's Mike Flanagan. Good shot for Tom. I would say Andrew was the one to blink first on that pair, but he really didn't blink. He just got a bad break.
Andre's back.
Back again. Andre's back.
That reset on 35 and 6 really got his game back in order.
Yep.
258 or so.
Yep.
They won a match by 3 pins, which got them the 30 bonus. That looms large right now.
Do you still have what squads everybody bowled?
Yeah.
Could you tell me what squad Anderson and Andre bowled in?
B.
B squad.
Yeah.
B is in boy.
Middle Friday.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right now, we'll all be here. Can open up with the front 4. Nate Garcia has thrown 3 of 4. These guys are, through 4 frames, looking good to take this one home. What a shot. You know, they kind of remind me a little bit of Norm Duke and Wes Malott from a stature standpoint. Remember when they won the doubles and Norm just jumped up into Wes's arms and
made it like halfway to the difference.
He was like carrying a bag of groceries to him, carrying Norm around, you know. I just noticed the difference in height between Nate Garcia and Michael Martell.
Wow.
Oh, nice break for GG3. Now that's a momentum builder, you know, that these guys could gain some momentum off of that.
Does he have a little logo GG3 or not? I think I've seen it.
Yeah, I think so.
I thought he did.
Maybe.
You know, George was one of the original YouTubers. There was a YouTube clip of him bowling $8.99 about 20 years ago. The quality of the footage is just terrible.
Right.
From back then. But it's out there on YouTube. Andrew really playing the loft game here.
Yep.
He's got that little trick loft that he can do. It's about 2 feet down the lane.
Well, he's left enough 9s in the last 2 games to choke a horse. I mean, and I think right now he feels like this is the time when I've got to get the ball down the lane. I've got to.
Yep.
And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But bowling the game that they were versus what Gohagen and Horns were doing over here right now, they could still lose and go into second place. It's only 18 pins the difference between the two of them, right? Even if they lose, they could go into second place by the score. So he's got to do something to keep their score up there, and that's what he's doing. It's a big double for George.
This 8-10 by Nate Garcia. Roll the three. No, he does not.
No.
He's
Andre
grabbing the
Gonzalez.
jersey. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That's just, I mean, the frustration's got to be bubbling up because right now he just doesn't have a look on that lane.
Again, Anderson and Gonzalez are 68 behind Martel and Garcia. Okay, so that strike there for Andre and the open by Nate Garcia shortens that gap by almost 30 pins.
I love that my two high schools are here to watch this because for them to see what's possible to come out of a third place in a match play situation like this, they don't have any instinct yet.
Oh, there's a break.
Okay, that was a bad shot by Andrew.
Yep.
Okay, he got away with it. Okay, he not only did he loft it, but he got on the side of it, which delayed hook, and he wasn't sure at point of release if it was going to make it back to the strike pocket, and he got the light mixer. My guess is, at a guy like Andrew's level, former PBA Player of the Year in 2018, he will take that shot and he will parlay it into another strike that will be absolutely nutted.
What he's going to do is he's going to make sure he clears one good. I mean, that one there, the thumb stayed in just enough to where his fingers came around the side of the ball, and then
Tom Partl's string comes to an end, but he sure is throwing it good right now. And I thought he might have some thumb issues. He was talking about this many games, doesn't normally bowl it. And I thought this game might really hurt, and maybe we'd see him bowl, a 220 game, but he's getting out of it real nice. Nate Garcia down and through the shot. He's extremely deep, tilts the 5 out there, perfect.
For his ball to leave an 8-10 had to be just a
light.
A huge fluke type
Yeah, it was just a light. It wasn't like,
it was, I got
it was a light.
Okay. I didn't see the hit.
Yeah,
So
it was light.
Oof, 2-8-10 for Horns.
you see that little kick he does at the end to get momentum on the ball?
Yep.
I mean, that's a unique way to do it, but obviously the way you throw the ball, when you throw the ball that way, you need speed to get the ball down the lane, and that's where that's coming from. So
yeah,
it's almost like a hop for a two-hander.
Oh, Andrew, 4 pins. They are hooking.
Oh,
Jordan Horns gives it a run there. They are starting to run out of wood, but I want to remind everybody just how great these guys bowled the last 3 games to even get into this top pairing here, but they need to salvage all they can to protect position. Could Bogacki and Partle go around Horns and Gohagen here at what they're pacing lead?
so they're behind them by 112. So is it possible? Yes. It would help if they would win their match, but they're running up against an even better game.
And by the way, completed on our other stream already are the other 2 pairs. They are done. They bowled quickly. They fast-tracked through. George strikes. But Andrew's horse has got the front 8. Andre Gonzalez.
There's Jordan. Oh.
You could see off his, there was just no way that ball was getting in position.
In my opinion, what's happened here on this pair is they're hooking a lot more than where they were down on the high end. And when you chase left, even 5-6 boards, you're still getting early hook, which really doesn't necessarily help you out a whole lot. You almost have to move even further left and keep your eyes the same to keep it going left to right to the front, like Nate's doing right there.
Oh.
He's actually coming in light. You know, he left that light 8-10 over there. He's kind of playing a little fallback at it, where Jordan's ball it's just picking up too quick.
He's putting the ball
Great
down.
shot.
He's putting the ball down at the foul line, Mike, when he's doing that. And dry on the outside is dry on the outside,
it's
so he's
hitting
not
dry.
getting the benefit of any squirt in the front at all. And the only reason Andrew is because he's lofting over all of that into the oil.
Right, and a huge shot by Andre there in the 9th. So we gotta start coming up with some magic numbers here, right? If Andrew and Andre go sheet, that's 558. Okay.
Plus 30.
They are but Martel and Garcia we have to assume are going to win.
Yep.
So they are 68 behind. That would mean Martel and Garcia need to bowl 491. Right now, 491 is the magic number to lock this tournament up for Garcia and Martel. That's the most important number right now.
And they're on pace for it as long as Little Albee strikes out.
Right.
Yeah. But they've only got 527 left.
Yes.
It's weird to say they've only got 527 left, but they don't have a lot of room for error.
So no matter what Andrew and Andre do, Martel, Garcia, 491, they win.
That's correct. Bogacki and Partle are looking off to the right. The 5-6 match, they're putting up huge numbers. They're trying to hold fourth.
He threw that out the window and he knew it. That's potential open there, and that's going to put – is that going to put – if he opens, that'll be a 260 –
Well, it depends if he gets one or not.
Well, I'm assuming he's going to probably get one.
Oh. Or does he go for it?
Well, he's got – I don't know. That's a good strategy point, Lee. If he's watching the scoreboard,
now's
he might.
The time. The only time. I told you. The only time is whether or not to go for a split.
I threw it in your face there, buddy.
Andre leaves the 7-pin with the messenger.
That was huge.
So now the magic number goes down.
Yep.
By 21. So now it's 70. Okay, it's 470. It was 491. Now it goes down to 470 for Martel and Garcia. Oh, and Martel slides it right by the 7.
Derek Roseberry in the 5-6 position, 279 with a stone 8.
Just because this match is going to be the last done, I am going to bring in some of our other competitors to take a look and take a victory lap, say goodbye to our friends here in the next 2 bays, or the next bay with the 4 teams here.
You've been calling a lot of people Bay this week.
I know, BAE, before anyone else. Here is Nate Garcia. His bay is here. Elise Bolton. Second a push? No. He just didn't give it enough room.
So I maybe didn't give Horns enough credit because nothing's pushing on that lane right now. He basically threw it in the same part of the lane, and that lane it just checked up immediately. So that lane is tricky.
If Jordan Horns had to do this all over again, he might have gone to his backup ball in this. That's very tough to do, to just make that decision after bowling 590 the last 2, throwing a regular shot, but he does have that trick in his bag.
We didn't see it all weekend.
No,
maybe another reason to not do it.
Yeah.
So 79 over here. So he's got 14 out. And 66 out would be 80. So they have to have all but the fill to make it, and that depends on what Andrew does here. But if Andrew strikes out, they've got to have all but the fill on one shot, right?
Andre had 279.
Anderson, what a
That's
great
a big
shot.
strike. Big strike.
Andrew can bowl
58.
58.
258.
Little Albia's up here, but he can go 66, and his partner can go 14.
14. Oh,
There it is. That gives them 80, and you said the number was 70. So
Well, the number is 470 right now.
So
To win,
basically-
469's a tie.
right. But that means, I mean, the only way you get there is have all the strikes, but and then the fill ball's inconsequential, right? You have to have both doubles in the 10th.
Yes. Andrew here to apply more pressure.
And he left another 9-pin.
Okay, so that number goes down to 247.
And that makes a huge difference.
Okay, so that's 11 pins. So now it's 458, the magic number. 458 to win this event.
So now they
Garcia
they can miss
and
again. Yeah.
Martel. Woo!
And Andrew knew it too. That's the second 9-pin in this game. But Andrew's doing a walkabout over there because he's pissed. Oh my gosh. Wasn't the greatest shot in the world, but he could have got a break. I mean, honestly, he's gotten it stuck to him 3 other times in these last 2 games.
so that's 56 and 36 for Partle and Bogacki. 92 over for the tournament. 2,070 over. They will hold 4th place and have made Gohagen and Horns shoot 381 to stay in front of them.
Right.
And they are
So that was another spare out of Garcia. And now we've got the graphics that we have to deal with until I can figure it out. So 43, 63, that 93. He's going -7 at a max. 66 minus 7 is 59.
Yeah. So the number in the clubhouse, Anderson and Gonzalez, 79, 47 plus 30 bonus pins plus their prior total plus 2,228. Subtract their 30 bonus that we are certain they will get. 59 over.
Is what they need.
59 over to win.
59 over for Garcia and
And
Martel.
they've got 66 and 3 left. $379.
I think it's over.
I think so too.
Mike, we think it's over. We think Andre and Andre are going to be the winners.
If they would have struck out, and they could have had him, they could have had a fill shot. They didn't need. But now we've also got intrigue on the. Yeah, so the most that they can get is 3 and 34, 37.
Most they get 37.
Plus 30 is 67. That puts them at 2007, 21 behind Gonzalez and Anderson in the book. Now, the other side, and I don't know if they realize it or not, Horns and Gohagen have to shoot 381 to stay in front of Partle and Bogacki, who have locked no worse than 4th at plus 2070.
381, huh?
381. Horns only has 166 and 197. That's not enough. That doesn't get you to 381.
Do you remember we talked about our predictions before this?
Yeah.
We talked about 3rd. We talked about that matchup over there.
So what would be really, really weird, though, I don't think I've ever seen it, and that's saying something because I've been in this game 50 years. I've seen I've seen a team come from even in the 5th place position and jump into the top pair at the end of a tournament, but I don't think I've ever seen both teams on a right pair beat both
Improved
teams,
positions.
Yeah.
improve positions over teams on
Yeah.
the left pair to where one fell to second, the other one falls all the way to fourth,
Yep.
and now the teams on the right, two of them take over 1 and 3.
Yeah,
I've never seen that.
So here's the final standings. Anderson and Gonzalez plus 22-28. Martell and Garcia will finish second, total to be determined. Third, Partle and Bogacki plus 2,070. Fourth, Horns and Gohagen, total to be determined. Fifth, Shepard and Roseberry, 20-31. They shot 513 the last game. Sixth, Barrett and Bittenbender, 1990. They shot 483 but lost by 30 with the bonus pins. Seventh and eighth stayed the same. Biondo and Pollock, 1851. Taylor and Morris, 1779. Johnson and Barta moved up one spot from 10th to 9th, 1719. Thompson and Buttriff, 1671. Ferris and Flora, 11. Tackett squared, 12th. So 166, 183. Gohagen and Horns lost 51 to finish at 2,000. Whoa.
What?
They almost fell another spot.
So they almost fell to fifth?
They finished 8th, if I'm reading that right. It looks like 166 and 185. Is that what?
Yep.
So they shot 351.
I believe so. Yeah.
So they went minus 49 that game.
So guys, Andrew and Andre have to catch a flight. They are in a hurry to get out of here, but they are going to come by the booth for an interview with me. And then I want you guys to come back and wrap this thing up with me after they slide out.
Absolutely.
So they should be coming
33.
any moment.
All right. I'm going to step out
24.
while my guys are still here, and I'll join
Okay.
you that whenever they're
Excellent.
done. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Very exciting down the stretch here. We'll talk to our champions here in just a moment. Glad you were watching here on Inside Bowling. We do appreciate everybody that subscribed to our channel, liked this video, and have watched all of our coverage, participated in our chat. I know it got a little heated earlier today. I hope that is all calmed down, and I hope things are okay there. I wasn't able to read all the comments, 'cause I do a lot of things up here, so appreciate getting that under control. But our champions here this year, Andre Gonzalez and Andrew Anderson, going from third to first. They have a flight to catch, so have them come in here. And just like that, we will do the winning interview right now. Guys, you guys went from third to first. You beat 231 teams. You were the 232nd team. Your name was marked down as Andrew Gonzalez on the sheet for a while. It was an inside joke. So we called you guys Andre and Andre. That was Dennis Hacker's idea. A lot of people were watching you guys bowl. I'm going to start with you because this is my first time to get to cover you, Andre. What's it like to win this one in your first event?
Oh, it feels amazing. Like it's, he asked me to bowl. Andrew asked me to bowl like 2 weeks ago. Before I wasn't planning on bowling. I've been trying to get in, and he finally asked me, and I was like, yeah, I'll bowl with you. So, I mean, it's a great tournament to be the first time here. Is really great tournament.
This is a prestigious event to win, and to win it your first time, that's unprecedented, man.
Yeah.
That's how old are you?
26.
26 years old.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Why'd you pick this guy, Andrew?
I no reason not to. Like he was I bowled with Chris Sand last year. I hope Chris is watching. Chris, I don't think we can bowl together next year. No, Chris and I bowled together. He had an injury about a couple months ago, and I've been letting Chris linger on. Like hopefully he could bowl. If he could bowl, he finally told me he could not. And the fact that Andre was available was the shocking part. Like when I texted him, I was expecting a text back like I'm bowling already. And when he said, oh, I'm in, I'm like, okay, well, we're in for the next 15 years, I think. So Andre, man, he put on a show. I mean, literally through the first day, we don't make this cut if it wasn't for Andre. I'm 90 over through 8 games. He kept us in there. He literally just snuck us in. And then my name changed to Andre the last 2 days.
Correct.
And I kept up a little bit. So it looks like I'm making a name change.
There was a moment today when you were pretty much carrying the team. Andrew was giving you enough, but then you came down here and you stumbled. You bowled 2-0, 170, I believe it was, and I saw you guys were communicating a lot. Andrew, what was going on there? And he was picking you up at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he had he really had 1 to 2 ball back the entire weekend, and now we finally got to enough games and enough left-handers where it affected him. So he had a 2.5 game stretch where it's hard to get out of a ball. And, I mean, I'm talking him through different balls. I don't really know his arsenal, right? This is our first time actually competing together.
Sure.
So I'm like, hey, what do you got? He's like, I got balls over here. I got balls over there. I'm like, let's grab the blue one. You know, like, let's try. So a couple of them were wrong. You know, we made a couple bad choices. But then, you know, man, once Andre got far enough right and he started hooking it like the rest of them, it was a game on. I mean, he put on, like, to put in perspective how good he's been this week. And he had the front 9 like 7 times, 0 300s. I mean, I wish people got to watch the entire show like I did because it was impressive.
Yeah. I know you guys got a flight to catch. Both of you are from the Detroit area, so you bring one in for Big D. Anybody you got to thank or you want to thank for this one?
I'm just thanking my family.
I'll help him after.
Yeah. Thanks, Andrew, for letting me bowl, man.
Oh, dude, you better believe we're running it back. I already paid the deposit.
Yeah.
I had to pay the deposit.
Oh man, that was a lot of fun. You know, we you know, we're both thankful for Turbo. He's on Brunswick staff. Thanks to Motive and all my sponsors, Boudouris and Delore Brothers and the whole show. And what a great event, you know. After the first day, I'm like, I better wake up with my shredding shoes on. I'm talking to my brother, talking to my girlfriend. I'm telling him like he is literally carrying me. I'm a backpack right now. So I'm just happy I showed up a little bit. And we went the entire weekend without a present, so I think we have some vengeance next year. Hopefully get a couple Christmas presents.
Andrew, you've had a pretty good year. You've switched ball companies. You've gotten comfortable within Motive, which is also from Michigan, your home state. You've really grown into a nice position up there at Turbo.
Yep.
You sought after a girl for several years, and you finally got the girl this year. So I know that's
fortunate.
I know that's going well. Shout out to Haley at home.
Yep.
And then you capture the holiday doubles, setting you up for next season out on the PBA Tour.
Yeah. This actually, like in the last 10 years, generally every year I win something, right? And actually, you said I have a good year. To me, it's not up to my expectations. So to go out this year with this win with Andre, it really is special. It's awesome, and it does give us both a lot of confidence, hopefully, going forward and wherever we go.
Better see you guys next year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's paid for.
We're here next year.
We're paid for. We're going to actually come in on Tuesday.
We had great viewership. I think there's going to be a lot of people hitting you up at tournaments saying, man, great performance, great performance. So hopefully this shines a spotlight on you because you're a hell of a talent, man.
You did unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think you averaged like 254 for the weekend, something crazy.
Travel safe, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Always a pleasure. Happy holidays. Thanks for bowling the holiday doubles.
Kim, I'll see you next year. Is she listening?
Yeah, we're bowling together, I guess.
You
right?
better be.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
That's Andrew and Andre, or Andre and Andre, however you want to slice it up. I'll bring in my cohorts here in just a moment, Dennis Hacker and Lee Boudouris, and we will wrap up the broadcast. I also have a flight to catch today as well, so can't stay on the air too much. But I do want to, again, thank all of you for being part of this event. We certainly do love it. It's hard to believe that we just started this thing back in 2010, and we've been doing it ever since. Okay, Dennis is one up in me, Johnny big time in me. I'll just be right back. Lee, I think, is going to come into the booth now. I think they have the cue. All right, Lee is back. I guess I should put this up on the screen as we have throughout the weekend.
What a finish, Mike.
You know, it's good to have you back, Lee.
Well, I didn't go.
Thank you, Pete.
I didn't go very far, so.
Always enjoy your commentary.
What a finish.
Got some announcements going on the lanes. I suppose we could take it out to the lanes.
No, why not?
Jerry Anderson and Larry out there.
Yeah, 12th place, Tackett and Tackett.
EJ and Natalie picking up their checks.
Jacks.
Cash.
There's cash money. 11th place, Brandon Flora and Daniel Farish. Daniel's from Louisville.
For $1,100. It's $1,100, by the way.
Yep. 10th will be Thompson and Butcher plus 1681 for $1,200.
Here comes Greg.
They're from Arizona.
Greg's a big man, too.
He is. Makes Jerry look tiny.
They were having a blast over there. Greg threw 4 in a row, back up like Jordan can, up, and he absolutely flushed them all, and they were having a great time. 9th, Johnson and Bard at 1719, $1,300. 8th, Taylor and Morris. That's $1,400. 7th, Biondo and Pollock for $1,500, and now we start jumping up here. 6th, Barrett Bitbender from St. Louis, $2,500. 5th place will be from Louisville, Derek Roseberry and Brett Shepard for $3,500. 4th will be $4,500. Jordan Horn and George Gohagen. 3rd from right here in the Metro East, $5,000 to Tom Parle Jr. and John Bogacki Jr. And they are they're not here.
The locals aren't here. Okay, we'll just move on.
Yeah, 6th, Martel and Garcia, $6,500. Had the lead for the majority of the day. Started with it, lost it, got it back. Lost it, got it back. Lost it, got it back. And got looped at the very end by Andrew Anderson and Andre Gonzalez.
Taking some pictures out there now, folks. Hope you enjoyed the interview with Andre and Andre in the booth with Mike. He always does a good job at the end of the tournament. This is what a great finish. I really, really enjoyed. Yeah, they're going to do it in front of the Hammer banner. That's a great move. Thanks, Hammer, for making this possible for us and making it possible for these guys. They're moving sideways so they can get the sponsor in there. I'm still with you in the chat here. Any one lost records available. Lee was keeping track of that today as we were going. And if you, I'm not sure if he's still got the paper over here, but
I got behind.
You got behind? Okay, so he lost track of it. First place, $10,000. $10,000 for first place here. $6,500 for second, so that's not a poke in the eye with a sharp stick or anything like that.
No, it's great. All right, closing thoughts here as we wrap this one up. We'll start with you, Lee.
I got to get Andrew Anderson's phone back.
I think he's going to buy a new one.
Yeah.
He's got money for it.
Closing thoughts.
We'll start the bidding here at what? No, I'm just kidding.
Lee, if I miss my flight.
Because you won't give closing thoughts.
We had a great time. What a finish. Good to see you guys again. Those are my closing thoughts.
You did a great job, Lee, seriously.
Thank you.
I give you a hard time all the time because I love you,
Yeah,
like a brother.
we could tone that down a little bit, but you know.
You want it toned down. Okay. You want to be treated like a professional broadcaster these days? I understand. We know how it is. Right here.
Dennis, Closing thoughts?
I think we're moving to me now, Mike.
We are. No, Lee's moving this
That's
right
called,
along.
It's called
right
a
along.
segue.
It is.
I always enjoy your commentary, Lee.
Well, thank you.
I do too.
It was there.
I
Again.
do too very
I'm
much.
not typical male, by the way.
You're not? Okay.
No, I am not.
Just
I
checking.
did not do that. Fun like nothing else. I'll be honest with you. You guys saw the kids come up behind me here. They just think this is the coolest thing in the world. They were sitting back here in the chairs when you brought it into the booth a while ago, and they had friends texting them already from home saying they could see them on the cameras and stuff like that. People love to sit here. People love to be involved in this part of it, and it's almost like getting to act out the things that you can't do anymore that you never could. You know what I mean? Just sitting here and doing all of that stuff.
Yeah.
When Andrew joined us yesterday, he just said, "Can I sit down?" He came over here and wanted to sit here.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it was an awesome thing, and I can understand it because I love it here too.
That's 2 years in a row where the future champion joined us in the booth before they won.
That's very true.
Probably a good
omen.
Good omen for everybody else out there. I want to thank you guys, both of you. It was fun to be up here this weekend. Absolutely fun to be up here this weekend, and I hope that I'm around to do this some more.
I hope I'm around too.
All right.
You may be under contract to other people that.
Yeah, I know.
As this goes.
No, I mean, this thing's great. You know, the social media stuff that was talking about, the organization of the tournament, we had some obstacles to overcome, but all in all, once everybody got here, like I said online, it was fantastic. Great bowling, man. Great bowling, Jordan. Happy holidays. It was great again. And I stream a lot of bowling tournaments, and this one gets the most viewership out of all of them.
Yep.
And this is our signature event here on Inside Bowling. So,
yeah, congratulations to all 19 was the final number of 300 games.
Oh, 19 of them,
In rapid order: Wilson, France, Cragen, Barrett, Glover, Dolans, Burns, Samowski, Mooney, Roberts, Mayberry, Gohagan, Hanrahan, Robbs, Tackett, Fox, Mosley, Martell, Roseberry, Garcia, and Horns.
Excellently.
19.
Thank you for keeping that list.
In case anybody had a side action on that. That's the number.
We have some people to thank. It all starts somewhere right in here. Hammer. I guess it's more like up over here. We want to thank Hammer for the sponsorship and being a part of this event. I want to thank all the folks up in Muskegon that support this one, and Mike Dole, of course, product specialist for this area. We want to thank Matt and his team here at St. Clair Bowl.
Well, let's see how many names can I get in.
I will tell you.
John, Mary, Jen. Who else we have working this weekend? A handful of others
Well,
who I don't know.
all I want to say
Those are the people I know.
All I want to say is a few people told me coming in, hey, St. Clair,
Mike Imes.
they've had a few breakdowns, so you might have some issues. We didn't have an issue the whole time. So I think that's kind of bullshit.
Andrew Anderson.
Bye, Andrew. Catch that flight. I'll be on mine soon.
Hey, great bowling.
Nice bowling. Nice.
So,
Yep.
nice meeting you, man.
Got to thank all the people who showed up this weekend to watch.
Yeah.
The concourse was packed. St. Clair had a great weekend. There's Andrew.
Just can't get enough.
No.
But yeah, no, the bowling center ran great.
Yeah.
Food was good. Everything was wonderful.
We
I want to thank Jerry. Jerry works his butt off on this thing and really did a nice job. And his staff was fantastic.
April, Selena, Kyle, Adam, Larry. I think that's the whole group for this weekend.
The staff. Yeah.
Justin Gamblin.
Yep. Justin did a great job today. Yep. And then we want to thank you, the viewers, for being with us here. It was awesome. And also want to thank everybody that supported the online store, the Inside Bowling store. That's what helps us keep this thing going. I bought these new headsets. They were $200 a piece. I bought 3 of them for this event. I added a second stream this year. I brought a Mac Mini in for that. So certainly do appreciate that. Hopefully you enjoyed the second stream this year. I should have already shut it down by now, but that's okay.
Got to thank the people who came and joined us that helped us
in the booth. Yeah,
helped us not have to talk to only the two of each other all day long.
Exactly.
We had Mike Dole. We had Corquise. We had
Parker,
Tom Hess, Andrew Anderson,
Jeff Johnson, the Weber Ambassador Award winner. Yeah, we had them all.
Everybody who stopped by and bugged us,
Yeah.
thank you. Means you're engaged.
Our next broadcast will be in February from Waterloo, Iowa. And I should say that Joe Engelkist runs 2 events a year, and they are fantastic singles events, and the payouts are unbelievable. It's on in Sport Patterns. I get about a third of the viewership that I get here for whatever reason, but the fields are awesome, and it's actually in between 2 PBA Tour stops this year. It's between, I think, Wichita and Jackson, Michigan. So I believe there's going to be some tour players, and you can go sign up for that event at giba-bowling.com now today and get into that event and be right here on our network here. I'm looking forward to 2023 as we look ahead because I have a lot of things that I'm going to be working on in the streaming business with the United States Bowling Congress, which is going to be really cool. And I'm going to still continue to try to do as many streams as I possibly can on this channel that it allows. Okay, that's going to do it. I'm going to get ready to go to the airport. Lee?
Mike?
Lee?
Merry Christmas.
Alexa, please play Lee by Tenacious D.
We still have 600 people still here.
Oh, I know. And Dennis, thank you,
Michael,
man. Thank
absolutely,
you very much.
Absolutely.
And thank you all at home. That's going to do it. We'll see you down the road on the next one. 40th year next year. Maybe we'll run 40 squads.
Maybe.
No.
Have a good day, everybody. We're signing off here from St. Clair Bowl in Fairview Heights, Illinois, a suburb of St. Louis. Have a great holiday. We'll see you in 2023.